Rise above! This is the CFS 2022 Grand Finals. Hi, I'm your host Matt Andrews, and you join me here on the stage in beautiful Jeju, live with the start of day 3 of our groups. Now, up until yesterday, all of our teams have fought bravely at least once, but no one has yet secured their ticket to the playoffs. And today, we're halfway through our group stage and moving into the second half. So the pressure is really on. Will any of our teams put themselves into a commanding position to move into the playoffs? Let's find out. This is the CFS 2022 Grand Finals. Day 3 is ready, so let the battles begin!
새롭게 써내려가는 역사 CFS 2022 그랜드 파이널. 크로스파이어 최고의 월드 축제가 바로 이곳 환상의 섬 제주에서 시작합니다. 차이나, 이유메나, 아메리카 지역에서 각 3팀, 비엔남 2팀, 그리고 필리핀스 1팀까지 총 12팀이 최고의 무대에서 모든 걸 쏟아낼 준비를 마쳤습니다. 이번 여정은 12월 2일부터 12월 11일까지 총 10일간 제주도를 뜨겁게 장식할 예정인데요. 그중 12월 2일부터 6일까지는 그룹 스테이지와 와일드카드 경기를 통해 플레이오프로 향할 8팀을 가리게 됩니다. 최정상을 향한 팀들이 모인 만큼 상금 스케일 또한 대단한데요. 1위 50만 달러, 2위 25만 달러를 비롯해 총 134만 달러를 걸고 경쟁을 펼치게 됩니다. 특히 CFS 2022 그랜드 파이널은 멕시코 이그라이 맵이 추가되면서 총 7개의 맵으로 진행이 되는데요. 거기에 새로운 맵 뱀픽 시스템이 도입되면서 색다른 재미를 기대하셔도 좋을 것 같습니다. 새롭게 써내려가는 역사 CFS 2022 그랜드 파이널. 이곳 힐링의 섬 제주에서 가장 아름다운 추억의 주인공은 누가 될 수 있을까요? 치열한 경쟁 그리고 힐링. 새로운 역사의 주인공의 탄생을 함께 하시죠.
I'm just having a little dance to start off the day. It feels like that kind of a day. We're in a celebratory mood as we're in day 3 of the CFS 2022 Grand Finals. Hello to you from the wonderful Jeju Island here in Korea. On the desk with me, we have ZZXQ, we have Achilles, and somewhere over there in the distance,
I'll lean back so you can see him.
there he is, Valdez
Over
with us
here.
as well. Hello again, guys. We had a big day 2. We're looking at a big day 3.
Yeah, It was a long day, but a good one yesterday. We finally had some closer bouts there, especially that last series going all the way into the third map, narrowly avoiding going to OT in the first two as well.
Yeah.
With ranking being able to come out up top, I'm hoping for some more close action here today.
Yeah, definitely an impressive day one, especially ranking the way they closed out that day, surprising us all, I think, with that final win 2-1. I mean, Dola himself, I think, was one of those key players that really shone through in a new way that I hadn't really seen anything that big from him before, but I'm excited to see what they can do moving forward.
Yeah, I think, a couple of themes. Vietnam is here to play that we definitely figured out yesterday. Also, clearly a lot of the teams here in this tournament are very even, based on day 2 matches at least. Today could be a little bit different, though. I think we have some more one-sided matches on paper, but we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, some teams have got to step up, as I said at the intro. Everybody's played at least once now, all of our teams. We'll show you how the groups all work out. There are 12 teams who qualified here for the CFS 2022 Grand Finals. As you see, 3 out of China, 3 out of America. It's all from the southern region, though. It's all from the beautiful Brazil. EU-MENA are represented by the German team of Lazarus and 2 Egyptian teams. And then we have 2 from Vietnam. And the Philippines have SGJ Gaming as their sole representative here. The groups were drawn before the tournament started, making sure that all the regions were split across them. So we have 4 groups of 3. Top 2 in each group after our group stage when everyone's played each other. The top 2 will automatically go through to the knockout stages. The 4th place team will be eliminated there and then. But the 3rd place team will go into wildcard day, which is in a couple of days' time, when the 3rd place of every group has one more go. They'll battle each other to try and get through. But 2 of those 3 teams will make it out into the playoffs. So that's a good chance for them as well. Now, this is very interesting. If we look at the players of the day from day 2, all from the Vietnamese region, and some teams that weren't necessarily the standout performers, but we had some good players.
No, it was certainly Vietnam's thing, being able to come up, have these wins coming through, especially ranking the bounce back after losing the previous series, coming into the back end of the day, having to play twice, and they managed to get it across the board. Nevis, Quimio, they were both absolutely incredible. I mean, you see the damage figures put up there by Nevis. He was instrumental in their success.
So that's damage per set for Nevis. We did have some higher scores in a map. Some players broke the 2K for a map, but that's on average across his series. Humio there, headshots per kills. He gets headshots more than 4 out of 5 times when he kills people. That's a brilliant statistic, isn't it? And Dola there from Celebi, who are going to be up first, averaging almost a 2.0 KD. Again, we had a crazy 4.0 KD in one of the maps yesterday, but on an average of 1.94 across all the games he's played so far. That's very strong. Here's the action for you on day 3. We're sticking with groups A and B. We'll start off with Brazil versus Vietnam. Extenzi Gaming coming off a loss to All Gamers on day 1. They'll be up against Celebi, who put in a very strong showing yesterday. Lazarus and Imperial are the 2 teams for today who are both on wins at the moment. Lazarus had a 2-0 win for Germany. Imperial lost a map to Q9 but won the series 2-1. So those are 2 winners in Group B. So that'll be very much a match that's probably going to be very instrumental in determining the seeding for the top of Group B. All Gamers opened the whole tournament, of course, as they're the reigning world champions. They're coming up in the 3rd game of today. TeamMyth lost to Celebi. The Egyptian team have got their hands full against the reigning world champions. And then SGJ Gaming they were excited, they were ready to be here, but that Philippine team went down 2-0 on the first day. And Q9 Esports Club from China, another one of the brilliant Chinese representatives and a previous world champion, they got through their game 2-1. So they won it, but they are beatable in places.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the games we have today, I actually think these opening 2 matches are going to be some of the most pivotal matches in the group stage that we have left. I mean, Group A is really one of the toughest groups, all #1 seeds coming into it. I almost feel a little bit bad for TeamMyth, though, not really having much chance to shine considering all of the talent in this Group A.
It's a rough one to be in. I mean, Valdez was talking about it a bit yesterday, kind of the enrage timer for that team. And right now, it's already starting to get down to the wire. It wasn't that as close of a series as they would have liked for sure. So they need to hit that timer immediately if they want to be able to get out of this group.
Yeah, you got to come out of the blocks because this is day 3. And we said we're getting halfway through our group stage. Time is running out. Let's go gaming then. Let's bring you the first match. It's going to be Extenzy Gaming against Celebi. And it was beautifully rainbow colored yesterday when we asked you how you thought Celebi were playing. And here we go again.
This is kind of crazy because talking amongst ourselves and even here, I think we all can agree that this one looks like the closest match on paper. But all of us did go ahead and vote for Celebi anyway. So Celebi definitely showing some really good stuff yesterday. Obviously, the most dominant team by far from Vietnam. But Extenzy Gaming, I think that they had that first match. They actually, they did pretty well considering the team that they faced, even though it was a 0-2 loss. So I think this one could be really close, but as you guys can see, we all kind of had to go for Celebi anyway.
Even the Portuguese casters, you know how passionate Brazil and Portugal are about that region. Even they went, yeah.
It's time that you hit a point where it's time to just accept your fate and just go with and just try to reel it back in. And at least you could say, you know what? Well, I got the prediction correct. You have that as a little consolation prize, even though you're upset that your region's team might have lost. And
your region are entirely upset with you. Take the wins when you can, I think is what we're learning there. Let's see the Brazilian team, Extenzy Gaming. Of course, they're ready to play. They look happy to play, as they always do. That's Extenzy Gaming out of Brazil. They were the regional finals champions, remember, this year. Third in the Invitational earlier on in 2022 as well. Strong team out of Brazil. We're looking at Tuzins, GDSZ, VNC, Eagles, and Silver.
Yeah, I mean, with this lineup, I think we really haven't got a chance to see them shine yet. Having your first game be against all gamers kind of puts a damper on what you can really show on this type of stage. So I'm excited to see this team kind of come to life today in this matchup, and I think we're going to see a lot more out of them coming up against Celebi.
Yeah, I mean, you think back to the opening video before we got into that initial series to kick things off with them versus all gamers. There was a lot of confidence coming through. Team captain GDSC talking a lot of talking the talk. They couldn't quite walk the walk, but they were playing against the reigning world champions. So you do give them a bit of a pass there. They need to come out swinging here versus Celebi, because if they end up falling down to this Vietnamese squad as well, things start to get a little bit shaky. Obviously, there's always that wild card bailout, but you don't want to be in that position.
No, you don't want to risk that. And as you say, their first game, strong showing, ultimately losing it 2-0, but, opening the tournament to the reigning world champions, okay. But you got to come and get this one. The team that Extenzy have to beat are Celebi from Vietnam. And they should be in a confident position, I think, starting off very strongly yesterday. They beat TeamMyth 10-7 on Compound, 10-3 on Ankara, so a kind of swift end to TeamMyth's opening match. It's Shady, Rambo, Lucas, Dola, and LDX.
Yeah, I mean, looking at this lineup, it's almost a night and day difference in their opening matches. I mean, you had a 10-3 win for Celebi on Ankara, but a 10-4 loss for Extenzy against all gamers on it. So a scary map to potentially see in this pool if you're Extenzy going up against Celebi right now.
Yeah, I think if we briefly dive into the maps, we've got a 7-map pool here. We're playing best of 3s at the moment. Best of 5s will come up later on in the tournament once we've got out of the group stages. We haven't yet seen Eagle Eye. Mexico made its first appearance, so we got that yesterday. I think you're right there, Carl. Ankara is looking like, a necessary ban for Extenzy. They went down hard on that. Celebi won very well on it. But first, let's compare their players.
Yeah, you can see here, again, Silva is somebody I was really looking forward to seeing in this tournament, and he was absolutely muted against all gamers, and I don't even think that's necessarily his fault. I think he's going to have a big day today. The question is, can the rest of the team kind of back him up? As you can see, still some really good numbers. Lucas, once again highlighted here for the side of Celebi. I believe we got Dola up on stage yesterday with the MVP for his performance, but Lucas, really insane numbers we always have to highlight, and it's going to be really cool to see these two guys battle it out.
Yeah, I mean, that was pretty much everybody on the side of Celebi was really popping off. Rambo had some fantastic snipes throughout that. Dola getting the MVP at the end, but that was very much a team effort, which is what it is. It's what it's all about when you're playing TAC FPS. It's a team effort. You can't always rely on one person to go kill the entire enemy squad. It's certainly possible in a round, given a round, but that cannot be your win condition all the time. So looking forward to seeing more of Celebi and looking forward to seeing Extenzi playing against an opponent that's a little bit more towards their level, just given that All Gamers is just so good.
Yeah. Celebi are a big opposition then for Extenzi Gaming out of Brazil. Let's take our first trip to our casters bench is on that side of the studio with Paper Thin, and we'll get into our first game on day 3.
Thank you so much, Matt, and the desk. And yeah, I feel like I haven't left this chair in quite some time. Yesterday was a super long day, but an exciting one, and another exciting match to kick off day number 3 here at the CFS 2022 Grand Finals bench. Pleasure to be here with you, my friend. This is going to be a really exciting day, but I think Christmas came early a little bit there for you today, my friend.
Oh, yeah, we got some early Christmas gifts.
Yeah.
Thanks to
Show
Pablo.
the people,
Shout out to Pablo.
Show the people what you got.
So, Smilegate and Crossfire has gotten us some nice little goods here. And I also have the tags from Celebi here.
Yeah, you got the best tag.
I got
Celebi
the best
has
tag.
a phenomenal logo. I can't deny that.
Which proves that voting on Celebi is the right choice because I got the tag for Celebi.
Ah, yes, that's how that works. Yeah, definitely.
100% of the time.
100% of the time, right every time. Yeah, but today should be a good match. I think obviously Extenzi had a rough match, in their first draw going up against All Gamers, the defending champions. Celebi, I think, kind of looked how we expected, pretty clean, pretty confident. Now we go into a pretty big match for Extenzi. I mean, it feels like they kind of got to come in here and compete if they're going to have, a chance of getting out as maybe one of the top 2 teams in their group and not just the wild card or, God forbid, even the team that goes out.
I mean, Extenzi had a rough day playing against All Gamers, obviously the reigning champions, 10-4, 10-5, not the best scores on the rounds, but at the same time, they do get a jail-free card in a sense because they were playing against All Gamers, but they definitely have to perform out if they're going to be playing against Celebi, as Celebi did shake a little bit playing against Myth on Compound. It was 10-7, as Myth did delve into the strategies of Celebi well enough to take the rounds away from them. And now, looking at the maps as well, I do believe Extenzi has a little bit of an edge on certain maps, but I don't know, it's going to be a tough one for them.
Yeah, this is tough no matter what for Extenzi, maybe. I mean, we don't know for sure. Again, the regional power levels, it's hard to determine, and Celebi is in their own right on another level compared to just about anybody else in their region. A team that at times has pushed some of the best in the world, even beaten some of the best in the world, beaten All Gamers in their past. So it was actually Extenzi who won the coin flip. They opted to give the first ban over to Celebi, which means that Celebi gets the first ban, and the first pick it is, of course, going to be Eagle Eye. Nobody should be surprised by that. Both of these teams banned Eagle Eye in their first outing, so this is just basically kind of nobody wants to play this map right now. We haven't seen it's the only map we haven't seen yet, so a little bit sad. Of course, Ankara is going to be the follow-up here for the side of Extenzi. Yeah, not too surprising at all. Even though they didn't ban it previously, this was the map that Celebi looked absolutely nasty on.
Yeah, Celebi looked really good. 80% win rate on Ankara in their regional finals, and at the same time for Extenzi, they were losing 2-5 on it, so it's solid to ban out Ankara to win out. But Celebi's going to pick up Black Widow, which they have a 84% win rate, 11 wins and 2 losses, so definitely one of the maps they are more confident in going into. And for the sides, it looks like Blacklist for Extenzi, so that's interesting.
Yeah, GR side, it can be a bit of a blacklisted sided map, so not too surprising to see that be the pick. They want to come out strong. I think Extenzi wants a good start, to get kind of the rust shaken off, or the kind of knock that loss to All Gamers out of their minds. It is going to be Mexico for the second pick. We got to see this for the first time yesterday, so this is really exciting to see it again. A close quarters map, a tough map for the blacklist side. So let's see. Yeah, so it is going to be GR picked first here by Celebi, wanting to take that stronger side for that. Just a lot of narrow choke points. It's tough to get through as the blacklist side. You either got to go through sewers or through, mid-prep, and either way, it's not fun. Sub-base is going to be the next ban here. A pretty common one. It seems to be a map that players just kind of want to avoid at times.
Yeah, I mean, sub-base, there are too many angles to take care of, and there's too many routes that players could rotate through. So, I don't know. The players don't want to spend too much time delving into the other team's strategy because teams have different strategies. Almost every single team that plays differently on sub-base, so they just decide to go over it. And for port, it's going to be banned out by Extenzi, so that leaves Compound. as the third map for this round.
You know, if Extenzi can get it done on Mexico, I mean, we saw that Celebi's compound is beatable. You know, like you were talking about earlier, that was the map where they got pushed on. So definitely, this could be pretty interesting here, Bench. I think Extenzi's gotten a pretty favorable map draft. But you know, Celebi's caliber is so strong.
I mean, both teams are going to like the ban picks here, but recalling back from what happened yesterday, Dola was playing out of his mind, as we did shine some light on Lucas, but I believe every single player on Celebi played really well. Dola put out 3,000 damage that nobody else has put out, and Shady, Rambo, Lucas, LDX, they all tried really well and put out those results to put Celebi on top. So Extenzi now, the performance on Extenzi was a little bit underperformed. The underperformance was a little bit shaky, so now they have to put out those results finally to put themselves on 1-1 situation.
Yeah, the best performer from Extenzi was Silva Zera. He couldn't quite average 1 kill per death, but he came pretty close, 0.88. So, you know, really close to getting out of, you know, if you played 10 rounds, he got kills in 9 of them. Against a really strong team, All Gamers. Celebi very, very good as well. Again, Celebi has defeated All Gamers in the past, so it's going to be tough, man. I think this should be a good one. I could see it going either way, but yeah, as you can see by our predictions in the desk, all of us are slightly favoring Celebi in this.
So Extenzi has basically, Extenzi was given 2 homeworks to solve, and one of them was to get into the games as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Speaking of getting into games, hey, we're ready for it. It is Black Widow to kick off our match. It's day number 3, and we are having a wonderful time. Tons of games still to go. Like Matt was saying at the beginning, we're halfway through, and this is Celebi versus Extenzi, their first map, their first meeting today, as we will see who is going to come out ahead. It's going to be Celebi's map choice here for set number 1 of the day. Group A coming at you. Let's hop in to Black Widow.
Lots of excitement from the players back there.
Well, they've been hyped all tournament.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it's great. It's a lot of fun to hear them and see them, you know, come in here, really want to perform well, and that's why you do the, you know, that's why you do it. That's what makes this fun.
Yeah, so just going back to the homework that I was mentioning, so for Extenzi, they have to stop the aggression from Celebi for sure, because Celebi plays really aggressive when they're playing Blacklist, and when it comes to Global Risk, Celebi doesn't play aggressive. They actually play default really well, and they hold it down. So for Extenzi, they have another homework to break through the defense of Celebi.
All right, early push out a long way here for Celebi. Meanwhile, it's more of a B-sided hit, and that's an opening kill there on Dola in the long A. So that's a good pick there to kind of stall up Celebi. We do have a deep mid push here from LDX underneath all the way almost into the BL spawn. Silva still waiting with that AWM, and he has gotten in here. Not sure if he's been detected or not. It's hard to say for sure. But for now, nobody is seemingly trying to aggress towards LDX.
Yeah, that early pickoff onto Dola, it hurts for Celebi, but at the same time, they did allow a player to post up out on A long, so that gives them enough information to push out mid towards mid, where LDX is actually holding down next to the box, sitting down, lurking a little bit. At the same time, Shady just playing around the smoke, checking out the angles here, and he might be able to spot out a player here if he just plays a little bit more slower.
And he can kind of bait him in here for LDX, get some damage into 2s in, and that is exactly what happened. LDX able to trade in there. Now Shady did get taken out himself, but LDX is good for 2. Can he find a third? No, he cannot. GDSZ is going to shut him down, and it is now a 3-2 favor in Extenzi's direction. However, one of their players very, very weak here. You can see Eagle. Oh, what a snipe there. And he is taking Lucas out, so now it is all on to Rambo. An extraordinary player, of course, and AWM, a lot of work to do.
At least Rambo kind of has a sense that these players are going to be rotating out from towards B, so he's going to be looking down towards middle with an AWM. If he finds a kill with just 52 seconds remaining onto the clock, he's going to be able to bring it down to 2 versus 1, and at the same time, maybe clutch this one out, but we'll have to see what happens. And Eagles just going to be crossing towards mid here to toss the bomb away, and now the aggression is onto A site. Rambo doesn't know the players were on top of him, actually.
He might have just heard a footstep there or something, but he's going to see it. You can, of course, shoot through that if you want, but he is trying to keep his position revealed. He gets the first one. Can he find the second? They drop down on top of him. A good exchange there for the side of Extenzi, and they are going to take the first round here against Celebi. The early pick, enough damage here to kind of snowball around in Extenzi's favor, even though Celebi set up a nice little bait and switch in mid. At the end of the day, Extenzi really handled himself well.
It was a very well-needed round for Extenzi to open things up as they are the underdogs coming into this match. And Dola, realizing what he has done last round didn't work out for him, is going to be playing a little bit more safe here with the smokes out. He's going to be using that smoke to cover himself up to find an angle to get into. And now Rambo is going to be taking some pot shots into the smoke. Doesn't land anything. The nades are going to be coming through as well.
Yeah, just looking for the crossing player. Seeing if we can get a little bit lucky with the timing. It did not happen, so instead it's kind of utility being traded. Another smoke is committed for the side of Celebi to continue to delay at this B site, but so far both teams playing a little bit more passive here in this second round.
Yeah, I do see default setups coming out from both teams, just smoking some angles off and flashbangs going thrown to some angles as well to possibly blind a player out and see if they can rotate through there. But looks like the stack is going to be towards A for Extenzi. They did drop the C4 though, so looks like it's going to be, they're just testing the water out. They're just checking the water.
Yeah, this could very well, you know, just be a feint attempt. If they can get this opening pick, they might push through, and they do get it. So now they can wrap their player around, but still, we got Lucas good for a 1. Is he going to be good for 2? He is, finds the headshot. And can he get a 3rd? He readjusts. He is going to get some help here from Shady. They are going to wipe the majority of Extenzi's forces out. So it is all on to Silva. And C4, like you mentioned earlier, Bench, still sitting near the spawn.
Still sitting right on top of spawn. And that 3K basically decimated the aggression of Extenzi and really well traded out by Celebi. And now it's going to be all on to Silva. And the Dream is still alive, 1 versus 3. The C4 is going to get picked up anytime soon, but the timer is a little choking on to him for just about 40 seconds remaining. He does retrieve the C4, going to be running towards A site. Looks like as the rest of the Celebi players are going to be posted up towards mid. So A site is open as though there's a player that is still looking towards A, just kind of going back and forth, testing the waters, checking out who's coming in. Rambo. Let's see if he gets spotted out or not. So Silva is going to be posting up to a site. The C4 ready to be planted.
I like that Silva switched over to his M4 here instead of the AWM, you know, realizing that that's the other option. But Rambo just came to life as soon as he started to hear the C4 being planted, and that's an easy defuse and an easy win for the side of Celebi. A good adjustment here on their part to, you know, have some just kind of static defenses. They didn't get aggressive this round. They didn't try anything cheeky, and they were able to really just hold their angles.
I mean, had Extenzi conserved their utilities a little bit more, they were using it earlier onto the rounds, maybe Silva could have smoked off the window there and possibly get the bomb down and reposition himself into a better angle instead of getting bombed off right away. But Lucas is going to be taken down to half HP as Tuzen is going to be putting some bullets into his faces. And now Rambo with an arm, just checking out those windows, testing if anyone's coming through, and GDSZ and VNC is going to be going through underpass to post out towards middle.
Even though Tuzin was flashed up, he was able to at least return a little bit of damage for the exchange. Now, Extenzi, thinking about mid, it looks like they're going to put up a smoke at the door. This may just be a crossover into Cat, or just, you know, kind of just buying themselves a little bit of time to decide what they want to do, make sure there's no further aggression from the side of Celebi. We know, because we can see the map, there isn't. So indeed, it is a cross into Cat.
I mean, in a map that is consisted of 2x2, then you have to take control of mid because you can rotate A, you can rotate B all you want, and you can shake down the players on global risk. And now it looks like Extenzi just, they might even push deeper into the middle instead of going towards catwalk towards A or catwalk towards B. Because if they take control of the spawn of global risk, that's a nice headshot coming in from Lucas. A big kill to open things up. That does hold off the aggression, and now they have to do it. Rambo with an arm shot as well. That's going to be 2 kills onto Extenzi.
Lucas pops up and over. He has just been absolutely filthy with that AK. Now he is taken down, but Rambo found Tuzin on the backside. Eagle, the only one left here for Extenzi. And just absolutely filthy AK shots at Rambo. Yeah, just trying to buy some time at this window. No reason to die unnecessarily here. Gets him back up, and he's got it. Shady is going to get the final kill. And that is going to get Celebi very hyped up. Another solid defensive round.
Yeah, the problem with Alm is that the barrels are too long, and if you push yourself up too close to the wall, the barrel actually sticks out to the wall. So that gave the cue for Celebi to take a pot shot at. And looks like the rounds are going to be 2-2-1, so Celebi definitely leading this one out. Dola having a rough day today, not being able to take a kill here, but Rambo's going to step up his game hard.
I think he did enough the other day.
But Silva,
he's allowed a bad game. Yeah, Silva got a big opening kill, though, onto Rambo, so winning that sniper battle And that's an important moment here, as you know, Rambo, one of those superstar players for Celebi, gets taken down outside of B, and now the forces of Celebi begin to drift in the B direction. You know, a few still watching long A, as they're not too sure if anybody's pushed out theirs. They don't have that information. Let's see what this execute is going to look like here from Extenzi. Dola now trying to reposition, feel the pressure. There's going to be another great shot from Silva, taking down Shady. BNC trying to get in, but it's Lucas again with another headshot. Dola's going to start spraying through the doors. They can hear the players coming through. The plant is going to come down, and now it is going to be a really difficult retake for the side of Celebi. You've got a long flanked out player in Eagle, waiting with his AWM, pushing around the corner. LDX got one, but two's in, able to trade it down. Coming in around up through the window is Dola, and he's good for it. There you go. There's Dola coming to life. Lucas has got to win this battle. He does. All of a sudden, it's just two's in, and he's gone. And there's going to be plenty of time for that C4 defuse.
Lucas with a heavy clutch. Dola equalized the player numbers out in some way, somehow. Extenzi, they just couldn't hold off the site. They were supposed to look at different angles, and it looks like two players were looking at the same angle, and that basically allowed Lucas to turn back around and, you know, stab Extenzi in the back.
And it pulled Eagle in from his kind of, you know, counter lurk position. And that timing got him caught. So, yeah, just Celebi so good right now. Some grenades traded at long A, some grenade traded at long B. Everybody's just kind of trying to buy a little bit of space, seeing what they can get away with.
Yeah, those nades will definitely chop out some HP if they land right, as Rambo did take a bit of damage. I don't know if that was from the nade or the wall bangs, but we'll see what happens. Lucas just going to be casually looking down towards the site here. So this time around, Celebi realizes that maybe posting out A long is too risky, as the rounds are still in favor of Celebi. So they just decide to play backwards. And here, towards close A on top of the site. And for B as well, they're just going to be posting up a single player. That's going to be Rambo with an AWM, so they can pressure down mid if Extenzi decides to delve in towards middle even stronger.
Yeah, I like what Celebi play. The way Celebi plays, it's set up for fast rotations on their defense a lot of times. Like, early on, they were spreading out, going for the default, like you mentioned, but I think they're adjusting right now. They're trying to play more of a reactive style, as Extenzi's executes have been pretty decent, but their post-plant so far a little bit lacking at times from what we've seen today.
So
yeah, go ahead.
So Celebi realizes that no utilities has been thrown towards A side, so they're going to be posting up two players towards B side to support them. Shady almost catching BDFC, sprays down, but it's Eagles too quick to take the kill, making the kill count easily going up. And now GDSC with the AWM just going to be looking out towards the window here, just jumping up and down.
Felt a little over-aggressive there from Shady. That was a bit of a wide peek, a bit of an ego peek there. Still GDSC, still, you know, crouch peeking on the box and just checking out what's going on. And I think you've got just the one AWM, okay? They had to.
Just a single AWM.
Yeah.
The timer ticking down towards 30 seconds mark here, and now they have to make their move into the site. Dola holding in. He's gonna be running and gets a kill, almost making that second one, chunking down the HP down. Lucas now holding onto the site, takes a headshot, but gets traded out by Eagles.
Yeah, I mean, Lucas has been really good with these headshots, but this time around, they're able to clear him out.
Ooh.
Rambo.
Knife him.
Knife him. Oh, okay, fine, that's fine. Oh, the turn, and he still gets the double, and LDX is good for the cleanup. Rambo so patient and is able to find two off the back of that. A great reaction on that second quick scope, and that is going to net Celebi a fourth round.
Rambo does not miss his shots. He never whips. I think we've seen him land those quick scopes, no scopes even yesterday, onto the other players as well. But that will put Extenzi in a very uncomfortable spot, as they are losing 4 rounds straight almost after picking up that first round pretty swiftly, I believe.
Well, it's funny because Extenzi's trying to set up for counter lurks, and they're just getting picked apart on the backside of them. I mean, I guess Celebi is just too smart. Their timings are too good. They're doing a phenomenal job of dissecting Extenzi's post plant.
So for Extenzi to play counter lurk, they have to get their shots on point. The whole point of counter lurk is to find a player that's lurking on the enemy team and get through, but it looks like the setups are coming through towards B side from Extenzi. So Rambo has the AWM. Once again, just going to be looking down towards the windows, and now Extenzi has to move in. The rotation is coming through.
Yeah, the site is wide open this time, so Celebi showing a bit of a different look, not playing anybody on point. Extenzi has to use this moment to clear angles, to check, to throw some utility. So a very different positioning here from Celebi so far. gives Extenzi a delayed plant. Finally, it is going to be able to be put down. Rambo trying to be a little bit cagey on the outside of that window there. Eagled out. Wide on the outside, gets flashed, has to pull back, switch to the pistol as the push here from Celebi is coming through. Lucas is going to find GDSZ, but not ready for Eagle in the cubby, and he's going to find 2 before finally he's taken down. A nice double kill here. Might have given Extenzi an opportunity. I take it back. It's a big double kill here. Rambo gets 1. Lucas finally shut down. A 2v1. Tuzin is going to find a double kill of his own, and Rambo's gone. Tuzin gets a triple and gets a second round in Extenzi's hands.
That was a well-deserved clutch. They really needed it to equalize things out. The rounds are going to be 4-2 though, as Extenzi is now finally showing some effort to step things back to the game here. Now, that post plan was a lot better than the past 5 rounds, I would say.
It was. And I mean, it still took heroics from Tuzin, but it was a little bit cleaner, I would agree. A little bit of damage here done to VNC. Celebi getting aggressive on a lot of different angles. They're trying to sneak LDX in underneath here again. Ooh. Let's see if Extenzi's going to remember.
That's going to be a tough one for Extenzi. LDX has taken 2 kills in that same spot, and that wasn't... I don't know. LDX might be able to pull off something crazy here as he does hear the players dropping down. He's waiting patiently. The Trigger Discipline is coming through, and now Extenzi is going to also be looking towards A as well. LDX doesn't. That's the Trigger Discipline I was talking about. He's going to finally take the kill, though.
Oh, they all just strike at the same time. Oh, unbelievable. Unbelievable, dude. Look at the way they set this up. I mean, they just completely had Extenzi this round.
Oh, yeah, they read Extenzi like a book, and Silva's going to be taken up by Dola as well, so that's going to be 1 swift round for Celebi, so it's going to be put down to 5-2 with just 2 rounds remaining on this first half.
Yeah, they're just kind of toying with their food here. I think there might be a tactical pause. I mean, they're just... the way they set up these plays is just amazing. I mean, they, you know, Extenzi wasn't really ready. Oh, we're not taking attack pause.
Yeah, it's not attack pause.
When we show that guy, it's usually because he's holding up a card that says attack pause.
It's either attack or tech, so it's one of the two, but it didn't happen. It was a 3rd choice this time. But for Celebi, I thought, honestly, they were going to be playing default here and there every single round to not reveal their tactics, but it looks like they pulled out that cheeky card out of their knapsack to secure that round.
Yeah, it seems like something they're going to be willing to do to push aggressively on the extremities of the map to set up LDX for that push into mid, Shady, and then tries to play bait through mid doors, and then, you know, if they're controlling the, you know, to make it worse, that time they didn't lose anybody in the opening, so they were able to just really rip Extenzi apart. All right, let's see how this one, let's see if they could find something a little bit.
So Extenzi definitely a little disappointed on their past 5 rounds. Looks like they're going to be playing slow. I hope this doesn't kill their spirit to go aggressive, because as a Blacklist, you have to go aggressive. But Lucas is going to be finding the opening up to VNC. He's going to be falling right back as he takes the kill here. Looks like the sniper also taking a bunch of damage. Silva down to just about 10 HP, looks like.
Lucas is on 15 kills now.
Oh, yeah, Lucas is playing out of his mind.
He's insane right now.
And even for Dola, who had a slow start, is going to be on 50-50, 4 kills, 4 deaths. So that's
that's fine. I mean, if Lucas is just running him over every round, I mean, he's got 3 rounds of kills by himself. Then that's great. You know, everybody else is happy to just kind of do their part. You know, if they can evenly trade and you got one of your players popping off like that, GG, you basically won the map.
Yeah, you basically won the map like that, and just 40 seconds remaining. Extenzi now has to really decide which site they want to go in. It looks like it's going to be A. They're going to be sending Eagles out towards long A to go for the duel here. Silva, you can't miss those. Takes out the pistol, takes the kill. That's an opening onto the site. And now LDX has to rotate in towards A as well to hold on. But the bomb is going to get planted, and that will allow plenty of time for Extenzi to actually go for a setup here.
Yeah, but they caught a player in mid. LDX gets taken down by GDSZ, so this time the counter lurk is good. An aggressive push out cat pays dividends here for the side of Extenzi. GDSZ, oh god, I thought he had grenade in hand there for a second. He was almost taken out. Comes Lucas down under. Lucas is absolutely cracked out of his damn mind right now. There's a double for Dola. Lucas getting in on the action. Tuzin's not ready for the drop down. And Celebi, they were at a man disadvantage, and they still are able to get the retake and the defuse.
The timings on Celebi is so perfect that Lucas goes out, takes a kill, so rest of the Extenzi has to look towards Lucas, and Dola just pops out right after. Not even delaying like 3 seconds. It was like almost like a 0.5 second delay. Dola pops out, takes 2 kills, and now Tuzes just couldn't react to that jump down from the window. And now Tac Pulse is coming in from Extenzi, realizing what they have done. They just have single round left in this first half, and yeah, they have to take this to even have a chance in going into the second half.
Yeah, and they're probably talking about the second half, how they want it to look as well, right? Like,
yeah.
You know, this is a good opportunity to say, okay, what are we going to dial up for this final round? You know, they probably got a set play that they've worked up in the books, and then how are we going to approach our half? Because right now we're getting trucked. It's not going great, and this is scary for all the other teams because we've seen that Ankara is a phenomenal map for Extenzi, and now we're seeing Black Widow is also a phenomenal map. So you can't ban them out.
You cannot ban them out, and talking about the rounds, going into the second half 6-3 makes you feel a lot more comfortable compared to going into second half at 7-2. Because if you lose 3 rounds straight, the game is done there. But if you're going into the second half at 6-3, you do have a couple more chips in your hand, so you can wager bets a little bit more.
I like that. There you go. You guys have been hitting up the casino, so
I haven't been. I was getting my rest.
The reference. Oh yeah. Sure.
Shout out to my boys over there in the analyst desk.
Your brotherhood. Yeah. All right.
Brotherhood.
It's I like the way they're playing overall for Celebi. Of course, it's just like you were saying, the synergy, the kind of coordination is really insane for them. Like they're so well rehearsed. Whoever's making shot calls for them, they just understand how to do things. It's like they can count things down, 1, 2, 3, go, and they all do it at the same time. They're getting a little bit aggressive into long A. The B push from Rambo got stalled up, so he has to wait this out.
So this is what players usually do when they play Black Widow is on Global Risk, they will toss out a couple nades, toss a couple smokes to hold on to the early aggression of Blacklists. So they're going to be doing that, and they're going to be falling back right away, realizing the push isn't coming through. And now Extenzi posting up towards B side, realizing that A just didn't work out last round. It was terrifying for Extenzi. So they're going to be setting up towards B. Looks like they still do have a couple smokes left in their hands, almost 4 actually.
Same kind of defense we saw the last time Extenzi tried to do a 5-man push on a B, where Celebi just let him have it and then just, picked him apart throughout it. I mean, granted, Extenzi's defense, Eagle, down through long, gonna get shady all the way across the map. A really nice shot there. Cross-map snipe is going to help out a lot here, and they're gonna use this opportunity to make the push. Flash got a lot of them. Dola's gonna try to sneak underneath. He's gonna get underneath the windows, gets behind the box. Let's see, they didn't note anybody on this side first. Another good flash hits everybody on Extenzi, and they have to wait this out.
Yeah, these flashes are definitely burning the top for Extenzi here, and now Dola repositions himself to a better spot. Tuzin actually gets an opening onto LDX, and now Dola, I think he's been revealed as he took the pot shot there. And now VNC does jump check, and I think he spotted out Dola here. VNC going in, goes for the shots, and takes Dola down to super low HP. And now Eagles takes the option onto Lucas as well. Dola down. That's going to be leaving Rambo all alone to himself to make this defense happen. But it's a 5-2-1, and Tuzis close the round out.
There we go. That's a big one there for the side of Extenzi. The patience pays off for them. Even though they're getting flashed up and time being bought, Dola got a little impatient underneath the windows. They get the opening pick from Eagle across map. That's huge. So yeah, like you said, 6-3 feels a heck of a lot better for Extenzi than 2-7. So we move into the second half. We swap sides. It will now be Celebi on the Blacklist side, and it will be Extenzi on Global Risk.
Interesting setup from Extenzi. They're going to be sending 3 players out A long, expecting an early aggression on towards A site, but looks like that's not going to happen. Celebi, they don't want to rush this. They're going to be carefully checking each angle, checking each boxes here to not lose a player early on. And maybe if Extenzi decides to just go towards close to B side, that option from Shady just didn't land there.
Yeah, we do see 2 OMs from the side of Celebi. Shady is going to grab one alongside Rambo, the typical AWM player for the side of Celebi. As they did have a double stack on a box into the B lobby there, but the players of Extenzi fall back into the B site proper. 3 members begin kind of grouping up in towards mid, maybe setting up for a B potentially, but still the C4 sits in the spawn, and nobody making an aggressive move just yet. So Celebi really taking their time, trying to feel out the Extenzi defense.
This is what I like from Celebi. Even though they're posting towards B side, they still leave the C4 and Rambo back in the spawn of Blacklist to check out for any global risk pushing out towards A-Long, trying to backstep them in the back. And now more flashbangs, more smokes being thrown out to test out the water on towards B, but I don't know. I do have a belief that this might be a mid to A round or mid to B round instead of going straight into the side with just a minute, less than a minute left onto the clock.
Let's see what they want to do. You know, mid is wide open, and I think, you know, with Lucas there getting that information, you may be right that they might think about trying to take advantage of this open space. Now, of course, it is being watched by Eagle with the AWM from A site, so he's going to have an angle underneath that tunnel in case anybody decides to push on through. And here come the smokes. They're smoking off, flashing into Cat. Now they are going into the B site. Looks like they're going to try to pinch into B indeed. It's a long delayed hit, but here's Sun to get the first. And Silva's down as well. It's a clean entry for the side of Celebi. And now it's a 3v5 retake that Extenzi has to somehow try to pull off.
GDSZ couldn't do anything. The flash is just completely blinding him. So these flashes are also timed by Celebi, and Eagle's actually spotted player. LDX switching out towards middle as well. Actually, the retake is going to be coming from the backside. Rambo takes the kill onto Eagle, so that is gone well forever. And now VNC actually does find a kill onto Dola. LDX is going to spring down twos into Shady to finish off the round onto VNC. So that's going to be a round onto Celebi.
All right, 7-3 now in the favor of Celebi, and just able to really take their time, really set things up. You can see the players of Extenzi trying to get their team fired up, trying to get them back in this thing. Only 3 more rounds, and Celebi will have taken the map.
Interesting. Celebi picking out 3 OMs here. So I don't know what they're thinking.
It didn't go so good sometimes for Black Dragons. It worked sometimes, it did in others.
Yeah, different teams like different strategies, and Celebi this time around they want to fight long range as they realize the setup. The mid was completely wide open. So if you take an OM to go for an aim duel out towards long A or long B, OM has a better chance of winning compared to AKs or M4. So it looks like they're seeking to get those opening kills through utilizing 3 OMs basically.
Yeah, and I think they were maybe expecting some kind of aggression in the mid based on the way that they're got a couple players eyeing it. But you know, it isn't going to be quite a full commit here from Extenzi. They are going to set up at the catwalk stairs. And now here comes Celebi. Rambo's bouncing in. Is he going to get spotted? Lucas is going to get some information. They're going to try to swing on it. They're going to get all 3. Celebi so clean. GDZ tries to respond. It didn't matter. He is able to get 2, but he is finally shut down. A 3v1 now. An effort here by GDSZ, but not quite enough to really stall Celebi. Eagles, what do you think? Can he do this?
Possible. He has an OM, but for Extenzi, this round basically kills their spirit, I believe. They were stacking onto Catwalk A. 3 players posted up there, and you know, when you're stacking a angle, you know, if a enemy player comes through, you have to take the trade kill. No trades happened whatsoever, and GDSC had to come through later on to take 2 kills, but at the end of the day, it was Celebi to just wipe this one out and put the bomb and get the rounds going. Eagles, though, gets a returning fire onto Lucas, equalizing things out to 1-2. Takes the pot shot, doesn't land the flashman, still does blind him. The pistols, though, can this happen? He finds the headshot, but Dola will finish off the round for Celebi.
I mean, it's just so impressive the way that Celebi gains information and then plays off of it. You know, they use Lucas to check those stairs. It seems like they had a good read on Extenzi's potential, you know, habits in a situation like that where they aren't being aggressive anywhere on the map. There was a trap that was set up and a trap that was identified and eliminated by Celebi. So now it's 8-3, 2 more rounds for Celebi, and they will find themselves a map victory. Looking pretty good right now. A little bit of pressure over towards B, but who else but Lucas doing a great job locking things down with that AK. Finds the first kill. Extenzi still keen to try to push this. Just not able to find the spray. He does have some help from Dola to finish off Silva. So still a 4v3 advantage for Celebi.
Well, this is Alm City. 2 Alms on Extenzi, 3 Alms on Celebi, and Dola also finds a kill there just briefly, just a couple seconds ago. And now, with the C4 rotating towards Catwalk A, I don't know what's going to happen. They might even decide to post up towards middle here, as middle is not being watched well enough, and there's no utilities being thrown from Global Risk as well.
Yeah, how many players don't have OMs that are still left in this game? Like in this current round? Like,
2 players.
2 players.
Rest is all OM.
Amazing. VNC being one of them with this AK, and he is going to win his battle against Rambo. with a headshot in the long run. That is
Bombs
going to
down.
be C4 down, yeah. So they're going to throw some nades at it just in case there was somebody there to back up. That is another characteristic of Celebi. They do usually back each other up pretty well.
Yeah, the back. So that's going to be Celebi smoking off an angle to retrieve the C4 here with a minute left onto the clock. They can do whatever they want to do. They can actually rotate out from here as well. But LDX is going to find a kill onto middle, so that's going to basically open up the whole spot for middle. But Eagles will drop the bomb once again. Oh, that's a sad spot to be in. But Eagles, he's going to be flashed out here, completely blind.
Yeah, they're going to use that opportunity to snag the C4, and it is going to be Dola winning a huge trade in mid against VNC. That opens up his path to the B site. Should be able to get this C4 down. And Eagle, a 1v2 retake. He was good for 2 on the last one. Couldn't quite find the third. Maybe he can get it done this time.
Yeah, especially if Dola is holding on to an ARM as well. I don't know if he has switched out to a AK or an M4 from a dead body. If he wins a duel against Dola, he can definitely take a kill onto LDX and possibly get the defuse here. But the setup from Celebi, they're going to be watching 2 different angles. But they do have an angle to kind of, you know, back each other up at the same time. Oh, he misses that shot there. That was critical.
He didn't get it. He is able to get the repeat, though, and that is going to be the 9th round found for Celebi.
They one round away.
Yeah, they're steamrolling, dude. It is really looking good for them. They are so good on this map, just like we saw on Ankara yesterday. These guys, they're good maps. They are absolutely nuts. So let's see if somehow Extenzi can stop the bleeding. Again, every round very important for round differential. That matters for your placement in the group potentially. So absolutely, Extenzi still a lot to fight for no matter what. Of course, you want to run it back and get to the 9th, round and force OT, but that's a long journey ahead if they're going to be able to do that.
I mean, comeback is still possible, in Crossfire. Technically.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Yeah, comebacks are possible. I've seen people come back from like 9-1.
Yeah, it happens.
Just you have to take 9 rounds
it's
straight without losing one.
It's just really not likely.
Yeah, the chances are very tight here for Extenzi, but we'll see what happens. And now Celebi going to be testing out the waters on towards A, tossing out the smokes to possibly, give some wrong information towards Extenzi to rotate towards A. And now the aggression is going to be on towards B side. Silva does put out some good, decent damage onto Lucas. Actually, Silva to take the kill there as well. Silva quite accurate with his shots, but LDX is going to be nading him out.
Yeah, a good grenade here. And it's so far a 1-for-1 trade, but they've got 2 around the corner, and they're doing a great job holding it. 2's in as a double, and it is going to be LDX here trying to spray the corner. Found 1, not able to find a second, not able to even the numbers up. In fact, GDSZ with the pistol is going to put LDX all alone for the side of Celebi, and he has to rotate the heck out of here. Now, let's see if he's going to be able to get over into A in time to get the plant and set up for the retake. Looks like he is going to be offered the opportunity.
He's fine here, but looks like instead of going for the plan here, he's trying to pick off a player rotating back in towards A side, but looks like the shots weren't accurate enough and the player was just moving a little too fast. But the plant is not going to happen. LDX playing this one out with a big brain. He wants to catch up a player, lower down the kill count towards 2-1, but he's going to be caught out by Eagles, and that's going to be another round for Extenzi, keeping them alive, still feeding that oxygen to them.
Yeah, I think trying to just, go out with a bang, and like you said, trying to catch his opponent off guard. Didn't quite work. Got caught there in the spawn, able to be above top spawn and take him down. Now, we'll move on to round 14. Extenzi finally able to find the R side win. Eagle comes out with a big pick in the opening in long A doors. So now they're going to rotate right away off of that. Celebi on the back foot here once again early. So now maybe Extenzi starting to settle down, starting to kind of get the feel for Celebi's playstyle.
Celebi should be closing this one out, hopefully, because I think they checked the rounds out to allow Lucas to hit 20 kills there. Big mark, 20. Welcome to the 20 kills club. It happens.
I mean, you never know.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's a 4v5 now. Eagles has the arm in his hand, sitting in the same spot behind the truck, getting naded out, but VNC does find a kill onto Shady and GDSC to take a kill onto Lucas, so now their defense is on point. VNC with the 2 kill to shut this round out. This hope is still alive.
Yeah, we're still here. We're still fighting. Now Celebi, maybe starting to sweat a little bit. There are 4 rounds to go for Extenzi. No. They have to win 4 in a row.
They're sitting back and relaxed.
Yeah, I know.
Sing around.
A little bit. Maybe just, like 1 drop of sweat total. All right, early smoke out here deep into Celebi territory. You can see Celebi is actually just going to push on past it. Dola Looked at a grenade, it didn't take any damage. And really, Celebi's going to try to hard hit this. Fast and Furious. It's going to be a 2-for-2 exchange in favor of Celebi. You do have a player real close outside of the B doors for the side of Extenzi. Looks like they're going to wait this out. C4 should be planted, I believe, here. Indeed, a grenade to cover the window just in case there was going to be an up and over from the side of Extenzi. Oh, no, they're not going to go for the C4 just yet. Rambo's waiting this out. They're really concerned about somebody popping up.
Somebody popping up, or, you know, they're burning the clock. They have plenty of time to play with, so they're looking to see if Extenzi wants to rotate out from B. You know, as Extenzi could expect Celebi to be rotating out from B and going towards A, so hoping to see that happen. And now Rambo just holding down window, and LDX as well, just going to be posted up there, just chilling, burning the clock here, just waiting for the bomb timer as well. But at the same time, there's a lot of utility left on Extenzi, so the retake is more than possible here.
Yeah. Cue the elevator music while nobody's buzzing. Finally, somebody tries to pop through, and LDX shuts him down. The crossfire good. Rambo gets a 2v1 now for Eagles. Trying to get through this door is extremely difficult, and he can't quite find the pistol shots. Rambo has to switch over to the pistol zone. He's got Dola to back him up, and it's a headshot and the finish here for the side of Celebi. They are going to take the map here. It is going to be Black Widow going their way. A score of 10-5. The finish, and Celebi looked pretty darn in control there, Ben.
Yeah, Celebi playing out of their minds. Every single player. Yesterday was Dola. Today it's Lucas. And maybe next map it's going to be somebody else like Shady, maybe?
Yeah, maybe Shady's due. Yeah.
Shady.
I mean, we know Rambo's good. That's not in question. Everybody's good on this team, in my opinion. Like, the way they play together, like, it's a team game, you know, like we've been saying. And, yeah, really, really good stuff.
The teamwork on Celebi is just on point. Like, they practice a lot, I believe, and you know, sometimes, I mean, every single team practice too, but Celebi, for them, I don't know what they do, I don't know what they eat, or I don't know what they drink, but something is just special about them. All these timings are on point, all these rotations are on point, flashing your teammate out to an angle, that's on point. We've seen that happen multiple times. Smoking off an angle for your teammate to retrieve the bomb, or, you know, get him out from a danger zone, that's on point as well. So Celebi finally taking this one into their backpack. It was their map pick as well, so 10-5, great score. It would have been better if it was a 10-3 or 10-2. We're yet to see a 10-2 yet, right, in this series?
We might have seen one on day one.
Possibly.
I know we've seen 10-3s.
10-3s we definitely have seen.
Maybe we have. I can't remember for sure. I'd have to look through the notes again quick. But anyway, I think what's interesting here is, yeah, like you're saying, like the teamwork here is really good. So Shady is the IGL. A lot of credit has to go for them. Yes, he isn't putting up huge numbers. At times in the scoreline, doesn't matter. You got players like Dola and Lucas and Rambo who can get it all done for you, and he's just, you know, making good play calls, making good decisions. They have better, you know, map reads, they have better rotations, just a, you know, better information gathering than Celebi, in my opinion.
Look at those numbers. Lucas with a 1.91 KD, so basically before dying he will take 2 kills.
Yeah, that's pretty good. That's
really
not
good.
bad. Yeah, you can't.
That's not bad. You can't complain.
Yeah, you can't complain about that.
You can never complain.
No doubt about it. The headshot percentage really good for him as well.
Ooh.
2 out of 3 were headshot kills. So he was just nasty with that AK, as we saw. A really good performance from Lucas. And that's kind of, you know, 24 AP. That's pretty nuts, too.
My man is a sharpshooter.
Yeah, no doubt about it. With the AK, nonetheless. Just disgusting stuff from the side of Celebi. Now we move over to the map pick of Extenzi. It's Mexico.
Yeah, I'm excited to see Mexico. We were able to see a game of Mexico yesterday on the very last game of Black Dragons. That didn't turn out too well for Black Dragons, but this time around, can Extenzi turn the board around and, you know, hopefully take this one down for themselves?
All right, here we go. It is time for Mexico. Up close and personal battles. You can see Extenzi getting hyped up, getting their cheer going. Celebi had already done those. Don't worry, you didn't. It's not like they're not doing it. You just didn't get to see it on camera. As we move into the second match of this set, it is going to be Mexico, as Bench said, and it is Celebi on the GR side. So, you know, if Extenzi could come out to an early lead, get a couple big rounds on the blacklist, I tell you what, they might be able to pull this map out. This is a toughie.
I mean, as long as Extenzi finds like 4 rounds, 3 rounds, even if they don't have the round advantage on blacklist side, when they switch over to Global Risk, they have a good chance of winning, as this map is heavily Global Risk sided. I was hoping to see some XMs come into play, as there's a lot of close quarter combats happen in this map, as there are a lot of different short angles that players have to take care of. And now it looks like Extenzi, they're going to be posting up towards the stairs here as they are looking to take control of the mid. And as long as Extenzi is able to take control of the mid, they can have a good chance of winning this round here.
Well, if they could get there, it's tough.
Very
no matter
tough.
what. Yeah, no matter what, it's tough for the Blacklist side on this map. So see what they can do. It's a couple players getting ready to send out some nades into mid. They're going to clear out that angle where Celebi was earlier. So the fallback here from Celebi will net them a few expended grenades, and that's a nice little reward for just a positional change for the side of Celebi. Still, though, a lot of time on the clock, and Extenzi really making sure that they don't throw anything, they don't throw caution to the wind here. They don't throw any players away for nothing. A big flash. Shady thinking about pushing around the corner off that flash, not able to get anything done off of it.
So now, this only leaves Extenzi to push towards the stairs here because they cannot contest mid. All these utilities are holding them up from going through. And now, nobody has decided to go towards water here. And now, mid is taken. Looks like Extenzi is going to be coming right through at it, pressuring down towards A. Only 3 players of Celebi are holding this down. And if Extenzi could trade these players out efficiently, this round is very well doable.
Yeah, exactly. It just has to be pretty clean here for Extenzi. VNC is already mega hurt.
Mega hurt.
Yeah, he is not doing good in the health department. Shady here, watching a bunch pass by. It is a crossfire mow down here, but it is a response from Susan. He gets 2. Rambo gets in to the party and gets 1. Lucas finishes it, and Celebi's defense is good and clean enough. A few players lost, but again, like you said, if you're not evenly exchanging there for Extenzi on the entry, it ain't gonna go great.
I mean, that entrance, it looked good for the first 2 kills, but the hold up from Celebi was just too strong, and Rambo quickly finding those arm shots will just equalize things out, and at the end of the day, Extenzi couldn't break through the defense of Celebi. This is what I'm talking about. Celebi is expected to play aggressive, but when it comes to Global Risk side for Celebi, they play their defaults really well. Dola actually find a huge opening onto VNC around the smoke there. That pushes Extenzi to their limits. They're going to have to push in towards A because they're afraid of Dola pushing out here. Dola traded out by GDSC. Rambo finding a quick arm shot as well into Silva. That will be a 3-on-4 here. Rambo, though, finds that double kill. Huge defense there.
Yeah, he's pretty good. Rambo doing a great job, as you would expect with that AWM. Watching now as the C4 was dropped. Rambo gets a 3rd in the round, and it is going to be LDX to come in, finish what he started, and oh my word, Celebi here, 2 quick rounds on the GR side. And like we've been mentioning, this is a very heavily favored GR map, but of course the mentality comes into play, all those things. Let's see if now Extenzi can find some success.
Extenzi, I mean, Rambo had a very good round there, finding 3 quick arm shots to shut the round out quite fast, but Extenzi, they shouldn't be playing passive. On Mexico, you have to be super aggressive. You have to be aggressive to find those kills there, as Silva did find the kill onto Lucas, traded by Shady. Tuesday quick to trade it back. Shady down. The player count 4-3, so there's a man advantage. Although Tuzen taking a bunch of damage, has to fall back. Might even switch the arm with Eagles for the glass cannon, possibly.
Maybe. We'll see if they want to do that. Yeah, I mean, it's Celebi getting aggressive in towards mid-prep, and Extenzi here ready enough, prepared enough that they're able to win the exchange in a somewhat favorable manner. Now it's going to be over towards the sewers for the side of Extenzi. Going to try to see if they can sneak their way underneath the noses of Celebi. Right now, Rambo is going to be above them in mid, but this is going to be tough. It's always tough coming out of these sewers for any team, no matter what
too
the
many
situation.
angles.
Yeah.
Yeah. As you're coming out of sewers, you have to take care of 3 different angles that you could be shot from. But now, nobody's here except Rambo gets shot out by Tuzen. So the side is completely open. And now Dola and LDX has to rotate back into A. The retake, I don't know if it's going to be possible, but the quick headshot from GDSC is going to almost package this round for themselves.
That was nasty. There's no other way to describe that.
So quick,
yeah,
so hurt. Dola, though, finds that headshot, too.
Yeah, Dola trying to push through. He's beat up, though, only on 27 HP, so any stray bullet that catches him is likely going to end the round. He's going to readjust, try to come from a different angle. He doesn't have a ton of time to work with. That C4 well past halfway, potentially past what you would consider salvageable at this point. And yeah, Dola's like, well, there's nothing I can do. This round is over. Don't want to give him the satisfaction. Don't want to give him that extra, stat padding point. And finally, Extenzi able to find a round. A good adjustment here from them. Celebi tried to get a little bit aggressive. They got punished for it, and then it was a rotation through sewers, unaccounted for.
And Extenzi, after taking this round, as I've mentioned before, they don't need to win out or come in a round advantage on the first half. They just need 4 rounds. 4 rounds to equalize things out, and when they switch sides, they're on the more favorable side, and they can definitely take this map. In that case, they just need 3 rounds more in that.
Yeah, let's see if they can do it.
Possible.
I'm feeling good about Extenzi after that round. I thought some really good decisions were made.
You regained hope?
The hope has been regained. GDSZ looked dialed in there. There were some really nasty shots from their side. We'll see if they can convert again. Here we start pushing through the alley and into the back.
This alley.
Yeah, this alley's tough, no doubt about it, man. This one is this is a choke point, and good players like on Celebi, as we saw yesterday with ranking gaming as well. Another Vietnamese team can make this really difficult. Vehicles to clear out the forklift, and they actually are going to try to rotate off the back of that. Grenades in response from the side of Celebi don't do too much damage, so Extenzi just seeing if they can get away with something here and just piece right out.
I guess that just didn't. I mean, they decide to just knock on A, knock. Anyone there, and they figured out the nades has been returned in favor, 3 for 1. So no damage has been dealt. It's just like stepping on the toe onto Tuzin. That's about it.
Yeah, he chipped the nail. Yeah, it's nothing too bad there. As now some smoke's being put into mid as Extenzi maybe rethinking this A hit. Seeing if they can, I would think, try to come from a couple different angles potentially, or just, try to see if they can catch again. Somebody from Celebi lurking. Celebi has shown their willingness to be slightly aggressive. VNC pushing through the smoke. Now, nobody has bid on this just yet, but VNC is good for the opener. Able to catch Rambo out in the open a bit. Now, Shady watching in as they are aggressing through mid. They have mid completely under control. That means Celebi has to cede some ground here to try to go for some kills on their way in. A good grenade does a bunch of damage. In fact, they got the kill as well. Eagles gets a snipe here. And now you can see Extenzi starting to come to life. There is a bit of a response from Lucas. But the plant is down, and Lucas and Dola have a lot of work here to do. Let's see what they've got.
Shady knew his future. Shady anticipated he was going to attack. That nade was just right on him. Just a good Kobe. But now the retake is coming through. GDSZ lands his shots, goes in, sprays down, but Dola's quick to take him out, and now the trick comes through, and the round is given to Extenzi.
All right, I think we're starting to see why this map was chosen here by Extenzi. They look pretty good on the Blacklist side. They're doing a good job of changing things up, making things difficult for Celebi. And these last couple rounds have been really smart, really efficient, and that's what you need. Now you've got a 5-man stack, maybe, going into the sewer as they're just kind of bouncing around. You have a little bit of defense here from the side of Celebi. A couple players await this push potentially. LDX going to be first point of contact. They're just going to maybe push through here. All right, LDX able to get a big opening kill. He runs away wisely, I think. Shady's good on the cross, and he's going to get a bunch. Lucas now getting involved in the party, and this push here from the side of Extenzi is shut down by Celebi.
I mean, Extenzi was testing out those waters once more because they have had the round where Celebi just left it open, wide open, completely clean, and they were expecting that to happen, but LDX and Shady and Lucas in that triad, or
yeah, that works.
Triangle.
Sure.
Holds it off perfectly.
Either's acceptable. I agree with
All
you,
three.
man. Yeah. That's all that matters, as long as I understand you.
Oh, Rambo's taken down to half HP from those wall bangs, and those nades just dishing out damages. And looks like Extenzi is going to be posted backwards just a little bit to burn through the utilities of Celebi, which is really nice. They don't have nades anymore, just a single nade left onto LDX.
And there's one player left back for Extenzi to watch for a lurk through sewers. Start to try to push through into the alley. Silva there trying to hold things off, but Shady and Lucas too good on the combined fire. BNC able to answer back a little bit. Shady here trying to hide himself momentarily. Tries to spray across on the exit. Is going to get out safely. So a good escape here for Celebi. A good exchange in mid-prep. And that's going to be their advantage, 4-3.
And now Shady picking up the up as well, going for the glass cannon, which we do see quite often. You know, you don't want to be dying. If you can land the shot, you don't die. So that's what happens. And now the aggression is back on towards A. The nade is going to be landing towards Lucas. Chunks him down for about 30 HP. And GDSZ going for those aim duels, popping back and forth, checking these angles. As the rotation is yet to come from Celebi. I don't know the anticipation is coming through or not. Lucas, though, is going to be taking a bit of a damage here.
Yeah, they've got the numbers advantage momentarily, but right outside the doors is a waiting player now as they've been able to reinforce this site. So now you can see Extenzi doesn't like what they see. They don't have a ton of time left, 47 seconds, enough to make a rotation, potentially a flash into mid just to keep them honest. They gotta make a move here sooner rather than later. In fact, oh my God, Celebi's pushing through the alley. This might be a devastating, but no, the counterattack is beautiful. The expectation here from Extenzi, they knew it was coming and they were ready. Eagle gets a big double, and now it is a 2v3. LDX needs to hold this site and it needs to be good. In fact, he cannot do anything on the opening. Now the backstab cleaned up once again by Eagles. LDX cannot get it done. Extenzi takes yet another round here to tie it 3-3.
Yeah. Well-deserved round for Extenzi. The patience at the end of the day paid off. We were tight on the clock, so even those casters were thinking, oh, this might be a hard round, but at the end of the day, they were able to hold down the aggression coming out from Celebi, you know, pushing out those stairs. They took the kill there, pushing out towards mid, they took the kill there, and at the end of the day, that was what Extenzi needed to equalize the rounds out to 3-on-3.
Yeah, no, it's really smart play from Extenzi. Heads on swivels, well aware of the angles and the timings that they could be flanked from. So really good stuff. This round slowing up a bit, a little bit more pressure put in the front of all of this to keep Extenzi on their half of the map. So for now, a little bit of time, but let's see how Extenzi wants to try to maneuver their way onto one of the sites. So far, they've been really good at buying time and then eventually taking control of the map late.
Basically, what Extenzi is doing here is they're forcing Celebi to make a coin flip. You know, okay, we're going to go sewers. No, we're going to go away. No, we're going to go sewers. So Celebi is put in a little difficult situation to rotate out or rotate in. Just confuses them a little bit. But the nade is going to chunk down Rambo to just 4 HP. As somebody sneezes at him, he's going to be dead. And now sewers being contested here. They do have a player up top to hold it down, but Dola is going to be opened up by GDSZ to take the kill there.
Oh, he gets traded out by Shady, so good job by him to make sure that he's kind of covering that position still, but no further aggression yet. As now I see some over smokes coming out from the side of Extenzi to close off the A door, the front A door. And for now, they're just taking their time. I mean, Extenzi extremely patient on this map, and I think Celebi here smart this time to be patient themselves, and a good shot from Rambo is going to get the opener onto VNC. Tuzin taken down as well. Eagles really beaten up, and he goes down. Silva trying to hold on. He's able to find LDX. One kill. Can he find another? He got a double. He needs a triple, and he can end the round. Shady, though, knows he's weak and takes him out. Celebi goes up 4-3, but so far, Extenzi's blacklist side of this map has looked really good.
I mean, they already have 3 rounds in their backpack. Going to second half with 3 rounds is fine as well. 4, even better. 5, I don't know if that's going to be possible, but if they can pull it off, yeah, for sure they're going to be having this map. And now Celebi, realizing those sewers were being a problem, is going to be tossing a couple utilities down that way as well. And Extenzi is also going to be playing quite back, patient. Don't want their HP chipped out by those nades thrown by Celebi.
Yeah, it's always this kind of who can sort of guess where their opponent is going to be on the other side of this corner. Whoever can find the grenades early, maybe win that small damage exchange. So far, not really any notable damage to mention. Oh, that's a pretty decent grenade. It's going to do a little bit of damage to Silva there into the back. Meanwhile, the other 3 members of Extenzi pushing in through the alley as Celebi's trying to get really aggressive. Out towards mid-prep, and now they're finally going to fall back towards the A site. No, serious pressure here. Is Extenzi going to be ready for this maneuver? Are they going to be ready? Extenzi kind of slipped in through the defenses of Celebi. Rambo, he's at least somewhat aware. The overnade there, trying to get Silva. He's got to be good for the first, at the very least. Looking for the angle, maybe the multi-kill. He can find it. Now the push. Here we go. Oh, they got him right away.
GDSC goes in. Silva takes 2 quick kills off Dolan and Lucas, but gets traded up by Shady. The bomb is going to go down, but Shady does find another kill to make things happen. LDX flashes over the nade, though. That's going to take down GDSC. So this retake could be darn well possible. The bomb is planted, and just need 3 more kills for Celebi.
Yeah, LDX here waiting for Shady to get into position with him. Yeah, that was a hell of a nade from LDX. Now that gives them an opportunity to shut this round out. They're going to get the first kill. It's a 2-on-2 now. LDX already found one. Can they clean up the backs? LDX good for 2. Can he find the third? It's going to be Shady who steps in. And Celebi good on the retake to bring themselves a 5th round and at least a guaranteed half in their favor. But still, I mean, overall, Extenzi really making them earn it every single time.
So last map, it was Lucas to step things up. I mean, I thought Shady was playing a little bit slim last map, but this time around, he's going to be going in hot. 9 kills into him.
Wow, bench.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Much appreciated from the brother. It's all about family. It's all about brotherhood.
Wow.
But it's going to be 5-2-3-4. Celebi onto the lead here, and now going into the last round of the first half. Extenzi definitely needs this round in their pockets, so they're going to be... Actually, they need to tone up their playstyle a little bit more because past 2 rounds of playing passive, it did not work out.
It's sort of this cat and mouse game, right? Are you going to play passive? Are you going to play aggressive? Is the other team going to be ready for it? It's always kind of interesting to see that chess match between these teams. So 3 members pushing in towards mid here for the side of Extenzi. Maybe going to cross in towards the alley, towards A. Defense is plenty. Celebi just going to be patient again as they await with open arms. Whichever angle, this is going to be attacked. Celebi going to put out smoke here in towards mid. Nobody's really pushing off of that. This is just, I think, a check and going to buy a little bit of time. A smoke of their own now from Extenzi.
Well, at the same time, Celebi, although they did win the last round, they did feel the aggression. They did feel the risk of losing the round, so they're going to be posting up 3 players towards A this time instead of having 2 into the middle, as Sewers looks like it's going to be clean. But Extenzi, they're going to be rotating out from A. They have control of middle. This is huge, and they can aggress onto B side, even go deeper into the spawn, maybe if that's possible, with just less than a minute left onto the clock. The C4 still lingering around A, though, so that could hint us that Extenzi might want to aggress on towards A.
Well, they're going to get a kill. Yeah, a kill on a Dole on A, and that may be the key they need to open up the A site potentially. Smokes out towards B, though, so maybe actually I think they might be leaning in that direction. Indeed, it's going to come down to a big defense here from Rambo. Can't find the opening shot. Quickly shut down. 2's in, finds 2 on the way in. And that is site open for Extenzi. Looking to get a 4th round in this half. Lucas pushing the corner. Lucas spraying. Lucas getting a bunch. A little help from Shady, but the defense able to come through for Eagle and Extenzi. And they are going to find a 4th round in this half. So that's a pretty good half for Extenzi.
I think Extenzi wanted the 4 rounds here. 3 rounds would have been fine as well, but 4 rounds even better going into the second half. They have the side edge going into the second half, so we'll see what happens. Extenzi, if they can, just flawlessly win this out, they can take the game into the 3rd map as well, so we might be able to see some of Compound as well, if possible.
I tell you what, if I was if this was just any game, any match, I would definitely be believing that Extenzi should win this. Based on their blacklist half. So Extenzi now has a difficult road ahead. And they send a couple players down in the sewer to check. They're much more passive on these openings. Don't kind of stack up towards mid prep every round. At least this round. It's only the 1st round. And let's see how this is going to look for Celebi. Now they begin their stack. Grenade out there is really decent. Get some damage into LDX. Extenzi just being a little bit pushed forward, more so than we saw Celebi at times.
So Extenzi definitely feels comfortable coming into this second half. They're posting up themselves. They're gathering information actively. They're passing the information to their teammates to readjust based on what they have. And Celebi, though, they're going to be playing a little bit passive as opposed to what I was expecting for them to play. A little bit more aggressive, posting up towards closer A, closer B, maybe even try to, push out sewers and check out how that's going to go. But this time around, they're waiting. They're waiting patiently to catch off any players of Extenzi pushing out while aggressive or swing out wide.
It's a tough map sometimes to be aggressive on, no matter how much you want to. It can be rather challenging, and they're going to take their time. Again, just hoping that maybe somebody sticks their nose out too far from the side of Extenzi. It is not going to be the case just yet. Now we are going to start sliding in. Silva's pushed up pretty far here. Going to play contact with VNC. Good flash as well. Celebi pushing the corner. Somehow Lucas able to react to this. He gets the opening kill. VNC, though, has he been identified? He has. Dola good for the second. And now you've got an open round. Tuzin at least able to try to respond. LDX trying to put some pressure onto Stewart to help his teammates out to get into the site. They're coming through the door, though, and it is hard. It is difficult, and especially with Tuzin shutting down LDX. It's a 3-for-3. Shady able to find the grenade kill onto GDSZ. Now it's a 3v2 for Celebi. C4 is down. Tough retake. It is this map, a good overnade, but I don't think it really did too much damage to anybody on Celebi. Can they get this done? You do have the wide flank here from Tuzin.
Coming into post plant, we do see Tuzin onto the stairs here, so they have a good angle for a retake, but the bomb timer just down to half. Rambo chunks down Tuzin to a super low HP, taps him out actually, so this round looks pretty secure with Eagles with the solo player alive at the doors. Rambo goes in, Rambo goes out, takes the kill, secures the round, and that's going to be Celebi taking this first round here.
Unbelievable. I mean, Celebi just comes out swinging on their BL side, 6-4 now in favor of Celebi. What a way to start it. What a kind of statement to make on a difficult side of the map for them, and they are looking really, really good so far here.
One thing I want to point out here is Celebi, the patience wasn't to catch off the players. Obviously, there's some intentions into that as well, but the main intention for them was to burn through the utility of Extenzi almost every 10 seconds, almost every 15 seconds. Extenzi was using a flash, using a nade, using a smoke to hold it down. So after burning through those utilities, they were able to go through A site, and Tuzin quick to find a kill onto Rambo, so that could open things up for Extenzi to maybe take a round here.
Yeah, Extenzi got aggressive, trying to kind of punch right back. They want to retake control. They want to retake momentum.
It happened.
Yeah, away, and it did. Absolutely did. Now an overnade there. I don't know if that caught anybody for the side of Extenzi. I mean, they're already pretty beat up. Already 2 players, basically 1 shot. So this is still doable for Celebi. If they could get a good entry, if they do end up going to A, depending on how it all shakes out, we'll see. Player lurking in, well, not lurking, just sliding in.
Sliding.
Alley. Yeah, lurk. That's definitely not a lurk, even though I say lurking because I'm like, well, he's quietly going up there. I'm like, that's a lurk, right? No, there's that
all in all
means something a little bit different. Attack FPS. All right, stuck on the site are 2 members here. Dola trying to work this corner. Can he get into this site? He's just hopping around. He's able to get to the other side of the corner. Here comes the push from Celebi. It's a 2-2 from each side. BNC got 1. GDZ gets another. And now they cannot do anything. BNC is ready here. Shady has to go ham. Cannot do it. Silva able to find the final kill. And Extenzi, the early aggression paying off.
Yeah, Extenzi, after taking the kill, retreating back right away. And luckily, none of the nades landed onto the 2 low players. We might have seen there was a chance to see a double kill with an HE grenade, but looks like that didn't happen. Luckily, thankfully for Extenzi. And now going into round 12, Extenzi definitely catching up really close with the side advantage. And so, with a nade out, just going to be tossing that out. If that chunks down any HP, no, that's just did not hit.
I know sometimes it looks like they might, and then the grenades are a little bit weaker in this maybe than
that was a good one though.
Than the others. Yeah, that one's really good. Half damage almost on Lucas, and so you can see a Celebi just stuck again on their side of the map. Pretty typical stuff to start out. Mexico starting to inch their way in. A grenade there that comes up just short, catching anybody on Celebi, and they are just going right underneath this bridge. Okay, to get through, and one's gonna go up top to get the smokes into the A door. This looks like they might go for
an A take.
Yeah, potentially. It looks like it, doesn't
They're lining up their smokes and utilities right now, and it looks like the aggression is on. The flashes are out. Celebi going in hot, but it's BSC to quick to hold it down with a 2 kill with Silva helping out as well. And now Celebi looking shaking right now. Silva will take the kill, and it's going to be Extenzi holding on to the round.
Yeah, good hold. And we've seen this time and time again on this map that sometimes all you need is 2 or 3 players on the A site, and no matter how much utility you dump into it, it's tough to do. And it's a 6-6 half so far. Or not a half, it's more than a half, but a little bit more than a half. 6-6 round so far. Now,
it averages out to a half.
There you go.
Yeah. Just helping you out there, brother.
Well, it's going to be tough now for Celebi. I mean, I thought maybe, okay, they got the first round in the half. They might be able to do this, but it's going to take a massive comeback. I mean, honestly, this is really, really tough for Celebi.
Yeah, Extenzi finding 4 rounds in the first half just puts Celebi into their choke point. Choke point, yep. And now Celebi, they have to take this round at least to, have that confidence still in them to play aggressive. As looks like a player, that's Rambo, to be posting up towards the stairs, possibly, looking to see if any aggression is coming through and maybe pick off a kill here. He's going to swing out, but, ooh, that was close. That was very close.
It's just Rambo.
Rambo doing Rambo.
Yeah, he's going to try to make some attention, draw some players over potentially, and try to set up for, I think, a sewers exit, but there's a good crossfire here. I mean, you got 3 players. This has to be absolutely insane. Oh, and it is from Dola. He got 2, he got 3. Dola goes absolutely huge for Celebi, and now the B site is all theirs. Even though Rambo is going to get taken down eventually, he did his job. He bought enough time and attention, and somehow, some way, Dola just hit the sickest shots I've ever seen coming out of that sewer.
Dola's spray down is so accurate. He finds the first player, and the second player is a headshot as well. Not even stopping firing, just continuous spray. Landed 2 kills, easy as it said, and it's done deal for Celebi.
All right, well, I mean, we've seen the retakes on this can be good, especially if GDSZ is hitting arm shots, and now it's a 2v2. Dola has to be super careful as he just starts trying to free-fire the corner. It was good for 1. VNZ trying to pop up and over, and LDX able to lock it down. Oh me, oh my. Celebi somehow, some way, digging deep. And on the plays of like that from Dola, yeah, you can win maps.
I mean, exiting sewers is the hardest thing on this map, and if Celebi just pulls that off, like cutting through a butter with a hot knife, then this is going to be Celebi winning this map for themselves.
That's a round you should never win. I mean,
you shouldn't be winning those.
It's so hard to win.
But it
rounds.
happens.
Yeah. That's what the good players do for you. That's what a player like Dola, a superstar like him, will do for you. Is that he can make those individual plays that'll win you rounds that,
you shouldn't be winning.
Yeah, they're very hard to win. And so now Celebi is going to take their time at the start, fan out a bit, and just kind of wait this one out, see what Extenzi wants to do, see if they're going to try to get aggressive. We've seen this from Extenzi where they'll, if they lose a round, then the following round they will get a little bit more aggressive, try to, again, take that momentum back.
I mean, the aggression could work up, but right now it's going to be evened out as Celebi is going to be playing a little bit more passive after taking that last round instead of going aggressive as opposed to what we mostly expect. So the aggression from Extenzi is not going to really do much here. Just utilities being thrown back and forth between each other. So the nades are all spent here, and the aggression seems to be stacking up towards A site here. Surprisingly, no more sewers for them.
Yeah, well, GDSE has gotten pretty deep around this corner. I don't know if they're going to be ready. Is Rambo going to be ready? Oh, now he got spotted out. GDSE couldn't get the kill, and that's going to give Rambo the opportunity for the repeat and to find 1. All right. Extenzi on the back foot numbers-wise. Celebi, less than a minute to go. So now they got to start thinking about it. They do have 1 player pushing in through the sewers. The rest are trying to make their way back in through Silva there.
Ooh.
Good for the headshot. Good reaction to Rambo's push. Now things get a little bit more challenging for Celebi. Getting around these corners is going to be really, really tricky with the hold, but Dola is just absolutely cracked out of his mind right now. He is continuing to be a nightmare. LDX gets a big headshot as well, and now it's all starting to fall apart. Tu's in trying to do something about it, but he's out in the open, and Dola finds a double kill at the end. Celebi going to go up 8-6 now.
Dola, a superstar for Celebi, takes the first 2 kills, and at the end of the day, he finds the final 2 kills as well with a quick spray down, securing the round for themselves. It's going to be 8-6 with just 2 rounds remaining to shut out this map for Celebi.
He's insane. He's absolutely insane. Him and Shady got 13 kills apiece. LDX with 11, so having a really good one. On the other side of the coin, 12 for Silva, 12 for GDSE, having really strong maps themselves, but starting to look like maybe Celebi can get this done. They're 1 away from forcing overtime. 2 away from winning the map. I wanted some over T this morning.
Overtees are good.
It sounded good. Yeah.
Approved by Matt, as he's from the UK.
Yeah, exactly. Matt's our T guy. He's the one who approves
our T
all
guy
that for us. Yeah.
So we will bring the tea to him, and he'll say it's good, it's
he
bad.
went to a tea museum.
Tea museum.
Can you believe this?
In the beautiful Jeju Islands.
That's the most British thing I've ever heard. Went to a tea museum.
That is very UK, more than German based. But let's go back to the game here. Just a minute, 40 seconds remaining onto the clock, and Celebi is going to be chilling out towards A corridor here, as no utilities has been thrown out yet from Rambo. He's still holding onto those nades. And Shady as well. Spray down, just quick wall bangs, chunks down GDSC a little bit. He has to fall back. Silva, though, holding a great angle here. If he can find the opening frag here, this is going to stop the aggression from Celebi. Now, more flashbangs are being thrown out. That nade is going to do a decent amount of HP to Celebi.
It's a really good set play there where they flashed to force back Celebi, kind of expecting that reaction, and then a frag grenade to follow up. Really, really smart from the side of Extenzi there. So it's going to soften up the attackers as they, I think, are maybe thinking about more of a B hit here, putting some pressure at A, making players have to stick into that spot and respect it. And I think we've got a couple down into the sewer as well. Now you are going to lose Rambo there, and they are now swinging in out of the sewer. They're going to get one. Dola needs to find this kill on the Eagles. Can he get it? Yes, indeed. Dola and Lucas are going to rip Extenzi open. Wounds are deep here for Extenzi as they are trying to hold on to their map pick bench. They have only got 2 players left for this retake.
GDSC and VNC are the last 2 players alive on Extenzi. The hope is still possible. We've seen GDSC clutch rounds here and there, but he's going to be chunked down to super low HP by LDX. He has to reposition himself. The grenade is not going to hit, though. Had that hit, that would have been the round for Celebi. The bomb timer ticking down. Dola find a quick kill to VNC. Leaves GDSC all alone by himself. 1v4. The hope is here, but the hope is also very slim.
Yeah, no, I mean, GDSC has to just go absolutely nuclear. And with 25 HP, a stray bullet, he isn't able to find that one. They're out with the pistols. GDSC, they got to take him out. Okay, it didn't matter. The bomb was going to go off anyway, but goodness gracious, that was like starting to get a little bit spicy.
Yeah, I mean, had there been, just a little bit more time with the bomb timer GDSC could have made it happen, but it looks like that didn't happen.
Yeah, yep. I mean, it's just, he was trying to fight, and it was just impossible at that point. I mean, a 1v4, and really, really difficult. Lucas gets the opening kill now, as Celebi is on set point, match point, set point right now. And a flash here is going to set them back momentarily.
Yep, and now with that opening kill, Celebi looks a little bit better here. Rambo, though, is going to be taken down to super low HP. VNC is going to be rotating out towards pushing for the aggression. Lucas, though, is quick to find the option to Eagles. And that will just put Extenzi into their graveyard here. LDX as well, taking the kill. 5-2. The hope is still there, but it's very gloomy.
Okay, GDSC is going to get one, but immediately LDX swings around the corner, takes him down. Silva, good for another in the sewers. 1v3 now. A lot of damage done to a couple players here. So if Silva can get it, no, it's going to be Dola. And Celebi is going to win Mexico 10-6, and they are going to take the set against Extenzi 2-0. So Celebi looking really strong here in the group stage.
Yeah, Celebi, and as you have mentioned, they have the star players like Dola as well, but at the same time, it's not Dola who's doing all the homework here. We see Lucas sometimes pulling his backpack out and just solving the problems here and there. We see LDX clutching if he needs to do so. Shady as well, a name that's not too familiar to me from the first couple games there, but he also pulls the weight for the team as well. So Celebi, all around, all in all, they're a very well-rounded team as every single player knows how to play, knows how to back up each other. The team players are there for them. At the same time, the team players are good, and their individual players are good for them as well.
Yeah, no, it's everything is clicking right now for Celebi. Absolutely. I mean, I'm really impressed with them. Extenzi, man, I thought with their 4-5 on their blacklist side that they were maybe going to get it done here on Mexico, send us into a map 3. It just wasn't meant to be. So we are done here with our first match of the day, but we are not quite done with our talk yet, as we have guys on the desk who want to do some talking. Matt, take it over.
Thank you, guys. Our first match of day 3 is in the books, going along as most expected. 2-0 for Celebi there, but spirited fight from time to time from Extenzi. Going down, though, 10-6 on Mexico, 10-5. Carl, you were saying as soon as we went into that game, you were thinking Mexico was a mistake.
Yeah, I was really questioning that pick from Extenzi. I felt like maybe going for something like Port, where they're a bit more comfortable, would have been a good pick for them. Historically, Celebi's a really great team on Mexico, and I felt like that pick was just a bit too risky, and you could see even in that second half on Mexico, it came back to haunt them a bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. I think it was a big risk. I think maybe they were expecting to have a better time on the first map of Black Widow, which obviously was Celebi's pick. But at the same time, I feel like Extenzi came out a little bit flat, whereas Celebi was there from round 1. And we could tell, like, a lot of those early rounds on Black Widow were just really stompy. And I was even, exclaiming, like, wow, these guys really came to play. So in terms of performance, I think that Celebi just got way too far ahead too early, and that's what led to the couple of stompy-ish maps.
It felt like from the outset we were seeing some more scrambled comms coming through here from the side of Extenzi. There were so many moments where Lucas in particular was getting in the back lines of Extenzi, backstabbing them consistently, coming up with multiple kills. And there's also times where he wasn't backstabbing. He just kind of came in on an off angle, killed one, and then nobody turned to deal with him. So it seemed like things were very much scrambled from the outset from the side of Extenzi. They got it together a little bit more as we did go into Mexico, but yeah, I think that Celebi was just way too fired up from the outset. They had the ball rolling, and there was just no stopping them.
Let's take a look at the action that started off on Black Widow, where they went down 10-5. There was some exciting moments from Extenzi here. Brilliant clutch in round 6, which we might get to see here. Eagles was brave. Eagles had a lot of brave pushes, but then again he had to, didn't he? Because quite often he was the last man standing, and it's all down to him.
This was, I think, the round that Achilles was talking about, and not only that one, but this one as well. Rambo,
yes.
So many sneaky plays, and not even that. Sometimes Celebi would just straight up brute force their way onto sites when they did eventually switch to the blacklist side. And the confidence was really coming out in a big way. There were some moments for guys like Tuzin, but it just was not enough.
Yeah, it's just unfortunate for Eagles because he was one of the ones we were looking at really have a step-up performance coming into this, and he certainly did. But like you said, Matt, he was kind of forced into this position. It wasn't him going above and beyond, taking a step out in front of the rest of his team. It was them dying around him. So he's like, well, I'm the last guy left. I need to try to make this happen. We saw him get a couple clutches in there, but it was just way too much weight put on his shoulders time and time again.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, Eagles was doing exactly as you say, doing what he can, but everybody else is in pools around him, and that's not what you needed. 4-5 at the half, though, let's not forget. It seemed like Extenzi were in with a shout of this one, but the second half from them, when Extenzi switched on to GR, it just completely got away from them.
It felt like there was going to be a bit of a momentum build here for them as we swap sides on Mexico. They lose the first round, but they pick up the next two. It seems like, okay, now they're finding some stability, but then as soon as Celebi took it right back away from them, they just didn't drop anything else.
Yeah, from this point on, it was all one way, wasn't it?
Yeah.
So what happened to Extenzi at that moment? Do you think a little bit of self-belief, but it just got broken too soon?
I think that Celebi just continued to reinvent the wheel a little bit, just continue to up the aggression, continue to get into some cheeky, sneaky spots to catch them off guard, and it's just Extenzi not really being ready for the Celebi players to be where they were. They're just consistently getting caught off guard time and time again.
Yeah, I mean, looking at what Celebi does, I think they're just one of these teams that has such fluid movement across the map. The way these guys communicate has to be completely on point, and really the only team I've seen comparable is All Gamers, who will be the final team they face in this group, and going into that match, they're looking really solid if you look at the numbers they put up so far.
Yeah, I am excited to see that. Extenzi's last game will be against TeamMyth, who we're going to see later on today. But yeah, Celebi against All Gamers is going to give us quite a hot competition at the top of Group A.
It's going to be a huge one. I think that, we were all talking about, which teams look really good. And outside of the Chinese teams, obviously, it's feeling like Imperial. It's feeling like Celebi. Like, right from these first 3 or so days, those are the teams that are looking to really challenge. What really impressed me especially was on Mexico when they were pushing out of water, and then just the quick, 180 rotations and, Dola killing 3 people, and just, the confidence and teamwork to make pushes like that and absolutely smash them when you're doing that on that map on BL is really impressive to me.
I wouldn't be surprised if that matchup that they have coming up against All Gamers, if that's just a little sneak peek of the grand final. With the way that Celebi is playing right now, I absolutely think that could end up being the case.
It would be a good one. Remember, it'll be over a best of 5 as well.
Yeah.
I think we're looking at a good possibility there. That's as far as I'm going to dare. Or we can just skip to day 10 if you want, but we've got quite a few more to go in between, and we're enjoying ourselves. Here's the stats off of Mexico, where that one finished.
Yeah, I mean, looking at these stats, it's no surprise here, Dola doing really well again, but LDX stepping up quite a bit today as well. I think the big thing I noticed in this match compared to the previous days that they've played, Dola wasn't necessarily the only one popping off quite as much. The rest of this team all had incredible plays. Rambo with his flanks, Shady being very consistent at the start of Mexico, and LDX being that aggressor constantly on the GR side of the map.
Yeah, it was just an immense performance from everybody on Celebi, an absolute treat to see. Honestly, from the very early stages of that first half, over on Black Widow, it felt like that this was just going to be another one of those matches that just goes like 10-3, 10-3. Luckily, we did have Extenzi fight back a little bit more, but everybody's just so fired up on the squad. It's just beautiful to see, and if they continue to play like this every single day throughout this tournament, like I said, I don't know who really is going to be able to stop them.
And take a look at these stats. That is just a picture of consistency. 1 kill per round. Every round, 1 kill. Especially his Black Widow. That was just a huge treat to watch. Not a big surprise to me that it's Lucas that picks up the MVP.
Let's have a chat. Congratulations. Another really strong performance from Celebi. Did they do a lot of preparation before this game, or did they just let their skills show?
Bạn có chuẩn bị nhiều cho cuộc thi lần này không hay là cũng chuẩn bị bình thường thôi?
Nói chậm thôi.
Em chuẩn bị có nhiều cho cuộc thi lần này không hay là chuẩn bị cũng bình thường thôi?
Rằng là em chuẩn bị cho cuộc thi này rất là nhiều, em đã chuẩn bị từ rất là lâu, 2 tháng.
We prepare a lot for this game and we prepare since 2 months ago.
There you go. That's how you start getting ready to try and win CFS, isn't it? Huge win. They've got all gamers in the group as the last team they're going to face. How do they feel about playing all gamers? Because we think it could be the final as well.
Chúng tôi được biết là bạn sẽ gặp All Gamers trong bảng của lần này á. Thì các bạn cảm thấy thế nào về đối thủ All Gamer? Thì theo chúng tôi nghĩ thì các bạn sẽ đối diện khi mà đối diện với All Gamer ấy, thì các bạn sẽ gần như đối diện nhiều một trận chung kết vậy.
Tôi nghĩ đội IG rất là mạnh, nhưng mà chúng tôi sẽ cố gắng hết sức.
All Gamers is a really strong team, but we will try our best.
Okay.
I'm curious about the communication structure during game. How do they, because they're obviously very, very loud while they're playing, but how do you keep things so clear? Because it seems like everybody has an exact understanding of what to do at every moment during the game. How do you keep the comms so clear?
Tôi nghe thấy các bạn hô rất là khí thế trong khi thi đấu, và mặc dù rất là ồn ào như vậy nhưng mà các bạn có cái cách nào giúp các bạn vẫn cứ hiểu ý nhau được như vậy?
Vì chúng tôi đã luyện tập với nhau rất lâu nên là sẽ hiểu ý nhau, chỉ cần nhìn ra map là chúng tôi sẽ hiểu ý nhau. Chúng tôi hô to như thế là để động viên tinh thần anh em lên, kiểu là một cuộc đấu rất là nhiệt huyết thì nó phải tràn đầy năng lượng. Nếu mà bắn mà chúng ta im quá thì nó sẽ bị siêu phải có một làn sóng thật là dữ dội thì chúng tôi mới có nhiệt huyết để bắn.
We break stick together for a long time. That's why we understand each other, and the way we sound very loud during the game because we want to warm up everybody's spirits. And yes.
Yeah, that definitely works for you as well. Congratulations again, Celebi. Well done, Lucas, our MVP as well. We'll be seeing them at the later stages of the group stages, but it's looking very strong for Celebi to make it to the final stages of this tournament. Yay, 10-5, 10-6. Short work of Extenzi Gaming. Brilliant performance by the Vietnamese team.
Yeah, I mean, it's another one that it's right on the verge of being, as close as we expected. It's not quite there. If this was, a 7 or an 8 rounder pickup here for Extenzi, I think he'd be walking away a little bit more satisfied. I am hyped for Celebi and to continue watching these guys as well to see Extenzi, fighting their way out of this, because now it's basically going to have to be wild card for them.
Yeah. Let's take a look at how the standings are in Group A. Celebi and All Gamers will be that fight later on in the group stage, which is surely going to settle which one of them is in the top 2, unless some surprises happen along the way before then. Celebi currently better off. All Gamers will be playing their second game of the tournament, though, later on today, so make sure you don't miss that. At the other end of things, Extenzi now on the bottom. TeamMyth will be playing later on today too. So we'll see how this group balances out in a short while. All Gamers and Myth to play later. And so far, so good, I think. Now, we've got a bit of a mixed-up day of games here on day 3. Next up for you, we've got two teams who have both won their earlier matches so far. We've got a few kind of mismatches like that, but this one coming up, two teams who've both got a win in Group B. We'll line them up against each other next. It's Lazarus against Imperial, so don't miss it. Lazarus against Imperial is what we have next to look forward to on day 3 of the CFS 2022 Grand Finals. Lazarus hailing out of Germany, the pride of the EU MENA region, against Imperial, who I think may well be ending up being the remaining pride of the Brazilian and Americas region. They put in a good showing yesterday, and their other compatriot teams from the Brazilian region are struggling a bit, as we've been seeing. Back on the desk here with ZZSQ, Achilles and Valdez as we look forward to Lazarus and Imperial. Let me start with this. Lazarus started off on the first day of the tournament playing against SGJ, the only team here from the Philippines. And in the opening video we saw from them, they said about SGJ, we don't think they've got many strats and tactics. Against Imperial, the opposite is surely true.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think they were able to prove that one correct. They were very easily able to take down SGJ in that series, and I instilled a lot of hope in me. The predictions are going to come up. I'm going to spoil it. I'm going for Laz on this one. I don't know what it is about this team, but I just have this sensation. I have this feeling deep within me right now that Lazarus are going to have an upset win.
Let's see the rest of the predictions too. You're going for Lazarus in this one.
I think
Imperial
I might be alone.
is a good shout, I think.
I want to see what it is. Is he
Imagine,
the only one?
Imagine if the Portuguese commentators went with Lazarus as well.
Well, you do have one guy.
Yeah, you have our friend Long over in the Vietnamese region is with you on this, but otherwise it's green with some yellow somewhere.
Yeah.
Brazil wants Imperial to win. Kyle, they're a strong team to beat.
Yeah, I mean, they really are. I mean, Extenzi may be the #1 team from Brazil coming into this, but Imperial so far has looked like the real #1 team from Brazil.
Yeah.
And coming into this one, I think Lazarus has their work cut out for them. They look great against SGJ, but I think that team is probably comfortably at the bottom of this group. Meanwhile, Imperial, they took down a team that, you know, a lot of people thought they couldn't take down, and they're going to have that confidence of beating Q9 going into this match as well.
Yeah, the only team from the Brazilian region to get a win on the first, particularly on the first day, and the only Brazilian team out of the first round getting a win against a Chinese team against Q9 Esports Club, as you say. So a lot riding on their shoulders to move forward in the tournament because Black Dragons, and as we saw earlier, Extenzi are struggling in their positions in the groups. Let's meet then our EU MENA representatives from Germany. This is Lazarus. Ready to come and get it, as you would imagine. That's Lazarus. Oh, they have alternate jerseys. Oh, home away strips. Okay.
There's a couple of teams have these prepared. We saw them just yesterday as well.
Yeah.
And you'll notice one big change from their first day, as Awesome is pointing up at the lights. Niels is in the middle. He is actually playing today, and this will be his first time for this tournament, obviously, because he wasn't there on the first day. So that's another question for Lazarus. Is Niels going to be ready to play up against an incredibly strong team without having the warm-up from a couple of days ago?
And this is why I would like to caveat my prediction, because when I made it, I did not know that this was the case, and I was so impressed by Madison stepping in as a sub for this squad, because he looked absolutely incredible in their initial series. Niels coming in, obviously, they're going to be, I think, a bit more comfortable overall. Maybe, with his IGLing coming through, maybe they can even clean up some of the mistakes, the few that they did make in that initial series. But we'll have to just wait and see.
Yeah, Madison came in as the replacement for Niels, as Niels, their IGL, can play on the first day of the tournament. And we were joking around afterwards, okay, so who's going to tell Niels that he doesn't need to get off the plane after all? Obviously, we're joking here. Awesome came in with 3,000 plus damage over the two maps that they played. Madison was second behind him. Madison was a massive performer for them. 26 kills. Acadia 1.53, almost the best on the team, but Awesome just pipped them for that. So yeah, huge showing from Madison, but Niels, should be able to at least match that, and he's got the IGL responsibility as well.
Yeah, I mean, looking at Niels coming back at first, I thought, maybe with his firepower being a little bit weaker, it might not be great to see him back in place of Madison. But actually thinking about it, they didn't really need an IGL to win that match against SGJ Gaming. The firepower from Madison may have just been enough, but against Imperial, having that tactical mind leading this team back into this match could actually be a big benefit.
Yeah, very true. If your tactics are good and the rest of the team can play around it, even if you yourself are not that solid of an anchor, not that big of a fragger, it can be enough to make a difference.
Let's meet the opponents who are going to try and put them down for Brazil. It's Imperial. Imperial friends who put in a good showing over Q9 Esports Club, but it did take them 3 maps. Remember, Lazarus won 2-0. Imperial had a 2-1 here. They lost 13-9 in overtime on Compound. It went to overtime again on Black Widow, which Imperial won 13-10, and then Ankara was a 10-7 straight to finish off the series. Great players with Lukaum, Ruzao, Fefe, Adrian, and Gokun, who we had our eye on as well, as he was making a mess of some of them from range, wasn't he?
He absolutely was. And he's one of the players that, me coming into this being one of my first Crossfire events ever, people were pointing at him and saying, like, Gokun's one of the guys to watch.
Yeah.
Like, this guy is absolutely insane. One of the best players in the world, one of the best snipers that's out there in the game worldwide. And he very much proved that for me, getting to watch him help take down Q9 yesterday. Incredible clutch potential from this guy, but the whole team is absolutely terrifying. It is an absolute super team coming out of Brazil. We had Rizal up here on the desk for the post-match interview, winning that MVP with his own star-studded performance, so I'm looking forward to seeing this clash.
There's Gokun's figures.
Yeah, I mean, looking at this difference between Gokun and Awesome, I think it's just Gokun a higher impact player overall. Awesome, still consistent for his team, but the thing that amazed me with Imperial, looking at their stats from their previous matches, across the board, they were all creating massive impact in that best of 3, all of them hitting pretty comparable numbers in damage across the 3 maps.
Yeah, also keep in mind, I mean, always got to look at who they're playing against, right? If you take a difference between Q9 and SGJ, unfortunately, SGJ does fall pretty far below in terms of that comparison. So Imperial, the much more difficult matchup, and they were still able to pull it through. So certainly the favorites in my mind. You can see that their head-to-head record consists of the 2019 Grand Finals of CFS, where there was 1 map going to Imperial.
Also,
So we
roster, right?
Some changes, yeah. So Eagle Eye, not sure we're going to get it just yet.
No, that map doesn't exist.
We can go this whole map in 10 days, tons of matches. and just
It'll be a
never
shame
see
if it doesn't turn up at all. I feel like we'll get it at some. I hope that at some point, and I imagine later in the tournament,
have to be the best
Eagle Eye
players.
will turn up because a team are ready to pull the rug out from someone. Even if you don't want it to, Valdez, I think this might
Maybe
happen.
once.
The huddle is very important here, by the way. I hope your lip reading is good. These guys will do this for a while, so hang in there.
My lip
They
reading
get
is
themselves
pretty
ready.
good. My Portuguese is not, so I don't think I can really tell exactly what's going on down there.
All right, let's go with Paper Thin and Bench as Lazarus and Imperial look to see which one of them will lose first at CFS 2022.
Thank you very much. As it gets loud behind us, we are ready to get loud for a really fun matchup here between Imperial and Lazarus, Brazil versus EU MENA. And I mean, this is a matchup that, as you saw, doesn't have a lot of history behind it in terms of where they've met previously. But I think both of these teams well known, both of these teams highly regarded coming into this matchup.
Oh yeah, in their region, they're both highly regarded, so we don't know. This could be anyone's game. I mean, Lazarus, they did put in Madison to substitute for Niels, but Niels is back, so I don't know how that's going to come into play. For Imperial, they had a great game yesterday where Gokun was just hitting shots after shots after shots, and Imperial clutching here and there. So these two teams going toe-to-toe with each other. The maps are, I believe the maps are going to be the most important factor coming into this 2 teams playing each other.
All right, yep, we're going to get right into the map pick ban. As you can see, our players getting situated for it, thinking about it. They have a little bit of time to make their decisions here. It was Imperial who won the coin flip, so that means that they opted to let Lazarus ban first and pick first.
I believe Lazarus should start off open fire with banning Black Widow. Because due to the map statistics, I believe that's a fair enough ban coming in from Lazarus. For Imperial, I believe they should take away sub base away from Lazarus, as you know, when it comes to ban picks.
Somebody's got to ban Eagle Eye, Ben.
Yeah,
Like, we can't.
we want Eagle Eye. We want Eagle Eye.
Yeah, I mean,
you know,
we want it. Yes,
we want it.
It's
I don't
a
know if
matter.
the players want it, but
It doesn't matter what we want.
so when it comes to bans and picks, you want to ban away the maps that your opponents are good at, but at the same time, you also want to ban away the maps that you're not, too confident in. So putting those 2 things together, Black Widow and sub base, those 2 maps should be, and I'm quite correct on it. The first ban coming through is sub base. Yep.
Well, yeah, it is going to be Lazarus that is going to be removing sub-base here. Not interested in it. Is it going to be the Eagle Eye follow-up coming from Imperial with their first ban? They have about 45 seconds or so to think about it. Yep,
Yep, there we go.
Yep, okay. Now things get interesting as it is going to be Lazarus with the first pick and then Imperial able to follow up with their side. Lazarus is going to choose Ankara as their opener. And that is a really exciting map, a really fun map. I'm thrilled that we're going to get to see it again, as it is going to be the Blacklist chosen here by Imperial as their starting side.
I think this is a valid point made here. Imperial does like to go aggressive from time to time, with Goku just holding back, rest of the players just going in deep. So the second map is going to be Black Widow, picked up by Imperial.
That was the one you thought they might need to get rid of, but Lazarus, opted to go for sub-base for the ban instead.
That's interesting.
So Black Widow is going to be the map here for Imperial. Lazarus, I feel pretty good about it. It is going to be Blacklist picked by the side of Lazarus.
Mexico being banned out now.
Yeah, makes sense. Mexico, that one is not a lot of people's favorite map.
Yeah,
as we've seen, it's a fun map, but it is very challenging to find success sometimes for some of these teams. So that one's gone. Else it's been on the pool for a little while. Port is going to be the follow-up ban. So Compound is going to be our final map 3 here to round out our set. I'm excited for this one. I think this one should be good.
I mean, the ban on Mexico should be justified because these players would have seen the games on Celebi and, how rough that game was on Mexico. So that ban is definitely right to be put out there. So the maps are going to be Ankara, Black Widow, and Compound.
Yeah, really thrilled about this. I'm really excited to see Imperial again. I mean, obviously, their ability to run it back the last time they played is super impressive. Their tenacity impressive. Lazarus really handling their opponents very well, even with a substitute player, even against a team that didn't have a lot of tape on them, didn't have a lot of experience anybody playing them. So overall, both teams have a lot to be proud of from their first matches. Now coming into this one, this is where it really starts to get interesting. It really starts to get spicy. A lot of things on the line here. Implications for who's going to make the playoffs versus the wild card potentially, or who knows if SGJ can figure their woes out from their first match. If they can come back strong, you never know. You might be one of those teams facing elimination.
So for Lazarus, they shut out the series against SGJ 10-4, 10-3. Huge numbers to put out here by Lazarus. For Imperial, they had a little bit rough start to begin with. I think they lost the first map with 9-13 against Q9. But at the end of the day, they did take it to overtime for map 2, 13-10. And then closing out the final map, 10-7, giving them a win onto a series as well. So let's go into the first game of Ankara.
All right, let's load it up. Let's lock it in.
Let's go.
It is time. Imperial versus Lazarus, a best of 3. As these teams look to find out who is going to move ahead in the standings in Group B. A lot on the line here for both of these squads. 2 very talented teams. 2 teams with a lot of history from both of their regions. As we get ready, move through to Lazarus's pick of Ankara first. We'll see if they can get it done.
Let's get into the game. 2 points to be made. Can Niels pull off the same performance that Madison did? And for Imperial, can Goken pull off what he has done last time? He had the 4K op shot, well, more of 3 pistol kills and 1 arm kill to take the 4K in the games against Q9. And at the same time, he did win the arm duel against Wolf, who's the sniper of Q9 as well. So can he pull out the performance is going to be a key question here.
I see a double AWMs for the side of Imperial to start. They've got Feifei picking up 1 as well, the IGL for his squad. So pretty interesting to see them going for this. It is going to be sort of an A lean to start. The C4 is with this as well, mid being watched by Feifei's AWM. Now you're going to send in a couple players through vents. Is it just a check or is it a full-on push? Looks like it's going to be a full-on push. Reinforcements have arrived. It is only 1 player here, just Niels for Lazarus. So right out the gate, a lot of pressure going to be put onto him. He's going to get 1 before he's traded out there. Rio's out, able to find the headshot and the kill. So it's a good start for the side of Imperial in terms of the execute. Now they've got to play the post plan. Maybe.
Now going to, well, not post plan just yet. Goken
If they
holding
get it
down, takes a quick arm shot. Goes for the pop shot, as well, doesn't land. Awesome just couldn't land his shots, and Goken is stuck here, so he's going to be calling for the backup, but no, he doesn't need no help. He's going to take the kill by himself, and that's going to be a post plant as C4 is now planted onto the bomb site. Lucom as well is going to take down 40. He's ruling everything else down to Vice. Vice goes down to Feifei. Imperial taking the first round. Very critical to start things off as you gain that confidence.
Yeah, this is a really clean first round here. You know, Niels did what he could, but he was the only one left on site. Everybody else was nowhere near in time to help, so it was a really fast, really clean execute. Goken on the backside, absolutely nuts with that AWM. As we are sort of getting used to seeing Feifei again, we're seeing the AWM into his hands. Niels now has one, and he's going to put it to good use. Outduels Goken, and oh my goodness, the AWMs begin to ring for the side of Lazarus. Awesome finds a kill himself, and so, you know, it's an AWM, you know, arms race now for both of these teams. Whoever could stock more AWMs, maybe, I don't know, but Imperial losing 2 players early.
Yeah, now it's been toned down to 3 versus 5 for Imperium. Still doable as most of these players from Lazarus are stacked up towards B side and middle. A still open. But recalling back to the last round there, A aggression came in very fast from Imperial, and looks like Lazarus was expecting something else. You know, a little bit more of a passive play, so they were only basically positioning Niels as a solo player to anchor onto A side, and that didn't work out. And the aggression from Imperial is stacking up towards A, which is completely open. I think this is a smart move by Lazarus, you know, like they don't necessarily have to give up that man's advantage by placing 2 players, 1 player onto A side and, you know, have a 1v3 or 2v3. Instead, they're going to be stacking up on 5, and, you know, they feel comfortable going onto the retake, 5v3.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's, yeah, you're totally fine with this. You maybe expect that Imperial is going to rotate off of A based on, you know, some of the the previous round, just trying to show a different look. But Imperial here being disciplined with their information gathering. Now 40 pushing an angle. Feifei good for 2. The double kill here evens the numbers for the side of Imperial, and he is just going to walk away with that pocket change. Feifei now looking for that late lurk. He's got to be super careful. I think Vise might have spotted him out. Didn't matter. Feifei turns the corner around the box, getting by the 4th. 4 kills in the round for Feifei. And Ryuzao is going to find the final. Huge for Imperial after losing 2 players early.
Feifei with the 4K will just single-handedly dominate Lazarus there, and Lazarus shaking early on. This is not good to see. They need to get their things back together, you know. They were off to a good defense. They took 2 kills early on to, you know, take the advantage there. Had the 5 players to go with, but that lurk at the choke point, Feifei just does it by himself.
That was insane. Absolutely insane from Feifei. That's as good as it gets. That's all you can ask for, you know, especially from your IGL. So really well played here by the side of Imperial. Vise has Ryuzao on the other side of this smoke. Both players kind of dancing in or around the door, and it's going to be Ryuzao who's going to get the better of it. So far, Imperial looking pretty good in their duels, at least especially at close range. And opening pick going to go the way of Imperial.
And so far, the Om shots has been more accurate on Lazarus, I believe. I think they had like 1 or 2 more kills on Oms, but when it comes to rifling skills on Imperial is just extraordinary. They just don't miss their spray downs or even tap shots long range with the AK, killing the Oms actually with the AK as well. Well, for Lazarus, after losing the player who was posted out early, that was Vise, just couldn't land his shots, so now they're going to have to post their defense towards B. Actually, they're stacked up on A and having a player towards that middle just to test out what's going to happen, but Imperial kind of reads that. Imperial's reading Lazarus like a book, and they're going to be aggressing towards B site, which is completely open.
Yeah, momentarily, I do see a couple players starting to shift towards B now for Lazarus, but they might be just a touch too late. We'll see. Imperial starts to come up from underneath the tunnel. Smoke goes down. No contact made just yet either way. I say that. Lukov going to find 40. That's 1 kill in the bag for Imperial on this. Goken finds another. Awesome on the boxes. Able to find 1 before Goken shuts him down with his pistol. Now Niels alone out in the open, taken down by Ryuzao. And it is going to be 3 rounds now for Imperial. They are looking really clean. And like you said, they're making good decisions.
Yeah, Imperial is just making the correct choices after correct choices after correct choices, and these added up together, granting them 3 rounds to begin with, 3-0. And yeah, for Lazarus, you know, they finally have Niels back in, so their roster is complete. They probably practice the most together instead of Madison as well. So if Lazarus could somehow swing back here and start getting rounds here and there, this game is still anyone's in that point.
Oh yeah, we've seen it plenty of times already, even in this event, where somebody comes out strong and then the map ends up going the way of the other team. So if you're a Lazarus fan, don't lose hope just yet. There's still opportunity, but so far it hasn't gone great. Needs to check vents. Neil's again alone on this site. So first time he's able to get one before he was traded out. This is, I mean, again, it's just like Lazarus is gambling on one half of the map or the other, and every time they're flipping a coin and it's, they went for heads and it's coming up tails. So they aren't able to really get much done. Imperial looks like they're going to set up for the execute. There hasn't been any response, so they feel like this is going to be decent. Moved up, didn't matter. Lucam and Feifei going to combine for the kill onto him. Lucam only took about half damage. Now should have the opportunity here to get the C4 down and play for retake. It looks like you're only going to be coming from Alley so far for Lazarus. This is going to be tough here, bench. They're all coming from the same angle. This has to be explosive.
There's not much room for Lazarus to take if they're coming in all from the same alleyway. Loons, though, is going to be the first one up front. Actually, it's going to be Vise going in first for the entry. Actually takes a kill onto Ruzal. It's going to be Loons. Feifei, though, is going to pop out, take the kill onto 40. Loons takes the double kill. Adrian almost there, but he just couldn't do it. Loons with the triple kill. And now he's going to be traded out as well for awesome.
Now, a good exchange here for the side of Imperial in the long run, but Loons did the best he could to make that a really difficult situation for the side of Imperial, but they are going to go up 4-0 as, now things getting a little bit dangerous, and Lazarus knows it, so they are going to take this opportunity to take attack pause, but I mean, the overall strategy here just seems to be very much in favor of Imperial.
Yeah, I mean, Lazarus, they are definitely trying different tactics here and there. Their rotations or setups, so to speak. They are stacking A this round, they're stacking B this round. They're sometimes, just leaving a side open completely and expecting Imperial to come to the site that they're stacking. No, but it's going to be Imperial just going to the complete opposite way and just, reading Lazarus like a book. And these combined together is what's happening. It's putting Lazarus in a very difficult spot, and that's hence is why they're going to be going for the tactical pause here. They need to switch things up. Maybe they should go back to the basics and play defaults because their special strats are not working out for 4 rounds straight.
Yeah, and this is their map pick. This is their map pick. This is really dangerous to go down this fast on their map pick. And so let's see if they can muster together a comeback, try to punch back here. And I think they can. I mean, we know this is a good team. We know they're capable of it. Imperial, though, looks really clean. A few whiffed sprays here and there in that last round, but other than that, their rifling look really good. AWMs have been pretty solid. Of course, we saw a couple good shots from Lazarus. A good read on that second round to get a couple picks early. But other than that, yeah, it's been the Imperial show, and they're certainly on the throne.
I mean, if you're going to put Niels as the solo anchor to hold on to a site, like at least have a player ready at mid to, toss for pop flash, hold off the aggression early on, and none of those are happening. Niels is just stuck there alone in the room, in the corner, and there's nothing much he can do if 5 players are jumping out. I mean, yeah, for sure, he can maybe, luckily, take a kill or 2 by spraying down accurately, but, he will eventually be traded out. The site's going to be completely open. It looks like the setups are going to be the same this time around. Niels solo, tossing out the nade, is going to do some use out with a spray down. Finds a kill onto Vise, gets straight up at 40. Awesome as well will take a kill onto Goken, so now it's going to be 4 versus 3. Imperial on a little edger. Niels finally taking his revenge onto Lucam.
Man, Imperial had the right read on that. They just tried to wide swing that door and paid the price. Just thought they could get away with it, maybe a little bit overconfident. And it's again, Imperial, I think, they knew what Lazarus was thinking there with that push out. They were waiting behind that door. They had another player to set up a crossfire, and it still didn't quite come through. So Lazarus able to, win out on some good gunplay, which is good to see. That's what they're going to need here to get back into this game. Is now 2v4 and up and over onto those stairs. 1 for Feifei. He gets flashed up, has to change directions. They are hot to trot. They want to chase him down. Up and over, not going to happen. Awesome, going to shut him down. And here we go. After a great tack pause, Lazarus is going to find success.
I mean, so far in this tournament, most teams, I would say about 80% of the time, 90% of the time, if a team, goes down through a steamroll, loses like 4 or 5 rounds, and then goes for attack pause, they win the round right after that. Almost as if it was all planned to do so. But it's going to be...
I think that's the point.
That is the whole point of attack pause, But at the same time, it's going to be 40 to land a nice off shot. Feifei, though, is going to be going in, kill the Vice, but Awesome is going to trade him out for Adrian, and it's going to even things out for Lazarus. Oh no, Gouken. Gouken finds a kill, finds a kill to Ruse out as well. It's going to be 1 versus 3.
That was I like the change of pace here from Imperial, trying to get aggressive, but it was just well prepared for by Lazarus, and some sprays out in the open, didn't quite connect for the side of Imperial. Now, Gouken has that AWM. He's got a couple players waiting in front of him here at B.
I mean, if it's any player, it has to be Gouken to clutch this one out. He does already have a kill into his backpack, so if he clutches this, a 1v4 clutch, taking 4 kills into his backpack.
Yeah, absolutely. You'd love to see it. If you're an Imperial fan, of course, Lazarus just wants to close out another round, try to make this a stable half at the very least. Gouken has some time to work with. He's got about 1:30, can really consider his options. And it's tough. I mean, he's got a lot of angles to worry about coming into B here. Gonna hop up on this box, probably do a little bit of crouch peeking with this AWM. Very, very common, of course, as the AWM is really powerful in these types of spots.
With the clock ticking down against Imperial, Gouken, if he is able to find a kill in the next 20 seconds, he should be able to rotate out from the position and go to a different site, but it looks like he's just going to be crouch peeking, hoping for a lucky shot coming through. 40 might have a different idea, though, and he might just, decide to rotate out and not go for the fight. I think he spotted the head there. Just crouch peeking, so he's not going to contest that. Obviously, he doesn't want to go against an arm, when there's a man advantage on your team.
No doubt, 37 seconds left for Gouken. Not a lot of time to work with. He's going to have to make this pretty clean on the way in. There's a couple different angles he has to worry about. First is down, tries to go for the flick. Not going to happen. It is going to be another round here. 2 for Lazarus, 4-2. Still in favor of Imperial, but Lazarus doing a really nice job punching back.
Yeah, so after the attack pause, it looks like Lazarus has figured out how to hold off the early aggression from Imperial. They were able to hold off the aggression towards B long here. They were able to hold off the aggression towards A long as well. So that attack pause was very, very needed for Lazarus to win out the rounds from here. And now the smokes are being put out. Now it's going to be changing things up, toning things up. It's going to be Lazarus to push out towards A long. Gathering the information, so they're going to be stacking up towards B now.
You got a lot of flashes to come out of Imperial for those grenades, so maybe a fair trade, maybe even a little bit in Lazarus's favor overall, potentially, with how many flashes were expended to stave off a potential push. Never came through. It is going to buy a little bit of time here for Imperial to change their mind, decide how they want to approach this round. They're definitely making sure that there's no other angles being pushed.
True, and for Imperial, they have to slow things down as their last 2 rounds of fast aggression has been cut off by Lazarus, and this time around it's going to be a little bit more passive play coming into play here. And they're still holding on to a lot of utilities, as Lazarus were the first ones to fire out with their flashbangs and smokes and nades. And if they can find a decent setup, Lazarus might lose a site here. Well, not the round, but the site could be contested well off for Imperial.
Yep, exactly. Now they're starting to make some noise at A, trying to draw some attention over there. Meanwhile, Feifei has been sitting well over towards the B side, the long B side, just waiting to see if anybody is going to try to push through and kind of, maybe getting a pick, getting some information at the very least that nobody's been, maneuvering in this direction. Now, you can see Imperial trying to make their way in, and so far so good. It's relatively easy sledding, at least for the first part of this journey. The second part about to happen here is Vise on site on the box. Going to be potentially getting a rude awakening here momentarily. And 40 and Awesome are finally here to back him up just in time to help him out. A good flash has kind of stopped things up. A decent grenade gets some damage. 40 at the opening kill. It is going to be Ryu's out, finding one himself. Gouken as well. Vise able to clap back. Now Loon's trying to play through the box, trying to get more members down. They are all tucked in there. Around the corner goes Niels, but a big kill from Gouken, and it's going to be ADRF finishing things off. A huge win for Imperial. They're able to stop the streak of Lazarus at 2.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't just Gouken. Now this time around, it was Adrian to actually pop off and, take the important kill onto the side and open things up and eventually take the round for Imperial. They did stop off Lazarus' streak of 2. Early off. Stopping the streaks early off is well needed, because the momentum could live on, and if the momentum goes for Lazarus, then things could go very tough for Imperial. Early aggression from here coming in from Lazarus. They're going to be pushing out towards Long B. So I think that has been spotted by Fei Fei, so he's going to be falling back towards the C4. Pick that up and join up with your teammates who's posting up towards A site. Vise, though, is going to be quick to find that. The bomb has been spotted, I do believe. And now Imperial, all cornered in the box, they have to retrieve the bomb.
Yeah, that's huge from Vise. Just got into Fei Fei's territory. Fei Fei unaware of it. And now this is tough, trying to get through this smoke, trying to get your C4 back. Niels is going to take this opportunity to push into the vent. And this is really tricky for Imperial. There is great angles that Lazarus has. 1 for 1 in that one. Make it 2 for 1. And now it's a 4v2 in favor of Imperial. So Imperial, with Vise being that sneaky spy, able to get underneath and do a really good job. So yeah, this might be Lazarus' round. Oh, I say that. He was out, hit a nasty shot. He's able to grab the C4. He's trying to piece out. Goken watching on the back end of this. Oh, he got taken down. I take it back. 40 got him, and well, now it's on Goken.
Yeah, the wall bang onto the boxes did enough damage to take down who's out here. Now Goken as a solo player missed the arm shot. Vise will kill him, and that's going to be the round finished in the manner of Lazarus.
Vise is fired up behind us. He absolutely had a great round there. Clutch for him in terms of just the impact that it had. And really just found 2 huge kills to get his team back into this. The one at the beginning and the one at the end, for sure. Now, let's see what they want to do. Niels putting through a connector there. Going to get flashed, so that's going to stop him. Trying to set up a kind of a pinch there between the vent and potentially, Austin backs off, but there was a potential there that they could get a pinch. Niels has that AWM again. He's just holding it. Oh my God, he's got 2. And with 40 there, oh, okay, he got another one with his pistol. Finally, Lucom shuts him down.
Yeah, I mean, Niels is playing really, really well. I mean, he just flew into Korea, I believe, and, you know, that might not have allowed him enough practice time or warm-up time to, you know, feel complete, you know, like feeling fully adjusted to the site here. But looks like that's all done deal as he's playing really, really well. Now Loons in a angle with Lucom, it's going to be disengaged in a quick sense manner here. And with just 2 players remaining, I don't know, Imperial, they have Uruzao who's clearing out towards B site here. But Lucom could be caught out any moment here with the C4, and that will be the round for Lazarus once again. Lucom gets caught out, the C4 is down, and Uruzao all alone by himself in B side has to run towards A side here, and there's 40 just waiting patiently.
Yeah, they were trying to draw some attention there with Ryuzao, but nobody was home. This time Lazarus guessed correctly, and they're going to profit. It is going to be a 5-4 half for Lazarus on their GR side. So flipping back over, that's a really good half considering how things started. They lost the first 4, and then they're able to take 4 of the last 5.
I mean, at the same time, Imperial can complain, you know, like, they have 5 rounds. They're still on the upper edge. They still have a round differential here. So going to the second half, let's see what happens with the setups here. We did see Lazarus testing out the waters here with stacking A, stacking B. And for Imperial, looks like they're going to be going with the default as they're going to be posting out towards Long B to gather some valuable information. Although Lazarus, instead of going towards B, it looks like they might go on to fast regression on towards A site where Ryuzao is holding. But Ryuzao, we've seen him. We've seen the man lay his spray downs. He's the one to hold the aggression if it's anybody else.
Yeah, he's been really good up close and personal for sure. Great rifler for the side of Imperial. Here come the overnades. Now, Ryuzao's like, nope, no way, Jose. I can't do anything about this. It's just time to peace out over towards the alley. And then let the rest of my team get in here, and then we're gonna think about doing our retake. And they have plenty of time as the C4 is just now getting planted, so they're able to be pretty well set up for this retake. It feels like they're gonna have a decent chance to get this done, I think. Now they've got 2 coming through a long, 2 through a connector, and 1 through the back site. They are gonna trade 1 for 1 initially out at a long. Flashes and other attention being put by Ryuzao to make sure that those defenders have to stay in place. Lucom gonna come through the vent. Yeah, here we go. That's a good one. Lucom gets 1. The bomb is starting to tick down. Some big kills coming out for Lazarus, and they're gonna take the round. Really nicely handled here by Lazarus. A decent attempt on the retake by Imperial, but Lazarus stands firm.
Very cheeky loadout coming from Imperial. They had a XM. They were wielding the XM, holding down the vent with the XM. They were 100% sure they were going to go onto the A side with the 5-man aggression. The retake, though, that was a little bit tough, I would say. It was a 5-on-5 retake, but at the end of the day, it was a round won by Lazarus.
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough. Well, retakes are not easy, no doubt about it. And even if you're able to come from a lot of angles, you have a decent opportunities, Imperial, but Lazarus able to shut him out. Now Lazarus just chilling in spawn. They send out one player early. A little bit interesting.
Yep.
I think they're expecting aggression is basically what this is.
Yeah, they do still have Vice up front. Just checking, and it looks like we might have a technical pause coming through.
Now we understand.
Looks like we might have a problem onto Neil's computer, sound, keyboard, anything.
Niels. He comes in and he's already causing problems. No, I'm just joking.
I mean, he was playing just fine on the first half.
I'm obviously joking. Yeah, no doubt. So it's going to take a few minutes here to get this situated, guys, so bear with us while we get all this set up and situated. Of course, you know, these things happen. It's esports. You know, if you
looks like the mouse on Niels is malfunctioning, so we might have to restart the lobby here. And those lights are bright.
Yeah, they are very bright.
They are very bright.
Yeah,
just like the players out there.
Yeah, they're great. Yeah, no doubt. I mean,
no doubt.
Let's see what this one brings for us. But so far, I mean, it looked like it was going to be the Imperial show, but Lazarus has bounced back quite nicely. I mean, already it's 5-5. They look like they were not rattled at all. I thought maybe they were just going to get blown out of the water there for a moment. I was worried about it. I didn't want it to happen, but it was scary, man.
Yeah, I mean, Imperial had a decent first half, but Lazarus definitely bounced back here after losing 4 rounds consecutively in the first 4 rounds there. Coming through, they were able to take 2-on-2, so that evens things out, and they were able to take the first round as well. That's 5, equalizing things out to 5-on-5. So from here on, this could be anyone's game, especially the given map. You know, any side has basically both sides are almost equal coming into the play. So for Lazarus, I think they're gaining their confidence back. Niels especially was the solo player holding onto the side. So now he doesn't have to do that anymore. He's the attacking opposition side here. So let's see how that plays out.
Yeah, it seemed more of a strategic overall kind of misread from the side of Lazarus initially. They were able to correct that after the tactical timeout, and they've been great ever since. But we have a little bit of a tech pause, of course, and again, we should be. Generally, these go by pretty quick. Our staff is really good about handling all this for us. So, yeah, we'll see. Ankara, you know, a fun map, a pretty balanced map. So, frankly, it could go either way.
Yeah, I mean, the situation should be sorted out anytime soon to be situated by the staffs out there. First map, Ankara, anyone's map. Second map is going to be Black Widow, which I do believe is going to be a little bit more interesting to see, I think.
I mean, I always like Black Widow.
I always love Black Widow.
It's my favorite map, personally.
I mean, I personally wanted to see some Eagle Eye coming through.
For
the first 2 days, we were yet
nice
to see Eagle Eye.
Yeah, just be nice to see it.
I just want to see it, too.
Yeah, that's all it is, right? It's
I don't care who wins.
Yeah, no, I mean, I truly don't. It'd be nice to see the map. We finally got to see Mexico a couple times now.
Couple times.
Yeah, so that's pretty exciting. And the rest of the maps have been in there, here and there, a couple times on sub-base even, and a lot of, you know, Port Compound and Ankara, as you would expect. A lot of Black Widow, too, which is a lot of times a map that teams want to avoid because certain teams are just so good on it. But with Eagle Eye being in the pool, that has now become the bigger priority.
Yeah. And at the same time, the play style is also incorporated into which maps you want to play. Like, for example, not trying to stereotype here, but a lot of Asian teams statistically play a lot more aggressively. For example, SGJ, they always love to run and gun, you know, go into the site. Even if they're on global risk, they would like to push out, gather information actively, and, you know, use that for their upper edge. But at the same time, there are teams that are quite defensive when it comes to play. You know, even on Blacklist, they're defensive. They like to, you know, hold it down. You know, just burn the timer. You know, make the other team more nervous. And looks like we are back with the problems all being solved here, Clinton.
I certainly think it looks that way. 5-5. Again, we said it before. It's tied up, and. Now we move into our, well, it says round 1, but that is not true. Yeah, 11. I think they had to restart the lobby. So.
Add the 1 in front.
Yeah, add another 1. Yeah, just pretend there's a 1 in front of this number.
I know my math.
Yeah, there you go. Good job. And I do see another shotgun out here from the side of Lazarus. So the XM making an appearance. Yeah, it every once in a while. pops on in. They're expecting some kind of pressure in the vent, so they are going to just swing through it. Up on top here. Only Ryuzao gets one, so Fefe, Ryuzao taken down by Lazarus. Site is theirs. A 3v4 retake for Imperial. Trying to hold these sites, and it's just not going well. And let's see if they can get this one done. Trying to spray through the smoke is ADRF with his M4. Not really connecting with a whole lot there. Neil's weak, but not out of it. A good grenade could potentially take him out.
Good flash.
Yeah, good flash is buying some serious time here for Lazarus. Oh, two big kills for Lucami. He's got 3 kills. Awesome had 1 in there as well, but Loons is alive. However, Goken takes him down, and Imperial is actually going to just be able to do it. Well, it's more than just. They've got plenty of time left. Huge win for them.
Imperial coming into this retake with a man disadvantage. Doesn't matter because Lucam, the man, the clutch machine, is going to take 3 kills, equalizing things out. Now actually taking the advantage, and Goken is just going to be chilling out there with an arm, finishing the final kill. Plenty of time to defuse as well, taking the round into the backpack of Imperial.
That's good. A really good retake.
Lucam.
Really, yeah, I mean, Lucam just
man.
absolutely going nuts. Now, they're going to stack the A site. They're kind of expecting something
They're
here.
going aggressing out.
Yeah, they're going to push out of this. They are getting really aggressive. Imperial, though, still stuck towards their spawn side of all of this. Goken can't find an angle. A good flash hits a bunch of Lazarus. Quite a bit of damage done to them as well, but now the return damage starts to come through into Imperial, and that is going to send them packing. That was fast and furious, but Lazarus just barely kind of comes out of that ahead.
I mean, the nades are in favor of Lazarus because Imperial has to come out from that tight corridors and the connectors over there. So the nades definitely has dealt a lot more damage compared to what they have thrown back to Lazarus. So that early aggression is now disengaged with just wounds onto Ryuzao and Fefe. Although they did take down 40 and Neil's down to half HP, but Ryuzao, if anybody just sneezes on him, he's dead. He's long gone.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's gonna be tough for him. He's gotta hit some shots and hit them fast, and hope he doesn't find a stray grenade along the way. Here we go, regression in towards A. Sneaking in is Lazarus. The other members of Imperial have crept back into alley. Are they going to be prepared for this execute? They're just going to push through the door, some pre-fire in. That doesn't really give too much away until they're going to hear the footsteps. And now Lazarus stacking up inside of this alley. The grenades are coming through. Goken going to take a big chunk of damage on that one, but he's going to get a kill with the AWM. He is looking to do some damage, and he is going to back right off, but Loons is waiting for this angle in through the connector. Fefe able to get him down, though. So now it's a 4v4.
4v4, but now we do see Lucam on the back here just rotating out. He might be able to catch up. Goken takes a kill, though, so that might equalize things out. Lucam gets caught out, so that flank definitely not work out. Now Ryuzao down to super low HP is going to be killed out by Vice, so Lazarus is going to take that round for themselves.
Yeah, 6th win now for Lazarus, looking really, really good here on their map pick, as you would hope. And even though Imperial is throwing a lot at them, they're handling it. That early push out didn't do too much to phase Lazarus in that round. Goken coming up big with a couple huge kills. That being said, Lazarus able to respond just as well.
I mean, Lazarus has been knocking towards A quite often, so maybe this time they might switch things around, aggress towards B, which we do see here. The rotations are coming through, the aggression, and the stack is going to be towards B long here. They still hold on to a lot of nades and the flashes. That nade not doing so much. Fefe just taken down just for a tad bit of HP. The flash, though, is going to fully blind out 40. What a poor man here. But the aggression continues on. We do have Asian holding onto the boxes onto the side. Goken finds an opening onto Awesome to hold up to the aggression. Diaz goes in, takes a kill, is going to back out for the repositioning.
Yeah, ADRF was not ready there. He didn't see that first player get underneath him. And now Imperial has to back off and wait for their reinforcements to arrive before they are going to be able to set up this retake and attempt it. But they are going to really try to come out from a lot of different angles. A smoke to cover the long B angle put out. Lucam trying to push through it is greeted with bullets for his attempt. This is going to be a tough one again for Imperial.
Yeah, I mean, they did find the kill to stop the aggression, but in the end, he was traded out. The bomb timer now ticking down to almost nearly half here. Ryuzao, though, finds a very important opening with Niels. Fefe as well comes in, kills 40, but buys, and Luz were quick to trade it out, and Fefe takes 2 kills, and now Imperial somehow retakes that like magic.
Oh,
let's go!
Yeah, there's plenty of time. There's plenty of time here, as now got the defuse to come through, and Imperial's Fefe with 3 kills is going to take the lead once again, 7-6. This one starts to feel like it is potentially heading into overtime as we rock on to our 14th round. We only have to put a 1 up on top. Again, we're going to restart the lobby, so the round is a little bit off, but only by 10 rounds, so it makes it a little easy to keep track of. Be hit through Hotel, looking to be done. You only have 1 defender here for the side of Imperial.
All right. The aggression is now happening. The setup has been thrown. It's going to be Goken to hold it down, taken down to super low HP. He's going to be caught up by Neil, so B-side is completely open. Now the quick rotations are coming through Imperial. Adrian is going to be the first one up, but he has to back off as the flashbang is going to blind his teammates, and the smokes are all set out.
Strategic gamble from the side of Imperial did not pay off. Grenade in the front of ADRF. Fefe now trying to push the angle. He is going to find 1, but quickly it's 2 in the side of Lazarus. Ryu's out, cannot do any more, and that is going to be Lazarus. Once again, evening things back up. We are going back and forth here on the second half. 7-7 as we are just trading rounds over and over.
And if it goes as the chart says, it's going to be Imperial, but Lazarus doesn't want that to happen, so let's see what happens. They are going towards A site, looks like, switching things up a little bit and changing the gear, so Imperial cannot react. We do have some nades popping through. Looks like that has not dealt any damage, though, as more smokes are being thrown towards middle and A as well to stop off the aggression if possible. We do have Fefe holding on to the vents here, so that might be critical position to hold off the early aggression.
All right, let's see if he can do it. It's been kind of a point of interest of this map, as always, is this vent. Fefe right there and changing his position, able to spray 1 down. Ryu's out, able to step up, but it is Vi's going huge with 3 kills. Site has been busted open. ADRF able to respond with 2 big ones of his own. And now it is just Loons out in the open. He is able to take ADRF down. Goken hasn't quite gotten here in time. Loons versus Goken, a 1v1 here for a very crucial round. The superstar sniper versus a very talented rifler, as Loons has the C4 down on the site, and Goken actually backs off to play for sort of a 50-50 split.
I mean, Goken is going to be playing passive here, knowing that he's wielding on an arm. You know, if Loons gets up close to him, then that's going to be very decimating for him. The C4, it's not yet retrieved just yet, as Loons is worried which angle Goken's going to be holding. But hey, man, this is completely open for you. You can retrieve the C4. Yes, he does go deeper into the site with just a minute left on the clock. Instead of going for C4, he's going to be pushing all the way into the spawn of Global Risk. So Goken has to be careful. No sound cues has been given yet.
Yeah, now he's just checking to see how close Goken is. If he has enough time for the plant, I believe. It's kind of what he's thinking. And he indeed does. Now, Goken might have heard a footstep here or there, but finally, C4 is going to be planted here. 30 seconds in the round is when it comes down, but C4 sets all that aside. And we see if Loons can get the job done. Goken still a little bit of utility to play with. We saw the frag grenade in hand there potentially. Loons already at 74 damage. The AWM, of course, will just answer that equation to 1 shot more often than not. Loons working underneath at the bottom of the site, going to work up the stairs. He has an opportunity, spots Goken. Goken now switches over to the pistol, and he's going to get the shot. The headshot for Goken is good, and he is going to claim the round here for Imperial, and they are getting loud.
Goken with a huge one-tap. Oh, man, this man is a clutch machine. We've seen Goken clutch one before, and now this time around, he's going to clutch against the rifler up close with a Desert Eagle, and we do see a tactical pause coming out.
Yeah, this is a round win, but it was a little bit too close for comfort for the side of Imperial, and I think they really want to talk about these last 3 rounds. They want to try to, of course, avoid overtime, but they've got some time to think about this, to work through this, to talk about what's been going right, what's been going wrong, and what they can do to make sure that Lazarus doesn't find too much more.
Yeah, I mean, if you do take a look at the past couple rounds here, past 3, past 4, they won the rounds by mostly retaking. So given that, they are losing the sites early on. So I do believe this tac pause coming in is probably for Imperial to readjust themselves, find a better strategy, find a better position, maybe switch out the players a little bit from A side to B side and B side to A side to hold onto the site instead of giving it away.
It'll be interesting to see if that's what they're thinking. there's again been some gamble stacks here and there, pseudo gamble stacks. They're kind of like 1-4.
Pseudo gamble.
Yeah, 1-4 is what I mean, like a 1-4 split. That's basically in my mind a gamble stack. Like you're just kind of, yeah, and it sometimes doesn't really work for either team. So let's see what they want to do. But also sometimes the default splits kind of get picked apart as well. We've seen this with Imperial where, you know, they put 2 on site and they're just kind of winning, or you're not winning. I mean, losing a 2-for-1 or something like that. So yeah, we'll see.
We'll see what happens.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see how Imperial is going to approach these last couple rounds. There's potentially overtime looming, unless one of these two teams can just run over the rest of this.
The attack pause has now finished, so we're going to be switching back into the game here. The round has begun. And let's see how the setups are going to be for Imperial this time around, because that pseudo gamble, as you mentioned, did not work out. And they do have 2 players onto A side and 3 onto B, so it looks like they are going to switch things back to playing default.
All right. But look at this change of position with Gokin. He is really up close and personal in a way towards the front of that door. But there was a smoke there, so he's not really able to see much. And Lazarus is starting to stack outside of this. Looks like they might be setting up for an execute.
Oh yeah, all 5 players of Lazarus is gonna be posted up towards A side. The aggression is coming through. Ruzao has to hold this down. He's the man, he has the rifle, but Niels quick to be killed by Ruzao. There's one, and now Gokin going for the crouch peeks, not landing his arm shots here. The Mortons will be thrown towards Ruzao, so they will be backing out, giving up the set here, but Ruzao does carry, he goes in, sprays down for a triple kill here.
Huge for Ruzao, and now you have 1 player left, just Loons, who was watching the connector. He did win that battle there, but he is going to pay the ultimate price as Gokin takes him down. Imperial now really getting it done. They are so close to taking this map, taking Lazarus's pick away from them. 1 more round will get it done, 9-7. Now Lazarus needs 2 to send it to overtime. Could very well happen. Both teams have been so back and forth, but it's the first time in this half that somebody has strung 2 rounds together.
Well, just maybe a single round, maybe 2 rounds remaining in this map. Lazarus has to throw all they have into this to take this into overtime for a possible chance of winning this map here. That was their map pick at the end of the day, so they have to make something happen here. And for Imperial, this time around, they're going to be sending another player from A side to B side, so stacking B here. Although Gokin is going to be posting out towards middle, holding it down. And for Lazarus, they're going to be switching their directions in towards the connector here, towards Catwalk, towards B.
But this time around, the pseudo gamble stack has worked out really well for Imperial. They've got this red. Oh, ADRF though gets popped by Awesome. An instant headshot comes out. Now you can see that they're trying to push around. The flashes were great. It's still a 2-for-2 exchange. Now making a 3-for-2 in favor of Lazarus. They have the site under their control, at least momentarily. Gokin going to try to get up high, but smoke in his way, making it a bit difficult for him to see much in there. Loon setting the C4 on the ground. Ryu's out trying to do a little peek shooting here. He's got a bunch of members in front of him. One around the box. He sets up, gonna wait this out. Gokin continues to watch from above, but he gets taken out, does Ryu's out. Now it is all on to Gokin here, a 2v1, as he did get a big shot to land. 40, low on health. Niels very much in a good spot. Let's see if they can get this done.
This is very well doable. Gokin, as long as he finds Niels, he can wield out the pistol, take the kill into 40, but he's going to be jump checking here. Gets spotted out by Niels. So Lazarus keeping the hope alive. It's now 9-8, so 1 more round for Lazarus, and they can take this into overtime. As at the end of the day, as I mentioned, this is their map pick.
Yeah, dude, this is really exciting. I mean, Lazarus looks like they might just do it. And that was a good setup for Imperial. They had a good, at least a somewhat decent read, potentially, on the overall play call that Lazarus was thinking about. Just not going to be able to convert on it this time. As some early grenades to check the positioning. Gokin there, pushed way up, is going to get some decent information on the movements of Lazarus as they get deep into mid territory. That's going to call in a few more members of Imperial to start eyeing this angle down, but Lazarus is stalled up for just a moment.
This is the round. This is the round where Lazarus has to throw everything they have. They're going to be posting up towards B again, as it was in favor for them last round. They're going to be doing the little China walk, is what I believe is the silent walking skill set. the players would usually do. You know, crouch jump, and you make no footsteps. So Lazarus carefully going for the setup here. Flashbangs are now out. Aggression fully on. Adrian here on the side has to hold it off, but the flashbang is completely blind. Hold it off. Lucom taking the kill onto Niels to open things up. The site is now being contested. Awesome going back and forth. Jumping over there on the boxes. Going for the straight up. Takes the kill. Gets straight up by Goken.
Yeah, Goken doing a great job covering this as per usual. Lazarus now stuck just trying to push through into the site. Meanwhile, Imperial is wrapping through into Long B. They're going to set up a couple members there. There is a smoke from Lazarus to at least allow them the opportunity to get this C4 in, but actually it gets stalled up. They're pushing in. Feifei is good for a kill with some help from Ryu's out. Another one coming in from Lucom, and that's going to be it. Imperial is going to take Ankara. 10-8 is going to be the score line as they will find themselves winning over Lazarus's map pick. Don't worry, folks. That's just because we had to restart the server. It is in
The players were just ready to go at it, but the first map is going to go towards Imperial, as that final round was just a shutout for Imperial, and going to set 2. Lazarus, after losing their map favorite, it's going to be a little bit tougher than going to second map.
Yeah, no doubt. We go to Black Widow next, and this is Imperial looking really strong.
91% win rate.
Yes.
11-1.
Yes, they're quite good on this map. Yeah,
very.
They're really good on their blacklist side, as we just saw on Ankara. Going 5-4. Same thing on the other side of the map. They went 5-4, but this team, when they're dialed in, they look like they can go toe-to-toe with anybody in the world. And so far, so good. For Imperial have yet to stumble too much other than the first map that they played. Since then, they've been good.
I mean, for Lazarus, even if they lost, it was a very, very close game, so they shouldn't be beat up by that. They need to keep their, heads up, let it go and let the confidence continuously flow so they can bring it into the second map, Losing one map, it could happen, it's a best-of-3 series, so as long as you win the second map and the third map, anything could happen, so keep your heads up, guys.
Yeah, they're definitely capable of it. I mean, absolutely no doubt in my mind that Lazarus can do this. Niels is back, their long-time, IGL. Should be able to, I think, push Imperial for sure on Black Widow. I think this will be another long, bloody affair where we have a really good back and forth between these two teams. Goken's really consistent. Some huge moments there from a couple different players. Lucom, Loons. I mean, everybody had their moments. It almost felt like Feifei started out really super hot for them. So a really fun Ankara.
I mean, yeah, nobody's necessarily falling behind on these stats here, except Adrian here with a 0.25. Although that is redeemable because Adrian himself is a really great player. We've seen him clutch round to round in the very first series they had. Looks like the differential here is mostly due to him being the entry fragger or he's the first one to fend up the offense of Lazarus.
Yeah, I mean, he was just kind of bad luck Barry, I guess, on this one. He just kind of
At least he did put out the damages, right?
Yeah, no, I mean, the damage is good. This is the whole thing. The damage isn't too bad. I mean, considering he, didn't have the best kill score, the damage...
He just couldn't secure the kills.
Exactly. Yeah, so it is what it is. I mean, he still did his job, and the rest of the team was able to follow up and pick up the slack a little bit. But overall, really exciting Ankara, man. That was hella fun. Can't wait for Black Widow now. I mean, we're getting another Black Widow today. Yesterday was like the compound day. Today's the Black Widow day, I guess.
Yesterday was a heavy compound day. But this time around, we will get to see a little bit more of a Black Widow here. Goken, though, this man, popping off once again, 1.78.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
That's what he does.
That's what he does.
I love his hairstyle, by the way.
He's got good hair.
Amazing hair.
I'm not jealous or anything, I swear.
I'm kind of jealous. You
cannot
be jealous.
No, but no, I can be. I can be jealous.
I'm sorry.
No, you're allowed to. That's fine.
Oh, man.
Matt's probably jealous, too, so.
Our host, Matt, over there, is going to be chilling, too. But the players are back from that quick break before heading into that second map here.
Yeah, everybody's allowed the opportunity to use the restroom and whatnot quick, and fortunately our players we're very fast.
So let's we can talk about some anticipations coming to the second map here.
Sure.
We do see a heavy favorite onto Black Widow on Imperial, but
yeah,
Lazarus have a decent stat as well, not the worst.
Yeah, they're 50-50 for the year.
So
yeah, that's for the year. They played it at their regional finals. They were 2-1 on it, so not bad at all. Definitely looks like they're just a little bit better on the GR side. So that's a little bit concerning in a way.
As they start Blacklist, right?
Yeah. And so I'm a little bit worried that, not only does that kind of raise some questions in my mind about how this is going to go because of the fact that they're starting on that side, but also because this can be somewhat slightly BL-sided at times as well. So it depends on, again, it all depends on the teams and the meta and all this other stuff. But yeah, I mean, I think, attacking on Black Widow is
Quite doable.
Yeah.
But and for Lazarus, I think they're one of the top teams to adjust to the meta, or even create their own meta to play with. So Black Widow, one of the more favorite maps for faster meta changes. So maybe that could come in handy for Lazarus to hopefully win out here.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'd love to see it. I would love a map 3. Let's see if we can get to it. It is going to be Black Widow now, the second map here between Lazarus and Imperial. It is our Group B matchup, our third match of Group B. Imperial takes the first map. Lazarus is going to clap back and take this to a third match. All right, let's get into it. Lazarus versus Imperial here at CFS 2022 Grand Finals. A really good Ankara to kick things off. It was 10-8 in favor of Imperial. But man, oh man, Lazarus looked really darn good as well.
I mean, that game could have been Lazarus's only if they were able to find just one more round. It was 8-9, so it could have been taken to overtime, but now early aggression onto the B side here. Connector being completely flashed out. That basically pushes Vector back, and that nade. It's going to be huge, taking 3 players down to half HP.
Yikes, yikes. All right, well, now they're going to try to make the entry to the B, but they're all softened up, and Ryuzao is doing huge things. 3 kills for him on that entry. Lazarus is just getting shut out of this site. Goken getting involved. It's the 4th kill there, or the 5th kill of the round for the side of Imperial. Lucom able to come in and clean up the rest of it. That was all started with that grenade. Lazarus forced the issue, and Imperial was just fully prepared.
I mean, those kind of rounds, we call it the Little Caesar rounds, quick and easy, hot and ready. So that was Imperial.
You mean the round. Little Caesars, the pizza? Did you just make a Little Caesars joke? Did you have Little Caesars in Canada?
Yeah, we had.
Oh, seriously?
Yeah,
I didn't know it was in Canada. I didn't realize that. I didn't know. I was we had it in America, but
I mean, I lived close to the border.
That
so
is the most interesting joke I've ever heard in my life. Josh. Well done. All right, here we go. They're gonna try it again.
Is back on once again. Larry is not scared. Niels goes and trades out for Adrian, and Niels finds the second one out to open up the side again.
All right, well, Niels, hey, good shooting there.
He's feeling it.
Yeah, 40 watching for this lurk. I'm not sure if he saw Lucom or not. I think with the setup here, I think they might have gotten the spot onto him. Lucom waits, cannot win the duel. Yeah, he does whiff a bit. 40 then gets Goken as well. So the flankers here for the side of Imperial are getting shut out of this round. Lucom gone, and oh boy, Lazarus is fired up after getting their first win here on Black Widow.
I mean, Lazarus, they were shut off entering into the side on the very first round, but they weren't afraid to try it again the next round. And eventually that paid off, and now it's tied out to 1-on-1. And this holds Imperial back. Now they have to invest more players into holding down B side because of the quick aggressions. And it looks like they're going to be waging their bets on A as Lazarus is going to be stacking up towards B.
Did Ryuzao have an AWM there? Did my eyes deceive me? I think there might have been an extra AWM invested in. There's that grenade again.
Once again.
A ton of damage.
And you were correct. That was on
Yeah,
AWM.
Ryuzao. Yeah, okay. So he did have one. Him and Goken both have them. Now they're going to try to push in. Ryuzao good for the opener onto Awesome. Looking for another. Transfers over, can't find it. Up close and personal. There's another kill for Ryuzao. He is going huge with that AWM. Lucom steps in to help. A 2v1 now. Niels, 29 health. Trying to cycle through some guns to find one that he prefers, probably with ammo.
Niels has to make a move fast because there's a player flanking right behind him, which is going to be Fei. Goken, crouch peeking. I think he spotted Niels out. That quick pot shot did not work. Niels now up close in range, but Goken does not miss his arm shots.
No, he's pretty good. No doubt about it. Everybody knows that man is pretty nuts. Niels at least laughing about it a little bit.
He's just laughing it off.
I mean, he knows that's a tough situation. Any player that's been there knows you have to go pretty clutch to get through that. Niels tried.
There's no going back. You have to go. You can only go forward.
It's the right idea, right?
To press W.
Exactly. Press W at an AWM is better than running away from an AWM for sure. And look at all this damage that, it just B so far from Lazarus. And they're taking tons in the exchanges with these grenades.
I mean, if you keep on knocking, you might be able to break through it, and this is what they're doing exactly. They're not afraid to lose rounds early on. This is only the first half, They can give up 3-4 rounds, and, maybe if they're able to break through their defense of Imperial, then they can easily gain back the rounds they lost. So this is well worth, I would say, trying out different strategies, trying out different setups, onto B side. There's different flashbang ranges and smoke ranges as well. So the setups are coming in through once again, and this time around, it's not going to be that fast. Nate, though, is going to be chunking down some HP. Ruzao holding it off once again. Opener kill onto Niels. And Adrian here is going to be taking outplay. Awesome. And Ruzao and Lukom both taking a kill each, making things into a 4 versus 2.
I mean, Ruzao is just an absolute nightmare to deal with on this B site. The C4 is on the ground, so now you have to try something really tricky to find this round for Lazarus. You did have 40. Going really deep over to A. Maybe going to get underneath this tunnel and take a look. Maybe able to find a free pick. There's Feifei sitting out in the open there, so he might be able to get that potentially. Actually, he's going to wrap back through the spawn, up to the top spawn at least, and try to come through there. But Feifei looks away at the wrong moment. Okay, turns back just in time to get the kill onto 40. Now Loon steps up and over. Going to have to go absolute nuclear. Cannot do so. And that is going to be another round here for Imperial. They go up 3-1.
Apparently, Loons didn't see Lucam on the left here, so he couldn't adjust his crosshair onto Lucam, so it did not work out. But for Imperial, taking 3 rounds to begin with, this is definitely going into their favorites. Lazarus, though, now may have to rethink aggressing onto B side because that aggression did not work out. Early utilities being thrown out here by both teams, trying to hold early aggressions off, but for Lazarus, they might have to rethink here. Instead of going into B, maybe they could contest mid down as they do have a smoke covering the double doors here. And the cross is going to happen to C4, though, is in a danger zone. Could be spotted out, but safely lands into the A connector.
Yeah, I mean, you do have Feifei here to at least listen for footsteps. He can get a bit of information based on some of that noise he heard. Relay it over to Gokun. Say, hey, you might have a little bit of pressure. Be ready into catwalk area. So Gokun leaning a bit more towards Lukam's side. And now the fallback for a moment. They're going to use a smoke here, try to obscure their movements, maybe expecting that they had been read on catwalk. And now they're going to try for long A instead. So a really important hold here coming down for Lucam. Corner potentially about to be pushed. They might try to double up on the box, swing around 2 at a time. He's going to need some serious help from long A. Once he's going to see them, goes for the spray, gets 1. Can he find 2? He's got 2. Lucam is good for 2, and that's all you can ask for in that situation. But quickly, 2 back in the hands of Lazarus. Gokun under pressure here with the grenades, tries to sidestep it. It does so relatively well, falling back to the safety of his teammate, and now Lazarus rethinking this push.
Yeah, just down to 3-on-3 with just less than a minute onto the clock here. Lazarus is basically hold in their spawn here. They have to make a decision at this point. The aggression has to happen. Looks like they have decided to go towards B, their favorite. But the problem is Imperial has pushed out towards mid, a connector, and they could catch a player easily if the angles are right. They also have Ruzao sitting in the back corner of B, so he could hold off the aggression if possible. With just 25 seconds left, any kill onto the C4 player, the player wielding C4, carrying the C4, is going to be a time-choking problem.
Yeah, that's very true. Very, very true. There's only 10 seconds left. All he has to do is get the 1. He did get the far one, didn't get the 1 with the C4. So the C4 going down here from Awesome. It doesn't take too long to plant it, so got it down just in time here for Lazarus. 2v2 retake is what Imperial has to break through. Can they do so? Taking their time on this. Plenty of time still left here as this came down late in the round.
Just about half left onto the bomb timer, so Gokun now peeking out those windows. He might be able to see an angle. He does. He takes down Awesome 2-1. Now Niels has to hold us down, and he does have half HP. He does have the AK, but Adrian says, nope, we're going to kill you, and we're going to defuse the bomb.
Yep, and that is a defuse with plenty of time to spare here. Imperial going up 4-1 now, once again having a really strong start to the map, and it may be too much for Lazarus to come back from. They almost did it on Ankara, but that early 4-0 start that Imperial had was just enough to give them the win. Let's see if Lazarus can scrape together a few more rounds, make this a really good half for them. Still plenty of opportunity to do so. Could string together 4 in a row, you know, go 5-4, that could happen.
Yeah, it could happen, for sure. For Goken, though, taking that kill was very critical, and this shows to play, you know, how top-class, world-class Armors know how to play passive when they have to play passive, but at the same time, playing too passive will just add the burden on your team. So you have to go aggressive when you need to go aggressive, you know, back up your teammate. You know, you might have to go on first if you have a little bit more HP than your teammate, and Goken exactly does that, and he proved himself to be the top Armor in his region.
Yeah, you got to mix things up. You know, that's kind of the MO of a sniper, of a good sniper, is they never stand at the same place twice. They shoot and move, and they're tricky to deal with.
They shoot to
of
kill.
course, you got to be accurate. Yeah, that's a big part of it as well. Now look at Lukami. He's in a different spot as well. Got one, only good for one this go around. Feifei here has to watch the catwalk and the street. Here we go. They're pushing on in. Can he get one? Nope. Loons is much quicker on the draw. Now Goken trying to retreat, trying to find some safety. Ryu's out from the window, is good with his shot from his AWM. Niels was ready. Popped some shots to buy some time. C4 planted. A retake again for Imperial, but they've been pretty darn good on him so far.
The nade chunking Ruzao down to more than half HP. Ruzao does wield an arm here, so he's going for some pot shots here. We do see a far long rotation coming from Asian, so that could catch Niels off guard, but awesome. With that headshot on the hairline here is going to kill Ruzao. That arm didn't put to work, but Goken from the underpass comes up and right over. He's going for some shots here. Takes one versus two, takes out the pistol, takes another kill, but it was so close for Goken, but it's going to be Lazarus to do it.
I mean, I thought he had it there maybe for a second. He was running out of bullets in that pistol, though, but hey, still making it very, very challenging for Lazarus is Goken. The patience there with that AWM, gets the spot around the corner, moves up the stairs, takes his time, gives himself a really good opportunity.
Smell like it should buff the Deagle to have 2 more bullets, maybe.
No, let's not get crazy, Bench. Let's not get crazy.
7 was
I know
enough for Goken.
I feel you, though. I mean, I want to see those clutches, right? Like,
Exactly.
I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. You might just enrage some players. But I feel you. All right, kind of a 2-1-2 initial setup, leading in towards B. Smokes out into mid. Lazarus, I think, faking some kind of, mid push, at least for now.
Or maybe it could be a real one.
It might be. Goken.
Oh,
oof.
Niels with a huge kill.
Goken, I think, got a little bit too spicy. I think with all those smokes in mid, should have been a read that something was going on in here. Now, Lucom, yeah, he's good on this, though. He had a pretty good read. They at least bought the opportunity for that wrap. You do have Awesome slipping down into the catwalk himself. Can he hold this player off from it? This is such an important position right now for the side of Lazarus.
And Ruzao, Asian gets traded by Awesome. Awesome takes 2 kills by himself, and how did he do that? I am so confused, but this will allow Lazarus to, close this round out. 40 as well, landing a nice hand on the lookout. Lose to finally take the final kill, and that's going to be another round for Lazarus.
Awesome there.
Awesome was awesome.
That was a nasty
Awesome was
kill.
awesome.
That was absolutely nasty. Love to see it.
That was crazy.
Yeah, really well played by him. It was just disgusting. And that really, again, was such a crucial point in that match, or in that, that round for Lazarus. And the fact that he's able to win that is so
early A aggression on both teams.
You can see that it might get spicy. Oh, they're going to lose Niels on the push. They lose another 40 down as well, make it 3 here. As this was well read by Imperial. Loon's at least able to scrape a kill out of this, but it is a messy situation.
Yeah, that was a slaughterhouse out in Long A. The bomb is down as well, so Loons and Vice in a very tight situation. Loons goes down, Vice did trade out for Ruzao here, so it's a 3 versus 1. Some people may say it's doable, some people may say it's hard as the bomb is down, but if Vice wins these long-range AK duels, this is possible.
I mean, it's doable, yeah.
But
it's doable.
Here's the switch here.
Goken
is alive with the arm.
Well, yeah. I mean, it makes it really, really stupid hard. I mean, coming down that long street like this with the
he has to
here,
land a tap.
Yeah,
a good one tap too.
Yeah, it has to be nasty. And
he spotted out.
Yeah, that's tough. I mean, like you said, with Goken with the AWM, challenging. All right, let's see if we can make this a 5-4 half here for Lazarus, or if it's going to be 6-3 for Imperial.
The round has begun, and looks like the players are still thinking in what they want to do. So these little slow movements are coming in. Setups are now being thrown towards middle to cover the double doors. Flashes towards the players as well. Luke Calm, he's going to be the one to hold off, but the quick movement wasn't enough to save him. Vise was quick to adjust his crosshair and kill Luke Calm through the wall here. And now the aggression is now back onto A, but it's not going to happen. They're going to back out and readjust, as they did take the kill as Global Risk. With a player down, they have to decide, do they want to do a 2-2 or 1-3 or stack aside? With a man down, it puts them into questions.
Yeah, no doubt. And they considered going for the fast hit through Catwalk, but pumped the brakes for whatever reason. I'm not exactly sure if there was some utility that came out that just made them kind of double think it. It is going to be a 2-2 split more or less. You've got kind of a flex position for Goken in the tunnel, watching mid as well, but you can then watch the street. All right, looks like they are going to take their time to make this Catwalk hit happen. They really wanted to make sure this was going to work. Maybe felt like just, kind of going pedal to the metal there. Might have lost them some players they didn't need to. Here they go. They're going to stack it. A good flash catches Fei. He has to look
Neil's flash
towards
too.
the ground. Yeah, Neil's got flash in that as well. But Fei springs to action. Fei gets 2. Switches to the pistol. Gets a 3rd. A triple kill for Fei. Awesome, though. Steps into action. Takes Fei down. Now a 3v2. But Fei just coming up absolutely huge for the side of Imperial. Awesome. Able to clear the window at least briefly. C4 still on the ground. Goken just chilling, just waiting as 2 more members of Lazarus survive, but can they get this done?
So the bomb should be planted anytime soon, as Awesome is holding onto it. We do have Loons backing him up, so he should be able to reposition himself. Plant the bomb here now, going into post play. 3 versus 2, very doable for Lazarus if they are able to hold us down, but no, Ruzal is quick to find the headshot onto Awesome. Traded out by Loons here, so Loons 1v2, but he has to fend off Goken and Adrian, who are the both 2 clutch machines of Imperial.
Yeah, no doubt. ADRF from the window. Goken just steps up, just no
Up and
fear.
over.
No
Up and
fear
over.
from Goken. Takes it down, and it's going to be a 6-3 half on the GR side for Imperial. So they switch over to BL. I think they have to be brimming with confidence here, Bench.
Oh yeah, Imperial not scared to rush into sides. They're completely fine with holding it back and playing a little bit passive on the Blacklist. So we'll see what happens. For Lazarus, they need to scrap things together if they want to win on Global Risk on Blacklist. My bad, Black Widow.
It is like it is. Just remember, just think
confuses
about
us
this
a little
yesterday, Bench. I had to do Black Dragons on Black Widow while on Blacklist.
Yeah,
Super
that's
fun.
a little rough one, but Lucam is quick to find the kill onto Awesome to make things in favor of their hand, as Lazarus is now down a player. This is not looking good, as Niels is thinking of positioning himself here.
They did a lot of damage, though. And they're able to put the into Lucam's hands. So he took a lot of damage. So it's a good opportunity to put some rifles in some players with some beefier health bars as they switch over towards the B direction. Some frags from Lazarus, just kind of spot checking to see if Imperial had it pushed on through. A smoke as well at the B door into the lobby. And Imperial, that's going to force them to slow up. Vise has to go pretty big right now. He's basically the only person here on the B. Yeah, here we go. The push is on around the corner, though. The Fei is better. Ryu's out there, gets the reinforcing Niels, and all of a sudden it's a 5v2.
Fei makes sure there's nobody there to kill him while he's planting, so he just pre-fries that angle like a madman. I think he put the whole magazine there, but 40 quick to find the option onto Lucam to open things up for themselves. There's Goken being caught out. Loons will do it, but he's taken down to super low HP. Loons, oh, that was so close. Ruzal is going to tap him out from the game, and now it's going to be another kill coming in from Ruzal to single-handedly shut out the round there.
It was a good attempt here by 40. He got a good shot. Then Loons was able to step in, find one as well, so they at least made it a 3v2, but not able to find much further than that. As we move on to round number 11, up 7-3 is Imperial. 3 more rounds, and they will find themselves winning not just this match, but this set. There's a lot of utility being dumped into Long A, but it didn't matter. There wasn't any bodies to block Imperial as they are just storming through Long A onto the site. 40 spotted out. There's a couple onto the catwalk. Lucom taking some damage. He pops around the corner, gets a headshot. Goken and Lucom have taken 3 down, and they have the A site once again. It's 5 versus 2. Numbers advantage in favor of Imperial.
Lucom doesn't care. He's feeling it. He's not even chasing after the kills. He's just tapping the players out, and Goku is quick to find a kill into Niels. Feifei goes in, goes for the pot spray downs. Didn't happen as Vice kills him. The bomb is now rotating in towards A as Vice is back. Truck spots on another player. Okay, the dream is still alive, but Lucom is going to shut the dream there. The rounds are now going to be 8-3.
You can see Imperial looks pretty calm right now. They're just, having fun. They're dialed in. They just want to take care of business and move on. 2 more rounds to go before they find the win here in our match and our set. Goken does a quick peek through mid. Nothing to be seen. They're just going to try another long A hit. I mean, doubling down on this. It worked once. Why not try it again? As there's a push out of long B here. It's going to have to be Ryu's out, holds it down. He cannot do it. So that is the flank angle busted open for the side of Lazarus. And they should be able to take advantage of that, but they might be a double back. I mean, looks like Imperial might have kind of faked this hit.
Yeah, 5-round differential. Imperial can do what they want to do, what they ever want to do, right? So after losing a player, they're going to be backing off towards mid from B side here. Now Lazarus trying to hold every angle here with smokes, and they're going to be covering some angles with the smokes, flashing out some players here as well. And with a 3-2 split, Paper Thin, what do you think is going to happen if if Imperial decides to push down towards middle connector?
I think Imperial has a really good chance to get ripped apart if they do that, if I'm being perfectly honest. I think the setup that Lazarus has looks pretty good to me to have very favorable trades. No doubt about it. With this crossfire they've got set up if they go through short. Now, I say that, and of course ADRF is just absolutely nuts. He just is popping people with his M4, so they catch the player out into short there, so all of a sudden that potential crossfire is severely weakened.
That quick equalizer is going to drive the players down to 4-on-4. No player differential here, as the timer is still clicking down, as Adrian is going to go for those wall bangs, see if he can catch any players out. And Goken whips that. Takes a bunch of damage from Austin, is eventually going down. And now the players are going in hot towards A. Looks like it was Lucom going for the aggression here and almost killing 40. And in the end of the day, he does take the kill. Awesome is quick to take the 2 kills in this backpack.
He's really weak, though. It's a 1v1 now. Lucom versus Awesome. Lucom has a huge health advantage, but the C4 is in favor of Awesome. Lucom watching the doors. Ooh, I don't know if he saw him. He turns back at the last second there. It's hard to tell with the X-rays what he can see. What he can. He's gonna. He flicks over to the right, and he's gonna get another huge clutch kill and a win. And it is 1 more round, and it will be Imperial taking this game. Lazarus just cannot find any answers.
I mean, it was a hit or miss shot, so they can't help it if you don't land it. But at the end of the day, Imperial just 1 round away from shutting this map out and shutting the series out, and that's what happens.
I thought Lazarus had a good setup. It was just picked apart by the side of Imperial. 40 gets the opening kill. Loons, though, dealt with by ADRF. And now it's a 4v4. I'll make it a 4v3. 40 good for another shot. He's been pretty clean with those at times. Another up and over. 40 taking Imperial players with him. Vise as well, doing a great job here. So just Feifei as gets somebody in the back, padding the stats maybe a little bit. Takes a bunch of damage. Has Niels around.
Okay.
Wow, he wins with the pistol. Switches over to the AWM. The C4 is down on the other side, but I mean, there's still plenty of round here left bench.
Plenty of rounds.
Stranger things, right?
Imperial might just end this out here. Feifei might find a quick option onto a player that's far along A. That's awesome. And, then it equalizes things out to low HP versus low HP, Feifei versus 40. Timer, there's plenty of time here for 1 minute, 30 seconds, just a tad bit off of it. And Feifei just casually burning the timer to see if he can catch any rotators off guard. But now he does have to move in closer as the clock is ticking towards the 1 minute mark here.
Yeah, I'd really like to see him, come from underneath. He's got to be really careful, though. It's so difficult to know if anybody's still up on the site, if they've fallen back to long. I mean, with where the C4 is, you can pretty safely assume, they've gone back to long. It's essentially like a long plant position almost. He is going to see 40, though. I think he did. 40 was kind of bobbing.
Maybe he did
him. He didn't quite catch him. And he will fall. So a round for Lazarus to make it 9-4. But once again, a really long road ahead of them if they're going to be able to pull this map back.
Yeah, they have to win 5 rounds straight. And And for Fefe there, so what happens in Crossfire is if you crouch fast enough in those corners or boxes, the enemy player actually can't see your head popping out because of the hit rate. So they use that to their advantage by just crouch peeking and you don't reveal your position. And right now the aggression was a little bit quick on towards the doors here, and just a little bit of damage dealt out to Niels, but he wasn't taken down to super low or he wasn't dead. So the disengagement is going to happen as both of these teams are going to be running through their utilities like a madman. It's running out so fast.
Yeah, let's see here how this one looks. Imperial's going to slow up the pace for a bit. They've been really pushing the tempo in the previous couple of rounds. Take their time. Goken going to get sprayed down by Niels. Niels there able to get the spray under control just in time, as he's been pretty impactful here at times for the side of Lazarus in his debut in this event. But Fefe going to catch him re-peeking. Headshot with the AK is good to clean that up. Really, really good map here for a lot of these Imperial players. Lucom and Ryuzao, each big time double-digit kills. Awesome tries to push through the smoke. Pushes up and over. They don't catch him. Lucom somehow able to spin on him, but Loon's able to step in and take him down. So trades are even. It's 3 versus 3.
Now the bomb is going to get picked up by Imperial. It looks like they're going to be testing out the waters onto B site, checking every angle as they did not leave any players to check for any pushes or lurks. We still do have Vise onto the side, and we've seen him hold it off from time to time. The aggression soon to happen. There are a couple flashbangs, I do believe, still in the hands of Imperial, so they might utilize that to break open into the site here. They do have a single flash and 2 smokes to cover off the angles. So here we go. They're going to be smoking off the doors over there, and Vise knows the aggression coming in. He's going to hold it off. He finds the first quick kill. A headshot onto Fefe, holding it down. Ryuzao this goes for the pot shots, but not going to land, so it's down to 2 versus 3 with the rotation coming through.
Flash, though, he's going to hit both players. So Vise is going to have it wear down fast and just steps the corner. Hits a good shot. ADRF, a 1v3. Not going to be able to find his shots in time. And it is going to be another round, 2 in a row now. For the side of Lazarus, okay. I mean, again, there's a world where they start stringing this back. There's a world where they're able, just like we saw in the previous match, to run a few rounds in a row here and make a map of this. As, you know, Imperial, again, slowed down the pace. Let's see what they've got in store for us on this round. Niels has to back out. A lot of utility dumped towards those doors at the B lobby. And Imperial taking their time. That grenade might do a decent amount of damage there. Yeah, hit Fefe pretty good, about half.
About half, and let's see what happens from here on. There's no more HE grenades left in the hands here. Just 1 or 2 here. Awesome quick onto Adrian, but it's straight up by Fefe, which is then also retraded by Loon. So it's going to be a man advantage onto Lazarus as they're still keeping their heads up. They're still keeping their hopes up to, you know, maybe take this into overtime and, you know, maybe take this into map 3. But Ryuzao the man. Headshot, Niels trade out, and Goken too as well is going to find a kill onto Niels.
All right, a 2v2, 40 around the corner. Can't react fast enough. And Lucom with an assault rifle has a bit of an advantage if you can't hit that first shot. Sight attempting to be pushed here by the side of Imperial. Just Vise left. He gets spotted over the box. And Goken going to keep him pinned down. Oh, he tries to get caught. He's going to get the final second kill. Vise with 2 big ones to keep Lazarus in this. All right, it's 9-6. I mean, we've been on match point for quite a few rounds in a row, but Imperial hasn't been able to close the door.
Can Lazarus do it is the real question here. Just 3 more rounds to take this into overtime and keep the hopes alive. You know, map 3 is somewhat in their favor, I believe, in Compound, so we'll see what happens. More of a default, pseudo-default, let's say, as they have 3 players posted up towards Connector, which could be devastating for Imperial here. Niels, Loons, all up front. Fefe is going to peek out here now, almost landing that shot. Niels quick to find 2 kills. Lucom trades out. Lucom, a madman, goes for 2 kills, but 40 is there to back the team up. Now down to 2-on-2.
Yeah, it's an even exchange there for Imperial. They have the C4, though, inside that site, and Vise is going to catch the lurking Ryuzao. So Ryuzao not able to get much done. On to Goken. Try to keep Lazarus out of this to try to end this particular match. So far, Lazarus has done a really good job of playing their lives. And now You have one player underneath. He's going to hear that. Oh, he didn't look. He got past him. He should get taken down here. Yeah, Vise has got him. Goken just not quite able to see his opponent in time. All right, 9-7.
Okay, 2 more rounds.
Bench. I mean, are they going to do it? Are they going to run 6 in a row to send it to overtime?
If it's possible, then please, yes. Lazarus is a team that is well worth of doing. They're capable of doing it, so to speak. And if they can pull it out, then yeah, good for them. But Imperial as well, they still have 2 more rounds to juggle with, you know, like maybe an early aggression onto site. Okay, that didn't work. We can play slow, you know, maybe catch any rotators off guard. Okay, if that doesn't work, then they have another plan to pull out from their strategy book and use that to close out this map here, map number 2, and close the series down. Which is about 2 minutes left onto the clock. Both teams playing a little bit passive, but this time around it's going to be Lazarus posting up towards B with 3 players with a awesome holding onto the AWM here. They're going to be holding on to 3 AWMs actually, Niels as well. So Lazarus is the team to pull up 3 AWMs, and the defense looks pretty darn strong.
It's a big gamble here in this round. You know, to go for that many AWMs. You do have Goken nestled at the edge of long A on this balcony. He is going to be really important for them. If he can find this pick, that might be enough of an opening here onto the A site with only 2 players there. On the lurk is Lucom. Now ADRF able to at least trade it out here, but he gets a bunch of damage to him. Ryu's out, is also gone. And so all of a sudden here, 4v3 in favor of Lazarus, getting awfully close to pushing this into overtime. 40 not hitting that first shot. Feifei gonna push the corner, should have him down and dead. Yes, he does. 40 gone, 3v3. C4, can they get it down?
C4 soon to be planted, as though we have Niels coming from the back. Goken misses the shot, goes for the pistol shots. Niels quick to take him down, so now it's down to 3 versus 2. Bomb is planted, so now it's a post plant, but the HP onto Feifei doesn't look too great. Vise is now going to be popping out the windows as the flashbang and the maze to go through. They're going to be jumping out. Feifei has only on a good angle, looks differently. Takes down Niels, but Vise, though, is just too good. Vise takes 2 kills. Bomb is going to get defused, and now the hopes are alive.
It's 9-8.
9-8.
5 in a row.
Can they make it 6 in a row?
I mean, it feels like it. It feels like the momentum is widely swung in their favor for sure. Imperial trying to dig deep here, but losing some early duels. Goken looking uncharacteristically whiffy. You do not see that very often from him, so some important rounds slipping through the fingers of Imperial have given Lazarus some kind of hope to turn this around, to see if they can get the win. But out in the open is awesome. 40 takes down Lucom, but Ryu's out is so good. 2 kills. 40 as well has 2. Vise trying to see if he can do some damage. Ryu's out down to half health, but a great grenade from ADRF is huge. Sight is theirs, potentially. ADRF is good for another. Goken down, a 2v1. Niels here, full health versus 2 weakened players of Imperial. C4 is at long A, so I tell you what, Bench, he could get this done. Niels has a really good opportunity.
Bomb is down. Both players on Imperial are down to super low HP. Neil has full HP. He's actually holding into all 3 utilities, and Niels is feeling it today, so he might just be able to clutch this one out 1v2. And just about 1:30 seconds left on the clock. I think he's holding on to a decent spot where he can cover his back with the structures, and he just has to look at a single angle as you're just crouch peeking, as both players of Imperial are going to be entering from long A. They're just crawling slowly and slowly, checking every boxes, checking every angles where Niels possibly could be, but little do they know, Niels is chilling by the back corner of long A, and that might be devastating news for Imperial to take this into overtime.
Yeah, once they turn this corner, they're going to know Niels gets one, but Ryu's out, takes him down, and just barely, Imperial is able to avoid overtime. Another 10-8 win. They take the match, they take the set, and it's a 2-0 victory for Imperial overall. Close as hell, though. Hats off to Lazarus. They played their hearts out once again and almost came through with a overtime onto Black Widow. What looked like it was over, done and dusted, they really pushed it.
I mean, Imperial, compared to their last set, this set as well, they're going to be having a little bit of a rough time taking an easy win. Lazarus to put up a really good fight here. 10-8 on both maps. And, you know, when it comes to 10-8, I believe Lazarus should be, they felt the games and they were readjusting themselves, so that is good. But their early starts were just not there. So as long as Lazarus is able to readjust their early games, then we might be able to see them back in the wild cards.
That's a really good point. And they just weren't able to get their footing in both maps early, and that really cost them. It could have been a very different affair had they found a round or two earlier on in the maps. But still, a hell of a performance from Lazarus. Really impressed with their ability to bounce back, their mentality. You can see that having Niels back, I think at the very least, even though the rounds didn't go early, still they were able to recover mentally. So that's what's important for them. But that's going to do it for this particular match. We're going to send it back over to Matt in the desk to break this one down. Matt, it's all yours.
Thank you, Mr. Thin. Thank you, Mr. Bench. We will take that one away with the Brazilian team of Imperial keeping that region's dreams alive. They're now on 2 wins from 2, but another toughly fought one as well.
Yeah, I mean, looking at that match, I mean, Lazarus, they put up a huge fight there, 8 rounds on both maps. Yep. I mean, Vi is making an amazing push in that final map to try and bring them back. Unfortunately, they just couldn't find a way to bring either map into overtime. But for me, looking at this match as a whole, Ryuzao and Lukem, that's the difference Imperial had in this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, this was the marquee matchup from the moment that we saw the schedule, from the moment that we saw that both of these teams were victorious. We were like, oh, okay, finally, we're going to see some winners clashing. It did deliver. I can't really be that disappointed that I missed my prediction on this one. I did believe in Lazarus, and they did make it incredibly close at the end. I wish that this went the distance and had gone all the way to 3, but this was still an incredible series from these two teams.
It would have been a big achievement to get that second game to overtime, wouldn't it, Valdez? But they got 5 in a row. It was just short.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty clear, I think, that Lazarus, even though at many moments you could have seen them down, a little bit out, there were some streaks, especially on even Lazarus's map pick of Ankara, that started with 4 round wins from Imperial. Like, it was pretty one-sided as well. So I feel like there were a lot of times where Lazarus could have had moments where they could have lost their nerve, but it was really impressive to see them stick it through all the way through, make that big push at the end on Black Widow on one of Imperial's best maps as well. So even though they did take the loss, even though they didn't even take one map, it's really nice to see, and it could mean good things for them in the future. But again, Imperial looking very strong, but at the same time, does that match up to the level of the Chinese teams? It's always a question in my mind, because I think we'll have to wait and see how Lazarus does against the Chinese team in their group.
Yeah, Imperial have managed to take down Q9. It would seem that another match against another Chinese team is going to be in their future before we get to the end of CFS 2022. Let's take you through the action again, as we've played on Ankara and Black Widow, and 2 completely different scraps. On Ankara, we traded rounds 6 or 7 rounds. I think it was 6 back and forth. Whereas when we were on Black Widow, Imperial got 5 rounds on the bounce. Then Lazarus did.
Yeah, I mean, looking at how this match started, you had a 4-0 run from Imperial, but that tack pause from Lazarus right after round 4 really helped them bounce back and have a fighting chance in this matchup. Unfortunately, just going into that second half, the same thing kind of happened against them. Imperial takes a tack pause, they come back, they get a 2-round lead, they're up 9-7, and they just have enough there to close it out.
Yeah, it was an incredible bout. I mean, if you just did push a little bit harder, I think, especially on that second map from Lazarus, we could be looking at a different result. Maybe it's overtime. Maybe it's just them straight up winning the map and taking us into a 3rd one. It did basically require for Vice to go absolutely nuclear to get them that far, to get that streak, that 5-round streak at the very end. But it was incredibly well played. This whole way throughout. That's the biggest thing. It's just at least make it close. We don't want to see these blowouts between these two teams, especially when you're both coming off of victories. You want to come in here and have a really titanic clash, and I'm at least just happy that it delivered on that. But Imperial should definitely be holding their heads high after this one, because it's a very huge victory for them.
Yeah, a lot to be pleased about. Still going to hurt, of course, if you are Lazarus. Carl, you know the boys really well. How do you think they're going to shake this one off?
I think they're still going to be happy with their performance. Obviously, I'm sure they wanted the win here, but looking at how this impacts the group as a whole, Imperial, they also beat Q9. So Lazarus, I think with what they showed us, they're very much in a position where Q9 could be a win for them, and that still gets them a second place position if they can pull off that match. And from what we saw here, it's definitely within reach for them.
I mean, I remember back to the winners interview from their first series when they walked away from that one, and they were just talking about how they kind of had tempered expectations. They're not the kind of team who comes in here and says like, oh yeah, we're going to smash it, we're going to be number one, blah, 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 talks all this talk. They said, yeah, we're hoping to make it into like second position and whatnot, and that still seems incredibly possible given the performances that we've seen from them.
Yeah, they're a very realistic team. I think they're very measured in what they're expecting from the others. Nils, of course, was a big story on the first day, not here. Madison stepping in for him. You feel like Nils made a strong impact? I think his skills showed.
I think he is a huge part of this team. You know, like for everything that we say with like Madison having a really big performance, he did, but Niels is right back in the seat where they need him, and he's just, you know, he does all the stuff that really we can't see in terms of talking through with his team, talking about strategy, leading the charge. Oftentimes you could even see, especially on Ankara, one of their favorite maps, he's always kind of playing the off position, trying to get information, trying to say, okay, now you can push, now I think it's a good time, because he's always kind of the off man. So he sometimes makes the sacrifice as well because he gets isolated if you do put yourself in that position.
Let's see the summary of Black Widow. You got to see Ankara's after that map, but Black Widow numbers are such as these. 10-8, of course.
And you can see Niels, I mean, the KDA might not look quite as big as some people would have anticipated given the way that those last few rounds went, but as we were talking about during the game here on the desk, I mean, Valdez pointed out, he started off 0-7 on this map, then made a monstrous run back. So for him to have that kind of start and then still make it to be, you know, one of two people who basically have a positive KD, I guess Vice more with a, or sorry, I'm thinking of Vice with the 0-7. I'm completely getting switched up here. He makes it to a 1 KDA.
Vice was 0-7 and went to 14-13.
Yes, sorry, I'm crossing my wires, but Niels, very strong performance from him. One of the things that we were talking about before we got into this game was, can he have a really big performance? Can he bring that firepower that he often lacks? And he absolutely delivered on that front.
Our MVP is Lukaum with a 1.33 KD and knocking out someone every round. Half the shots are half the kills are headshots as well.
Yeah, that's the thing about this Imperial squad. Every single guy is a monster, including this guy right next to me, Lukaum, joining us on the desk.
Yeah, Lukaum, congratulations. A close fight, 10-8 on both maps. Did they expect it to be that close?
10-8 nos dois mapas. Vocês esperavam ser tão apertado?
A gente esperava sim ser apertado. Acho que a Lazarus é o time da Europa que tem mais experiência em LAN, de todos os times que estão participando do evento. Então a gente já sabia que seria jogo difícil.
We were expecting a hard match. We know Lazarus is the best European team, so we were ready for it.
Yeah, definitely. It looked like they knew what was coming.
Yeah. During that last map, particularly in the second half, starting from round 13, Lazarus was able to win those 5 consecutive rounds in a row, almost getting themselves into overtime. How did you and the rest of the team just maintain, you know, high spirits and not really give up on the map to that, you know, to the point where you were able to win it out in the end?
Como vocês mantiveram a postura após a Lazarus ensaiar uma recuperação no mapa com aqueles últimos 5 rounds que eles fizeram lá?
Na verdade, a gente estava cometendo alguns erros de comunicação, então a postura que a gente teve foi só manter a cabeça no lugar. A gente já sabia basicamente o que eles estavam fazendo, mas de qualquer forma estava dando errado. Agora é melhorar para não ter que depender de clutches assim difíceis e começar a valorizar que o campeonato está muito difícil.
We were making a lot of communication mistakes and we were aware of what we were doing, but our strategy remained to keep composure, and we need to get better because the tournament is getting harder.
So let's follow that up a little bit, Lukaum, because in the first map on Ankara, you took a tactical pause when you were 8-7 up, right near the end. So why was that then? If they were there, you're talking about these communication issues. Why take a tac pause when you're 8-7 up? What was going on?
Vocês tiveram problemas de comunicação no segundo jogo. Explica o processo de pensamento de vocês naquele pause no primeiro mapa, que vocês estavam na frente.
O pause era para a gente dar uma esfriada no jogo, mas a gente sabia que o ritmo que a gente estava mantendo era o melhor, que estava se encaixando. Então o pause só foi mesmo para deixar uma dúvida na cabeça do adversário, para saber se a gente iria fazer algo diferente.
Mind games. We wanted to cool down the game a little bit to see if they would do something different.
So I was curious actually about your future. So now you're 2-0 in the group, and considering your last opponent, SGJ, looks like the weakest team, it seems like you guys should get out in first and make it to the playoffs, right? So you already defeated one Chinese team. I'm curious about what do you think about the play style of the Chinese teams in particular, and how you were able to overcome Q9, and what do you think about your chances in the playoffs against those teams?
Vocês têm uma partida agora contra o SGJ, que teoricamente é o time mais fraco do grupo. Vocês já venceram o time chinês. O que vocês acham dessa vitória contra o time chinês e como vocês se prepararão para os próximos jogos contra o time chinês?
Eu acho que essa vitória mostra a nossa evolução do último campeonato que a gente jogou. Mas, independente do adversário, a gente sempre vai dar nosso melhor. E a gente agora vai decidir como vai ser os próximos jogos para analisar nossos adversários. E pé no chão sempre, contra qualquer time que a gente for jogar.
We will always give our best and keep our heads low and our feet on the ground, preparing for the next matches.
Awesome. Looking at both of your matches so far, you've played both Q9 now and Lazarus in two very close matches. I was wondering, based on those two matches, who you felt was maybe the harder opponent and who you think is more likely to grab that other spot in the top two in your group?
Foram duas partidas difíceis. Quem vocês acham que foi o time mais difícil de se enfrentar?
Com certeza o time da China é um tabu que a gente vem tentando quebrar há alguns anos. Essa rivalidade que a gente tem contra a China é muito grande e essa vitória de ontem foi muito importante para dar confiança para a gente e para os outros times que estão no campeonato brasileiros.
This is a taboo that we've been trying to break for a while to win against the Chinese teams, and that victory was very important to give us confidence and to give confidence to our other teammates and teams from Brazil as well.
Yeah, and they need it, to be fair, because Black Dragons and Extenzi are in a difficult spot. Is there any message you want to say to them? Is there words he's got for the Brazilian teams?
Os times brasileiros estão num local meio vulnerável, complicado agora. Tem alguma mensagem de apoio, de suporte que vocês queiram dar para o Extenzi e a Black Dragons?
Eu acho que eles têm que botarem a cabeça no lugar. Ainda tem muito chão aí para caminhar nesse campeonato, então eles têm que se preparar psicologicamente, que nada é impossível e que se ter união é importante nesse momento, ainda mais quando está perdendo, e é isso.
Keep your heads up, stay united. There's a lot of tournaments to go still.
It's very true. We're only on day 3. Obrigado, Legal.
Obrigado.
Thanks very much.
Thank
and
you.
Congratulations to our Brazilian region with a very strong showing from Imperial on that 10-8, 10-8. Not to take anything away from Lazarus. Very close, obviously. 4-5 at the half of the first one. Goes out 8-10. 3-6 against Lazarus in the first half of the second. They pull it back, but oh so close to making it overtime, but just not there. I wouldn't have mind seeing a third match of that, I'll have to admit. We will get to see more of Lazarus and more of Imperial, of course, as the group stages aren't over yet. And currently, that match between them, as I said, was the only match we got today between two teams who had a win. That looks very likely we're going to see Imperial at the top of this. Of course, there's more games to come. Top two teams will get out of the group. So it looks like Q9 Esports Club will be second or third, you would think. And SGJ have got their hands full. Later on today, we will see SGJ again, as they're going to be playing against Q9, of course. So that I really think can put SGJ in a bad spot or really break some Chinese hearts.
I mean, that's basically the make or break for them. It's essentially a must win. If they can't walk away from that one with a victory, then it's pretty much the end of it, unless some stars align. But even then, I haven't done all the mathematics on it and whatnot, so I'll have to do some quick math during the break to figure out if they would still be.
It's possible.
able to make it through.
It's possible. I mean, 3 losses clearly out, 2 losses, things can align, and obviously that wild card spot is there. You know,
Yeah.
I'm expecting some of these groups to end up with being 2 teams on a win and 2 losses, and the sets working it out for you. You know, losing a game 2-0 might be the thing that sends you home instead of losing it 2-1. It could come down to things like that. So you've seen Group B's standings. We're going to go back to Group A. Next, we're going to go and revisit the reigning world champions. All gamers who started the whole tournament off yesterday. They're coming back after the break. And TeamMyth from Egypt. They've got their hands full facing the world champions. Let's see if that rage meter is at maximum. They're going to need it, and we'll see it next. Next up here at CFS 2022 Grand Finals Day 3, we got the reigning world champions, the Chinese team, the legends that are All Gamers, have won this tournament twice in the past, but nobody has ever won CFS 2 times back to back. This is the team who think they can do it, and here on the analyst desk at this stage, we'd be saying you'd be crazy to count them out.
Yeah. I think just winners until proven otherwise is kind of the circumstances. So we'll have to just wait and see. But so far, no one's really, I mean, we've only got a very brief glance at them, but it wasn't that competitive. So
it was
looking
short
forward to
and
seeing
sweet
a little
on
bit
day
more.
They made it brief themselves.
They definitely made it brief.
10-4, 10-5 was how All Gamers dealt with Extenzi Gaming from Brazil, who were the #1 team here out of the Brazilian region. That was knocked aside. Next up, we have All Gamers facing off against TeamMyth from Egypt. And we've already said how amazing it is and how much we've enjoyed over the last couple of days of having Egyptian teams represented here at an esports tournament, because that is something that we see all too rarely on any title, and indeed hardly ever. So it's great to have them and Anubis Gaming here as well. Unfortunately, though, for TeamMyth, their time at CFS is looking a bit stacked against them as they're in this Group A. And they took a bit of a beating on the first day. All Gamers are coming for them now.
Yeah, I think there's... we can talk about the Enrage timer and the meter and stuff like that. But the reality of the situation is that TeamMyth, you know, they even struggled this year in Elite League as well. You know, they got, I think it was 5th or 4th or something. And they were able to overcome that and hit first place when it mattered, right? And that's kind of what it... You know, they're really good at. That's why I was talking about that in Rage Timer. They sometimes have to go through entire gauntlets to win a tournament, which they oftentimes do. The only issue is, like in many other esports in Crossfire, there's kind of like a tier of different regions a lot of the times. And China's on top as it stands, and for a very long time, Brazil ahead of Europe as well. And with the Egyptian teams joining in EU MENA, you know, they have a long way to go. If they were struggling in Elite League in the MENA scene, now they have to go up against the champions from 2021. It is a huge hill to climb, regardless of how enraged they are.
Yeah. So the Rage meter is going to have to just fire, as you pointed out earlier on. How do you guys see it? Did anyone think TeamMyth has a chance against All Gamers? Let's bring in the predictions across all of the regions. I reckon the Chinese region will go for All Gamers. I think that's everybody. Yeah. Okay, TeamMyth. So really, one way then we can look at this is TeamMyth, you have nothing to lose here. Well, you know you're up against it. Everyone knows you're up against it. You've lost your opening match as well, so you know clearly you don't want to get knocked out of CFS. But you got to just go and get them, haven't you, Carl?
Yeah, I mean, for TeamMyth, they still have the luxury of this not being their final match. They still have to play Extenzi as well, so maybe that's a potential win for them, considering they've looked shaky. But I think for this match, it's just more getting the experience and seeing how far they can push themselves, and at least getting a bit of confidence to, you know, maybe they get a map here in this series that puts them in an edge to potentially contend Extenzi for that third-place spot in the group. I think for them, they're just trying to get anything they can out of this matchup.
Yeah, I think it's basically like nothing to lose, but everything to learn. This one of the best ways to learn and become better at a game is to be beaten down upon by somebody who is truly incredible. So who better than the current reigning champions here in All Gamers? So if you're going to be able to take anything away from this, use that into your third and final series here in the group stage. That is instrumental. So no matter what, even if they walk away with a loss, there's going to be a lot that can be gained here from it at the end.
Well, then let's meet the teachers. They're All Gamers. All Gamers. Known to do it. Small stages, group stages, world championship stages. Even, ZQ, ZY, Zhai, and Bean. What a great team that All Gamers have managed to pull together.
I like their coordinated custom face masks that they've got, because not only does it represent the Chinese flag colors, but it also says All Gamers and everything on it. So
yeah.
It is just for the team.
I really want one, but I don't think I'm good enough to play for them. But there are the guys who everybody fears. Well, not everybody fears. No, not everybody fears. Extenzi didn't fear them on day one. You saw that video that we had on day one when we met all of the teams.
And that
going,
proved to be a
we're
mistake.
not scared of these. I don't I genuinely don't think they were scared of him, because it is a very Brazilian team thing.
Oh,
to
sure.
think we're not scared of our opponents, they should be scared of us. Okay, all gamers do not scare easily.
They certainly do not. And I mean, the record's just, as we've looked at it in the past, they continue to impress and they continue to become even better. And now they're going to be looking to add yet another victory to the tally at the end of it all, unless TeamMyth can pull a rabbit out of a hat on very short notice, because this is going to be an incredibly tough bout for them.
TeamMyth, we know they've got it against them here, against all gamers, but let's not take anything away from them. They are a fantastic team who qualified here for CFS 2022. Here they are. The Egyptian TeamMyth, the Penguin, JWoww, Booker, Alucard, and Horus. I mean, let's remind ourselves, these guys won both of the West CFELs in 2021, Season 1 and 2. They won Season 1 of this year's, although they came 5th in the second one. They won their regional finals last year. They won the regional finals this year. They won the Invitational earlier this year.
Yeah, and, you know, all the memes aside, they're really good when the odds are stacked against them, right? If they're in a gauntlet, if they are down on their luck, that's when they're like, okay, guys, it's time. We got to try. We got to get in there. We got to play our best. So even though they are the heavy underdogs, I would expect to see, you know, 90% at least of their true form, which is sometimes really difficult to get, especially on land. You know, it's a lot of pressure, but I don't think they're going to be feeling much pressure. I think what you guys have been saying is very true. I think they're going to come into this one with reckless abandon. Maybe we see some crazy strats that catch all gamer off guard. And, you know, I've seen crazier upsets in my time.
I would like to see a crazy upset. I think everybody would. Let's take a look at Even and Booker leading their teams.
Yeah, I mean, looking at these two players, Even, obviously one of the best entry fraggers out there. He's going to be a huge threat. Booker, I mean, he's got some hit and miss performances throughout, but I think the big thing for me in this matchup in the back of my mind is how the Egyptian playstyle goes against the Chinese playstyle. The last time we saw it go head-to-head in 2019 on the international stage, their counterparts, Anubis, actually had an overtime match against All Gamers, so I think their playstyle actually has some benefits against a team like All Gamers.
And I mean, given the close association and familiarity between Myth and Anubis, as Valdez has been talking about here on the desk, perhaps Myth can take a bit of that play style that they're so familiar playing up against and put it into their own play, and then maybe find some success versus All Gamers.
They met earlier on this year. Myth lost in the Summer Championship. Remember, they won the CFS Invitational this year, but not the Summer Championship this year on those maps. If we talk maps briefly before we get stuck into this one, they both banned Black Widow on their earlier tournaments of this. TeamMyth lost on Ankara, and Ankara was pretty good for all gamers, generally speaking, as are most of the maps, to be honest. So I'm expecting a ban there from TeamMyth. Are we expecting any shockers?
Honestly, I think for TeamMyth, maybe this is the time you try to bring out something like Eagle Eye, catch somebody off guard with something maybe they're not prepared for. I think that's your best chance to maybe go ahead and find at least one against All Gamers.
I mean, that is a solid tactic, isn't it? Sure. You know you're against a team who are probably going to outfight you on a known battleground, so this is where you whip something else out.
I mean, sometimes a non-gameplay strategy, like something within the game itself, that can work. We just heard there from Imperial moments ago. They called a timeout just to play, to inflict mental warfare on their opponents. So throwing a curveball map pick like Eagle Eye, that could just be enough to really give yourself the edge. So we'll have to see if they do it.
Is it coming, Valdez? Is this the moment? You don't yet believe.
The time to get angry.
He doesn't yet believe.
You saw my prediction. Unfortunately, I do have to go with All Gamers on this one. We'll have to see, what'll happen in this match. But that's my prediction. I'll just say that.
I think Paper Thin and Bench will be ready for this one. All Gamers against TeamMyth. Expect this one to be fast and a lot of action in it, but maybe not over so soon. Let's see what TeamMyth can do against the world champions.
Oh, yeah, we're ready. I mean, we're always ready, but now we're really ready. We have the world champions, All Gamers, going up against TeamMyth. An uphill battle for anybody, it seems like, against All Gamers, of course. But as the desk alluded to, Bench, maybe we get to see something unique here. You and I were actually just talking about this ourselves during the break, that maybe we're going to see something a little bit different with the map picks.
Yeah, for map ban picks, we have a good chance of seeing Mexico, first of all, and maybe possibly Eagle Eye, although All Gamers have a whooping 16-4 on Eagle Eye, so maybe Myth might bend this out. But okay, Mexico's in our pocket for sure. So All Gamers might ban out Black Widow just to put Myth in the hard spot here, and Myth is gonna ban out Ankara is our anticipation here. So with those two maps being banned out, that opens up the gate for Eagle Eye to come in.
All right, well, I mean, we've got two really interesting maps potentially in the holster. Let's see if it is going to be drawn by either side as we move into our map ban pick. I believe All Gamers won the coin toss, which means they opt to go for the ban first, which means they get the first pick as well, if I'm not mistaken. So we're going to see what they want to do as our players. I still love, by the way, that we get to do this live. Like, the players get to pick at their desk, and we get to see it updated in real time. So that is actually, like, so cool for esports. I love that.
And once again, shout out to Pablo for implementing such a system. Myth here, since they're going to be going to this game in an uphill battle, we should talk about their favorites a little more. I think Myth would definitely want to have Compound in their backpack, Black Widow in their backpack, since they're the two maps they're feeling more comfortable on. But at the same time, because of that, All Gamers might just, all outright just ban those two maps out.
Could be. I mean, I'm really curious. There's a lot of opportunities for Myth to, again, like the desk was talking about, try something unusual, try a curveball, play some mental warfare, as Achilleo said. So
mental warfare.
I like that. I love mental warfare. I'm all about it.
Also, the rabbit out of the hat.
The rabbits out of the hats. Yeah, I'm all about the magic. You know me, I like the magic. All right, so first ban is going to be going the way of All Gamers. Expecting
Black Widow.
Black Widow probably, but
Possibly
maybe
Black
not.
Widow.
I mean, maybe they want to just try something. Maybe they want to keep Eagle Eye or something like that out of the,
picture.
Yes, exactly. But then again, they're so good on every map. I think they could just play whatever they're comfortable on here today. Maybe trying to hide a map as well is why they might be banning something, trying to hide some strats.
Or just like a random sub-base ban coming through, maybe.
Why not? Yeah, I mean, just you could literally convince me of any of the 7 maps here, and I'd be like, yeah, sure.
So the first ban is going to be important because the first ban leads into the second and the fourth and the third ban as well. So All Gamers definitely taking their time, counting every single possibilities here. If I ban this, what will they ban? What should I pick? What should they pick?
Well, they get like I think it's about a minute or so, 45 seconds or something like that to pick it once it or ban it, excuse me, once it activates. So let's see what they want to go for. Should be coming here relatively shortly as our maps spin around the globe, like space station, like giant space stations. If those were actually like the proportional size to the Earth, like if these maps around it, like they would come crashing down to the Earth and like it would just end the planet. It would be an apocalypse. So those space stations are unlikely to be possible. Looks like we're having a bit of an issue with the pick ban system. I jinxed it. I praised it. Yeah, it's my fault. I'm so sorry, production.
Well, I mean, we get more time to talk about how the ban picks are going to go. We can talk about some anticipations here. So we earlier just talked about how Black Widow is Myth's favorite, and All Gamers just say no, screw you, and we're just gonna ban that out. Compound as well is Myth's favorite as well, as they came out 60% on win rate, 8 wins, 5 losses, and so Myth could just rule that out as well. So let's see where the first ban is going to land. Is it going to be Black Widow or it's sub-base?
Hey, you thought about that. Yeah, actually.
It was a possibility.
Yeah, I mean, I think it makes sense. It can be a tricky map. It can be one of those upset-heavy maps that Kyle's been talking about a lot, and so ZZXQ. And so, I mean, yeah, I think this makes a lot of sense for All Gamers in a way. It is going to be Eagle Eye. Oh, come on, man. Come on, man. No, it's okay. Nope, we cannot. We just want to see it purely for our own enjoyment. The players are fully allowed to do what they want.
That is absolutely true. So the sub-base ban basically pushed Myth to ban out Eagle Eye because it's one of the best maps that all gamers do well in every single map. All right, the first map pick is going to be Ankara from All Gamers.
Not surprising, as they were dominant on it, and 91% was not so good on it. Yeah, so this makes a ton of sense for All Gamers. So the side picks, it is going to be GR picked for TeamMyth first, and that will put all gamers on the blacklist side. And now we move over to the map number 2 pick for TeamMyth. What are they going to drift to? Is this going to be Mexico? Is this going to be maybe Compound, a map they did okay on the last time they played? Kind of curious. What do you think?
It has to be Compound.
You think Compound?
It has to be Compound.
You're saying it has to be. That's a pretty definitive
Or-
statement.
Or the big fat
did
or
it have
drop.
to be?
Well, I take that back now. Well, the bets are closed, but Mexico
messing
is going
with
to
you.
be map number 2. So we get to see more Mexico coming into day number 3 here in CFS Grand Final here.
I am the Mexico caster, apparently. Like that,
I love
that
it.
map just keeps coming out for me, and I'm all
Second
about
Mexico for me.
it. Yeah, and it's the 3rd one for me, dude. So I'm thrilled about it. All gamers gets to pick the side they want to go. Yeah, it makes a lot of sense to go Global Resistance first. I think that's, you know.
Indeed,
that's-
given the maps.
Yeah, that's a pretty easy choice.
Circumstances, it's quite easy to anticipate that. Now, last 2 bans here, all gamers might just opt out to shut out Compound here, or Black Widow. Black
Sure.
Widow? Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, I mean, again, that was like their normal kind of ban. I think
Yeah.
they floated it just to see if, you know, maybe Myth was comfortable on it, but I think they suspected that maybe Myth wouldn't go for it. And then we had to end up on Compound. So as far as things go for TeamMyth, if they can somehow, some way get us to that 3rd map, it is one that they have shown they're competent on. So, you know, we'll see. Again, nobody's really kind of expecting it. We'd love to see it. But still, it's going to be a really tough battle for them, regardless, going up against a team that looks absolutely nuts in their first game in all gamers. TeamMyth. All right, I mean, you know, like, okay, so let's see here. Like, Valdez has been talking about this rage meter bench. He's saying that, you know, it takes TeamMyth a little time to get warm up, but man, you know, if you're building up the rage meter, you're going to go berserk. Now, I've seen Berserk, the anime. It does not end well for Guts. So I'm a little bit concerned for TeamMyth here.
I mean, if Myth is able to, you know, push that button, and basically explode that rage meter and come out with a win at the right time, yes, sure, Myth is still in it, but if they lose to all gamers today as well and only to build up that rage meter is useless.
Yeah, exactly. You kind of burn it. It's sort of like, you know, using your super in a fighting game, you know, to little effect. So we'll see if they can build it even more, see if they can maybe squeak something out here. It is going to be Ankara, all gamers pick to kick us off. We have a really important match here for TeamMyth as they go up against our defending world champions. All gamers versus TeamMyth. Group A, it's the 4th match here, a best of 3 to find out, you know, if Myth can get this done or if all gamers is just scooting on to the playoffs.
For Myth, I do believe they do still have a chance. I think every single player on all gamers except Bean was popping off. So if they're able to find the crack onto Bean wherever he's holding, you know, and rotate towards there and somehow get onto the side or deepen, then maybe, just maybe, Myth might just,
I mean,
you know, they could do it.
The concern is like Bean is a world champion. And he didn't even have to really. I mean, he still went positive. He was just vibing.
Bean down.
I know.
He's a good player, but also slow start.
Yeah, I mean, it's sort of slow. It's like hard to say if it was slow or not, right? Like
still on a positive.
Yeah,
KD ratio here.
It's hard to judge exactly where all gamers are. Grenade comes out, hits JWoww, the IGL for TeamMyth. Takes a smidgen of damage here. It looks like this is all just a bit of a ruse for the side of all gamers, at least for now, as they inch their way in towards mid, start to take control of the map here. You do see a couple TeamMyth members pushed out a bit into the hotel. So both teams trying to see if they can gain some space early.
So once you push out into hotel, you gain the information of long B here and also the connector towards B. So hotel push was definitely indeed needed. And at the same time, all gamers are going to be pushing in towards B aggression. All 4 members except a single player to pop out a flash towards long here. And now the aggression is on.
Yeah, it looks like this is pretty easy for them to take. Horus has to just retreat behind the wall and wait for the rest of the team to come. There's no way he could do much. He had an opportunity maybe to find one pick. Joey is going to take one before he is traded out by JWoww. We have the battles of the Jays. Joey, it's a Joey. We don't say it. It's going to be tough with JWoww and Joey to get that one underneath my tongue. Yeah, no doubt.
And now it's down to 4 versus 4 into a post plant. And that anchoring play from J-Way didn't quite work out, and it could have been done more flawlessly. But now, with more utilities being thrown, TeamMyth has to now go and ZY to stop the aggression. Takes one. ZQ finds 2 quick kills, and that's going to be All Gamers taking the first round.
Well, looked really good for All Gamers. They were firmly in control of that in terms of everything. Strategy, rotations, shooting, execution, all on their side. Really, really clean round there for All Gamers. And TeamMyth already on the back foot here, 1-0. I just love the way they work the map, the way they maneuver, take control of mid, give themselves so many opportunities to kind of, go wherever they want. Frankly, they have complete control. And yeah, a few grenades out in the open as we see a lot into those long A stairs.
For the for All Gamers to have these quick and fast movements is because they are confident in their shots. If they run into somebody, they are ready to just take that other person down and just run into wherever corner they want to run into.
I mean, literally, yeah, it's like they're on an ice rink and they've got skates on and they could just go wherever they want. It's absolutely incredible the way that they maneuver themselves, the fluidity with which they play with. I mean, absolutely, be like water. And they
be like water.
Yeah,
nice.
They certainly are. I love the way they play the game. How can you not? They're going to leave the C4 in the back. Take their time on this round. A little bit slower pace to start.
They're going to be posted backwards outside B, 3 players, so it's going to be C4 being picked up, and mid's information has been cleared out by J-Way, so they're going to be rushing down middle here, going back towards the connector to B, as that worked out last round quite swiftly. And it's going to be Horus and Lucard holding down B side, and they have to make some kills. Otherwise, it's going to be another swift aggression coming out from underpass here. ZY rushing in first as an entry fragment.
Well, they've done it again. Chway just pops Horus right in the head with the AK. Fast kill for him. And again, it's looking very similar to the first round. Chway again. Can he find a 30-10? Chway with a double kill, 3 in the round. Alucard at least able to take him down, but damage more than done for Chway as he finds 3.
Myth shouldn't allow Chway to play like that. They need to punish him for playing aggressive, but Lucard was quick to take ZY. But in the end of the at the end of the day, he was traded out, and that's going to be another round given to All Gamers. But going back to what I was just speaking about, J-Way is basically playing super aggressive, basically, pinching at this corner, pushing through this connector and going to basically where Global Rush's spawn is, and they need to stop that from happening. Myth needs to stop any sort of fallbacks.
Yeah, good luck.
Well, they have to do it if they want to win the series.
You're absolutely correct. Yeah. No, I know. Absolutely, no doubt about it. It is very, very difficult. Alucard, I would say, at least for TeamMyth, it looks pretty clean with that AWM, so again, silver linings for them is that he looks like he's playing well. I'm not sure what happened there. Sometimes people just eat themselves out of the round. And okay, AK is good for Jway. He is just rocking and rolling here so far. A bunch of damage done to Bean, though. He's going to have to fall back a little bit. C4 is going to come through here for the side of All Gamers, and it is down. Retake going to have to be attempted by TeamMyth. They're going to stage themselves for this back alley push, it looks like.
It's going to be a tough one.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Put Alucard in the back and let the rest of them kind of push on in. Here comes the utility dump. Flashes are in. They hit a few players, but a lot of the players are underneath the site. Up and over. Jway not able to find any. Being able to connect with a player at the very least. Horus here. Oh, they're going for the sneaky defuse. Are they going to get it? The defuse is coming through. It's going to happen. They've got it. TeamMyth with the ninja defuse are going to take her out.
Pros don't fake. Pros do not fake, and that's how you take a round.
TeamMyth
just did it. Outright
just
did
the look
it.
There from.
Well, I
mean,
mean,
kind of sticks his tongue out like, well, we got away with it.
That happened.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious here if there might have been a tech issue though.
Until the referees tell us the exact information on what happened, or if this is going to be a restart of the lobby or anything, we will be held off from seeing the next rounds in a short while.
Yeah.
But for now, that
Penguin's reaction there was so funny.
That defuse was world class.
I mean, ninja defuses. It is a beautiful thing about this game. Is
Yeah.
the defuses and the plants are both fast, so you can sneak those out. And if you're able to save utility, like some smokes and stuff, it makes it all the easier sometimes to get it done. So we'll see, though. Yeah, like you said, we may have to replay this round. I'm not sure. We are going to, of course, get ourselves situated, get it all figured out.
Well, that's the point.
Yeah. I'm
But
not
at the
sure.
same time,
I haven't marked it on my score sheet just yet.
I marked it, but I can scrape it off in case of a restart.
You got some white out there?
Nah, I can just scrape it off. You know what I'm saying?
With what?
Well, I'm not going
Do
to
you have a knife? Do you have an X-Acto knife there?
I can use my pen. I'm a human
suppose.
being and knows how to use
Oh,
the
you're saying like cross it off?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Now I
Just
understand.
scribble over it.
Now
you
I
know.
get you.
Like
Your weird Canadian sayings.
I'm sorry.
And your little Caesars pushes.
I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. I'm just I'm just giving you some.
Well, going back to the game though, the delay is going to be persisting for a little while, but let's see what we can talk about how the games are going to go through since that Ninja Diffuse happened. So all gamers are now going to be alert on the Ninja Diffuser, so Myth can't pull that off once more.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, you got to be ready for it no matter what, right? And I think we'll see. I mean, again, I don't know what was going on there, so I'm not going to take a lot of that round if I'm being perfectly honest.
Well, I'm going to throw a pot shot. Maybe ZQ kind of fell in a bit in the maps.
You're a spicier man than me, my friend.
Or he might have just, decided to contemplate on his life and just...
Yeah, I mean, look, the Ninja Diffuses, again, are
Ninja's good.
somewhat common in this game. So,
yeah. First one to come through, though.
Yeah. By the way, I love the masks of AQ, or AG, excuse me. I really, really, really like those. Like, they have their team logo on there. The colors pop. I'm a fan. I'm not going to lie. As, we do still have to wear masks often here. I'm definitely all about the stylish ones. Although I just wear, like, basic white ones. So.
And Kara's in Kara, and we can maybe talk a little bit more about Mexico. So this is our second Mexico today, third Mexico in the whole tournament here.
Yep.
And we were yet to see a lot of XMs come into play from Mexico. So maybe all gamers might just build out like 4 XMs and just rush in, punch holes in bodies and faces and just take the rounds? Or is it going to be just one of the standard loadouts?
I'm all about it. I'm all about it.
I
mean, yeah, I love crazy, so that's glad. Fine with me.
I'm actually glad that Mexico's map number 2, because if it was map number 3, then things would have been, different. If all gamers shuts it out, then we don't get to see Mexico. If Myth shuts out, then we don't get to see Mexico. So we are guaranteed to see Mexico here.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, it is good to, no matter what, get another look at it, as a lot of teams now are starting to have to go to kind of the plan B as their first opening match of this tournament. Did not go so hot in their group stage. Okay, so it is 2-1. So Myth is going to claim that round, and we move on to round number 4. So the Ninja Diffuse is good. It is viable, as AG going to once again take mid control, take their time to kind of, again, check everything out, see if there's any pushes, and wait this one, see what they want to do. I'm curious. Look at this 3-man stack onto A, though, for Myth.
Myth is definitely waging their bets onto the A aggression here, but all gamers, they have all the more time they want to play around. But at the same time, they did have control of mid. They gave up just now, but they were able to gather enough information and maybe test out A here. Going to be coming up and over towards the vents here, possibly.
Looks like it. I think you're right. Some grenades to try to soften up the players on site. A flash there is going to hit ZY as he tries to push the left side. Stares up and over his Booker. Does some damage. Shui gone. 2 kills here for the side of TeamMyth. Maybe they're starting to heat up. Booker is going to find another kill. Finally, ZY gets 2 of his own to shut him down. A 2 for 2 is what we have in the remaining time, but TM is happy to push this. Bean and ZY, though, are good for both, and they are going to keep the round in all gamers' hands. 3-1 now, but I mean, TeamMyth played that really well.
I mean, Myth read what all gamers were going to do. They gave up middle, so they give the information, or not so wrong information, but misleading information to all gamers to rotate towards A. So their 3-man stack worked out. They did trade to a 2-on-2, but Bean was completely flashed out, I believe, from the pop flash into them. Apparently, he just pulls out his D, casually taps out the players, and that's how the round went to all gamers. Bean, I did mention that he was starting slow, but it looks like he's all finally ready to get going.
Yeah, I mean, if you give Bean opportunities, I think he's going to convert. He hasn't even died
I think
yet.
his teammates are just taking the kills away from Bean.
Yeah, he's 4-0.
Bean's mad.
Bean wants to get involved. He's like, I need to get involved in this. Even going to shut one down. ZY hits a headshot there. Some great medium range shooting here from the side of all gamers has cut the mid defenses down of TeamMyth. And oh boy, Jway, gosh darn it, Jway. It's because we have Jay Wow in here. I keep wanting to say that. I know. I'm not used to this. Jway has already pushed into the alley. I don't know if Booker hurt him. I suspect he did. So Booker, now he's got a lot of forces around him. Oh, he turns at the wrong time, and ZY able to just pull the pistol out and take care of business.
Timing. Jway, though, pops out, hiding in that box, taps up a low card. That's going to leave Horse all alone to clutch this one out, which is doable if he finds this kill here, but ZQ is going to spray him down. That's going to be another round for all gamers, 4-1. A little bit disappointing for Myth. They definitely need to start getting some rounds here to even have a chance in going into the second half.
Yeah, the movement is so clean from all gamers, and the way that they can get their aim under control so quickly.
I would say it's very crisp.
Absolutely it is. You bet. All right.
Into it.
Yeah, you bet. Round number 5. 6. We already had round number 5. This is round number 6. It's 4-1. Alucard had a good opening, a couple of rounds with his AWM. Since then, has been a little bit quiet. JWoww cut down by ZQ. Horus able to trade. Horus trying to push those stairs. Finds Even's gun awaiting. Penguin, though, got one, and quickly 2 more kills are in all gamers' hands. Alucard, yeah, there you go. That's the sniper you're looking for. That's what he's going to need. He has a 1v2 to try to finish the job. C4 should be drifting over to B. Plant should be coming shortly.
So this round, Myth decided to play out aggressively, push out A, push out B, and it looks like that plan didn't work out so well. At least it's a 1v2 clutch for Alucard, which is better than 1v5 clutch that the player on Team Myth had to do last round. So all the more, the bomb has been planted. The timer is ticking down. Alucard, if it's anyone on Team Myth, it has to be Alucard to clutch this one out. He's the best player on Team Myth, and he does wield an AWM, so maybe with that AWM and the dream, and a big dream to do so,
he's been good with it so far, dude. I think he's got a really good chance. I mean, let's see if he can get it done. It's going to take some good shots. He's pushed ahead of that flash, going to wrap around the box. Even now, catches him on the bad side. A good little maneuvering and a good piece of timing from Even. He's going to find the final kill there, and we are 5-1 in favor of all gamers. A quick, vicious start for them, as was expected.
All gamers, so they can play really well when they go aggressive into the sites. They're the first ones to rush in. They're even good on holding onto the aggression of Team Myth from Global Risk side. It could have went bad, but just Even and Dre just decides to just kill everyone else and hold the aggression down. And now Dre actually finds a quick headshot onto Penguin. Dre while waiting, but couldn't find the kill onto Dre, so that's going to be 2 kills onto Dre, and that's going to even things out. 5-3 kill count. Now it's down to 2 for Team Myth, and now ZY all taking the site. Bombs soon to be planted, and Horus and Alucard, it's all onto them now.
Another tough retake here. Bean just narrowly missing. Jway able to step up and help. Alucard got Jway. ZQ, though, steps in for the final kill for all gamers. And this train, no brakes on it, as we are coming to see from all gamers. They have come to this tournament. They want to make a statement. And like Matt was talking about on the desk, they want to be the first repeat champions of CFS. And certainly right now, Bench, they look like they could do it.
And now here comes a tactical pause from Team Myth after getting steamrolled 4 rounds strong by all gamers. Right now, Team Myth is one of those teams that plans strategies, I would say, ahead of anybody else. But these strategies are not working so far. Just pure skill set, pure aiming duels, and pure just shots, so to speak, is putting all gamers ahead. And to break those shots, I think it's not just about strategies, but you also have to think about maybe positioning yourself, maybe popping some utilities as well. Not just rotating plays around is the key here.
Oh, yeah. It seems like in every aspect of the game right now, all gamers has the advantage. And yeah, certainly shooting, no doubt. But yeah, we've seen some good utility usage and placement from the side of all gamers. Sometimes a little bit lacking on the side of Team Myth, but we'll see. Maybe this tactical pause will be the kind of momentum swing, the mental warfare to turn this one around. I certainly hope so. I'd love to see Myth start pushing the tempo here, push all gamers, back and take some rounds off.
I mean, on the extreme notes, we might even be able to see Myth as a 5-man just push out somewhere, A or B, and then try to snowball off of that. I mean, it's the desperation level is at that point for Myth to even think about trying that. They only have a single round with only 2 rounds left in the first half. They might close this out 8-1, and that's a done deal almost.
Yeah, why not? I mean, yeah, you're gonna need everything in the kitchen sink for this. So start ripping that thing off the wall and get ready to throw it. Let's
Rounds
see.
are in.
Yeah, it looks like they're gonna try a 3-man push potentially. Let's see how deep they want to go. Nope, they're just putting pressure at the B doors in long B. That is about it. So they are gonna just a 1-4 split. Again, what I like to call the pseudo gamble, as just Booker left here. We saw this a lot from Lazarus, where they left Neo's there. Oh god! Oh god!
Through the wall too.
Bang headshot. Oof. Oof.
Yeah, it's going to be quite tough for TeamMyth to hold this one down. Also, it's on a retake now as the bomb is going to be planted. And look at how Bean just killing the hope here for TeamMyth. Takes down Penguin with a quick bomb shot. And for TeamMyth to retake is going to be quite hard as they're all posted up towards the backside here. As we do see JWoww trying to go towards the back here, but as you see, Bean and Even are watching this. There's no chance for him.
JWoww can't even get around the corner before Even takes care of business, and snap your fingers. ZQ finds 2. 7-1 now for all gamers. I don't think Bean has died yet, Bench. He hasn't died yet. You said you wanted big things out of him. Well, the infinite positive KD is pretty good.
In competitive esports, you want to crack open the wounds of your enemy team, and so far on the stat sheet at least, Bean looked to be the crack, which is not too big of a crack. It's a small crack, but I thought Myth had a chance to knock on it and see if Bree breaks or not, but I guess not anymore because Bean is just playing out of his mind.
And he's still bottom fragging, but that's not saying
bottom fragging.
Yeah,
but he's not playing bad. He's playing really well. He's been landing his arm shots.
No, he's good. I mean, that one-arm shot was really fast and clean. So
well, this time around, all gamers decide to play this one out slow after 8 rounds of just run and gunning. Penguin takes a kill onto ZY.
Yeah, ZY there a little bit off on his shots. Tried to kind of tap, and instead got shot in return. Even just kind of waiting here outside of that door, seeing if there's going to be any push out from TeamMyth. I mean, I think I get the sense that all gamers kind of expected something like what you and I were talking about during the tactical pause, that maybe there'd be some aggression from TeamMyth, but it's actually been just more of a, I think, tightening of the screws here from TeamMyth to try to shore up their defense.
Yeah, I mean, there's no point in risking a possible push of TeamMyth and maybe giving them an extra round. There's no point in doing that, as all gamers want to count up those rounds for themselves as well. The bomb now rotating towards a bomb site. I'm going to be going towards vents where Booker is holding. Finds a quick headshot, but gets traded out by ZQ. JWoww holding down ZQ. He takes a bunch of damage, but has to back off. Bean with a pistol. Gonna go and take down JWoww. A side is completely wide open.
Yeah, now it is going to be a 3v3 that TeamMyth faces on this retake. Not going to be the easiest, as we've seen many a time. The defense is rather clean from AG on these post plants. Here comes the smoke. Here comes the grenades. Yeah, catches ZQ. He is hurting. He's
beat up.
Very little health, no doubt about it. Being an Even, though, sitting decent in terms of their own health. Here comes some more over nades. Even hides in the corner. Oh, they're not going to. Oh, he comes out. They just rip him apart. Even does get taken down, but it is going to be Bean with a 2K to finish the round. Still has yet to die. 7 kills for Bean. He's having a really strong half. I mean, all gamers have had a really strong half.
I mean, if you look at the kill stats here for all gamers on the right here, 11 kills on Joy, 11 kills on ZQ, and Bean also taking some kills for himself finally, which is good to see because his teammates were stealing the kills away from him, obviously.
That was my theory. Yeah.
Yeah. I buy tier theory now.
Oh, okay. Thank you. I'm glad
I'll cite you on that.
Yeah, good. It's no longer just a hypothesis. I've published my research paper, and it has been cited by Bench. I am truly a scientist. My physics degree wasn't worthless after all. I actually do have a physics degree, so that's kind of.
Well, I'm about to have my master's in business.
Yeah,
so.
there you go, bro. See, now we're edumacated. All right.
Edumacated.
Yeah.
Thank you.
C4 in the back. TeamMyth now on the blacklist side as all gamers moves over to the GR, and they are really fanned out on the map. 2-2 Sort of. 2-2-1, sort of. It's more like a 2-1-1-1, I guess.
It's
deep push in a hotel. Yeah. What do you think?
Theoretically speaking, it's 2-1-2, I guess.
Yeah, exactly. I'm kind of like, it's sort of that.
And Myth is going to be posting up towards middle, just like how all gamers played during their Blacklist rounds. Though the key difference here is going to be the aim duels. Can Myth win it when JWoww runs into ZY?
Ooh, nice. I don't know.
But it's going to be timer burning down towards the 1 minute mark here. C4 did rotate towards a bomb site. It is going to be posting out towards middle as all gamers are going to be pushing 3 and but card with the quick option finds Bean. So Mr. Bean is now gone.
Yeah, he is sitting out of this one. Finally died. And Horus as well getting a big kill. Okay. Oh, Even is so nuts. 2 big kills for Even. Can he get a 30-10? A triple kill looking for the quad as the swim over to the pistol. Cannot do it. Alucard is going to get him. Booker down though. So it's all into Alucard. He has been the shining star for TeamMyth in this particular match. Has to move forward to pick up the C4, has it in hand, looking to go for the plant, takes a bunch of damage, can't get the plant down. These are gonna have to be absolutely insane shots, only 20 seconds on the clock, can't rotate, has to fight this out. Dway gonna push the corner and take him down, and all gamers finally put under some pressure and still able to find a win. Even there, just absolutely nuts on site.
That's definitely a good evening for Even here, a 9-1, just taking 3 kills onto the site. I mean, honestly, if it was if I was even holding onto the site by myself, I would probably just like.
That's a good one. Good pun.
I would zip and just.
I applaud you.
Thank you.
I applaud your
Thank
pun.
you. Appreciate it. But for all gamers, just 1 more round to go, and it looks like this time around another player is going to be posting up front. It's going to be ZY. I wouldn't even be surprised to see him just push out. Bean is going to be taken up by Penguin though, so that's surprising to see.
Yeah, Penguin now with the AWM as well. So the dual AWM setup for TeamMyth, just trying to try something different. Even is still just absolutely nuts. They've got a crossfire here with J-Way, a good bait and switch, and they even pick up 2 kills out of it. And J-Way is good for a second. 2 players left here on the TeamMyth, make it 1. ZY looking to finish this round. Horus here gets repeaked, able to get the headshot and win that duel. 3v1 as he is out in the open. C4 down behind him. A flash right in his face. ZQ's just going to push this corner. Horus still good for another headshot. Has the lineups, has the angles, and at least make it a round of it.
I mean, Horus did find the quick, good headshots to try to clutch this one out. Finds Even with a headshot, so 3 kill on him. It's now down to 1 versus 1, though the HP advantage is down to Jay. The C4 is still down, I do believe, and if the timer, if I'm correct, is still on the minute mark, so there's plenty of time for Horus to make this happen.
I mean, he's hit some absolutely insane shots in this round, and that is the C4. Did he not pick it up?
He couldn't pick it up, so basically what happened was Horus was far deeper into the B side, and he had to rotate all the way around the global risk spawn, rotate all the way around A. Now finally the blacklist spawn is going to be possible to try to contest the C4 there.
I was too busy watching him pop heads.
Dude, he's been popping.
I was really enjoying the performance he was put on. Okay, now he is going to be able to grab the C4, and he has about 25 seconds, so he's going to have to push one side or another here very quickly. Dway, of course, waiting on the other side of things. Dway has the defensive position, the defensive hold, but Horus has been absolutely nuts in this round. Looks for one, cannot do it. It is going to be Dway taking the final kill, and it is going to be a 10-1 map win on Ankara for all gamers. Well, I mean, it was kind of what we expected, but maybe even more brutal than we thought.
Yeah, Myth is going to have to suffer on that one because Ankara, obviously one of the best maps for all gamers. They have 91% win rate, just to recall on that, 21 points, 2 losses, and allowing all gamers to play Ankara might have been a big mistake here for Myth to ban out a different map of Eagle Eye.
I mean, I think part of it might have been like, if you try to get in the minds of players, you're like, okay, we lost on Ankara once, but we maybe learned from it. Maybe we can actually, the next time around will be better, is maybe the thought process there. Didn't pan out. I can at least somewhat understand that. I mean, I think You know, you have the experience on the map. You felt like you've already played it once. You know what I mean?
And at the same time, this is the first 10-1, I believe, coming into this tournament as well.
I believe so.
Yes, that is true. And because Ankara is all gamers with map pick, I think what Myth designed to do is just give Ankara to all gamers, like whatever the rounds is. Like, don't fall behind it, don't think about it. Let's win map 2 and let's take it to map number 3, and that's gonna be Mexico, right? So maybe that
map
was
2 is Mexico. Map 2.
So map 2 is Mexico and then take it to compound, right? So
yeah,
maybe just give up Ankara. Like, just don't even think about it.
Oh, sure.
You lose, you lose. Like, who cares? Just don't get held back by that and go to map number 2, win that, and then take it to compound where we feel more comfortable going into, and then try to take this series away from all gamers.
I think that's fair too. I mean, you know, you have to kind of assume you're going to drop the map to all gamers in some ways.
Yeah, I mean, the moment the Myth banned Eagle Eye instead of Ankara, like, that's probably the mindset what they have.
Exactly. Yeah, I mean, I don't think that's out of the realm of possibility. A couple 4-0. 4-0? Kill to death. Being there, couldn't get the Infinity kill to death. Did die a couple times in the long run. But still, I think Jue was really, in my mind, kind of the superstar there, just really kicking doors down, acting as that battering ram for his team. And, you know, there are no gates strong enough that TeamMyth had to defend it. So Mexico next. The second time today, like you said, the third time overall. And I'm excited for this. I like this map. I think it's a really unique and interesting map. And if BL-sided teams can do well on this map, that's when I'm really impressed. I love to watch the way that they work it, with the push and the pull in these really tight angles. A difficult map for the BL side for sure. But that's what makes it fun. That's when we see like good teams do well. All gamers versus TeamMyth. It's map number 2. All gamers up 1-0. TeamMyth needs to dig deep, see if they can push this to a map 3.
So now we're into map number 2. Thank you, Clinton, for delivering Mexico. Finally, we get to see some more of Mexico in our tournaments here. And I see what you did there. And it's gonna be all gamers on global risk, and let's see if they can hold this big fence off. Good take though, but Alucard's gonna jump with the XMs. Finally, we get to see some XMs into the play, and Bean's quick to take the call onto horse, so evening things out to 4-4.
Yeah, you finally got to see that XM. You were calling for it on this map, and Alucard, he maybe heard you. He is going to grab it and put it to good use right away. Now, they did take a whole bunch of damage, though, so that even though it's a 1-for-1 exchange, TeamMyth came out worse for wear. Alucard just sitting in the A doors. He might have a good opportunity to put it into this alley and really plug up a hole potentially. Let's see what's going to happen.
But at the same time, if you think about it, they gave up some HP to take control of the mid. So, which is the critical spot in Mexico? If you have control to mid, you can push towards A, you can push towards B, you know, organize something to push towards the spawn. And looks like TeamMyth doesn't want to give up the mid control as they still have the C4 strong, standing strong in the very center of middle.
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, you lose another player. Yeah, JWoww. It isn't a bad idea if you can gain control of mid, like you said, to absorb some of that early nade damage and other things. Penguin there going to get clipped for another smidge of damage. As Alucard working the back angle, he might catch Bean completely off guard. I don't think Bean has any idea. Oh, he turns at the last second. Oh, Alucard still gets him. The XM gets 2 kills in its debut here in this match. Really exciting stuff here for TeamMyth. They might be able to do this.
I mean, Alucard got 2 quick kills and Jue, he will just clap the heck out of Penguin by exiting the double doors. I mean, technically, if you're holding an angle by yourself, you technically win the duels most of the times, but this time around, Jue says no to that. Booker chunking down a bunch of HP onto a player, but eventually ZQ will find the quick headshot, and that XM comes into play like a hot man. But at the end of the day, it's going to be all gamers taking the round.
Yeah, no doubt. Yeah, I mean, the XM still got 3 kills, so, I mean,
I love it.
Yeah, I'm all about it. I mean, that's worth, in my opinion. You just need a little bit more behind it to get some rounds strung together. Of course, again, this is a difficult team on a difficult side of the map for TeamMyth. So they're going up against the best in the world right now on maybe the most lopsided map that we have in the pool.
Alucard loving his XM after taking the 3 kills. He's going to continue on with it. So the nobody knows where it went. Maybe we might even be able to see more players on TeamMyth to pick up XMs and just run and gun with it, which I think has a better chance of winning compared to like just trading nades, because blacklists are going to be eating more damage when they do trade utilities.
At this point, I mean, anything that you can come up with, you're gonna have to get pretty wild with the science for the side of TeamMyth. We're gonna need to write a controversial research paper of their own as they take their time outside of mid at mid prep here, just getting ready to think about pushing in some pre-smokes, some over smokes to cut off the angles. This looks like it's potentially an A setup with a player making his way into this late. Here we go. An execution coming in, a lot of nades. Both sides of things, softening up a player on each end. And 3 players into alley, still a minute to work with. This execute gonna have to be huge. J-Way gets taken down. Booker able to trade. It's a favorable one for TeamMyth. Booker gets flashed up though. Can't continue the press. ZQ gonna have to go huge on his defense. All right, there's one. Can he get another? He's gonna see the one on his right. No, he's not. Booker is gonna get him. 2 for 2 now here. A retake coming for all gamers.
Now, after entering the site, the C4 has been down. It's gonna be retrieved now, gonna be soon to be planted. Bean almost catching the player out there with that just couldn't fire it real quick. Even down to super low HP. And those nades chunking, I would say chunking Penguin down to just about a tad bit, about 10-20. So Booker and Penguin, can they hold this down? Bean, he whips that off shot. That could have been it for all gamers to take another round, but looks like Myth is going to be burning the clocks, burning the timers. Penguin with a quick headshot, and Booker to finish the round for TeamMyth. Finally seeing something tying here for TeamMyth.
Yeah, there you go. A really good entry. Booker doing a phenomenal job with his rifling to break into a site. Good setup with the pre-nades, with the smokes, and really giving themselves a good opportunity. And that's when you make a push like that, everybody just needs to be on point, do their job. Now all gamers is trying to plug up the hole, and Alucard is going to go down in the sewers there. It loses the battle to Jway. And on the other side of things, some nades to make sure that there wasn't a fast hit from Myth. We'll get them stalled for just a moment at least.
And for now, all gamers with a man advantage is going to basically give up being towards A. Y with the spray down. Look at the smoke of funny horns. Jay wants to quickly find the green fragments at Y. And now even with a quick headshot as well. Second kill coming through. Booker and Jay both down. It all leaves Penguin to do the job.
Yeah, well, he tried. Yeah, ZQ got him. It was a nice try by TeamMyth. We've seen some good stuff from them early. But again, the combined firepower of all gamers, rather tough to get through.
Alucard might just have to drop the XM at this point.
Come on, man. Maybe. We'll see.
The
it
sewer
depends
push just didn't work out.
Well, that was that him?
That was him.
Did he push with an XM through the sewer? That's a little cheeky.
That's very cheeky.
That's a little cheeky. All right, well, I think he's going to go for the more conventional angle here with the XM.
Yeah, that's what we usually expect, not the sewers, as well, it's long. A, it's longer range. B, you have too many angles to cover. So that's going to be Alucard backing out from the back stairs. Although TeamMyth, they did quite well last round. Like, I mean, they evened things out to 2-on-2 and almost had the round there. And they eventually took the round for themselves. So coming into this round number 4, let's see if they're willing to contest mid by taking sewers.
I mean, one thing I will say is none of the rounds have been lopsided for all gamers. It has been close every time in the 2 rounds that all gamers has won. So I do want to give TeamMyth some credit that they're making a fight of it. Now they're going to push out of sewers. A 3-man collapse. And ZY is ready. He's got a double kill. Jway getting into it, and so is Bean. 4 down quickly. This rush did not fool all gamers at all. JWoww, the IGL, that's the IGL himself, and didn't see that player on his left until it's too late. Gets taken down. A clean round here for the side of all gamers as they go up 3-1.
Yeah, I mean, that push out of sewers, I mean, if you do utilize your utilities, flash out your teammate and, trade for your teammate, then sewer push, valid. But at the same time, if you just go in shambles and just roll out as a bull and get sprayed down like that, as ZY took 2 kills,
we've only seen, was it Dola that just pushed out of there, got 3 kills?
Oh my god. Just finding kills in the smoke. ZQ finds one for himself as well. Even also to spray down the smoke and find some lucky damages as well.
Yeah, I mean, there's not too many angles you have to worry about in this hallway. It's not too hard to get a stray bullet or 2 to find the mark for the side of all gamers. And they plugged up holes aplenty, even now, trying to exchange players. JWoww taking a whole bunch of damage, has to book it on out of there as Booker trying to back heal him up. He has pushed through into the alley onto the side of the A site, but the defenses are rather strong for the side of All Gamers, and he recognizes it. Has to try to keep working this angle. Actually repeaks on this and pays the price. ZY pops his head. 2 left now for TeamMyth here, and as good as they started on this map bench, it looks like now they're starting to get read a bit by All Gamers.
So TeamMyth's plan just didn't go as planned. Looks like, you know, give up map 1 and take map 2 on map 3. But map 2 now being in shambles as ZY finds yet another headshot onto Penguin, leaves JY all alone with super low HP. ZQ finishes the round, another round for All Gamers. It's going to be 4-1. So Myth, if you're going to be attacking into All Gamers' blacklist, you guys need to make things right. Like, you have to trade for your teammates, and you have to smoke or flash your teammates out.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the one round they did win was because of really good utility usage, in my opinion. Other than that, it's been a struggle. I also have to give a lot of credit to ZQ and ZY here. Their crosshair placement has been immaculate. I mean, their headshots are just so crisp, so clean. You can see 3 for ZQ, 4 for ZY. Really, really impressed with that.
And finally, Alucard has dropped his XM and went back to the AWM. I figured out that the first few lucky kills just wasn't there to win the rounds for TeamMyth here. And ZY is going to be just casually tap dancing through the smoke, checking for any crosshairs land on the enemies through the smoke. So if he sees it, he'll take a shot, and if not, then just whatever. More smokes being put out to hold off any possible aggressions towards down mid. As TeamMyth getting ready for a setup. It looks like it's been spotted as ZY is manipulating his crosshair a little bit more carefully.
Well, you need a smoke here in ZY's position. He's just nuts.
There we go.
He's just absolutely insane. I mean, okay, Horus is going to shut him down. Horus has been rather good with the headshots as well, so the push is on here. It is getting cleaned up by ZQ. 2 kills now for him. Jway getting in on the action with a headshot of his own. Penguin stuck in the backside, C4 down in front of him. Smoke's there to at least maybe give him the opportunity to grab it. A spray through the box. He's not going to catch Penguin. Out in the open, Penguin finds a head. So giving himself a chance at the very least. A grenade to push him back. Still a minute left in the round. Maybe to get something done. Nope, Jway knew where he was coming from, up from the bridge. And there you go. All Gamers continues this march towards victory.
5-1, and this is definitely not the score you want to see coming into map number 2 for TeamMyth. I mean, okay, global risk obviously better on Mexico, but you need at least 3 rounds, I believe, and 5-1 now is going to be leaving not much of a margin for TeamMyth to play around here. And for now, Myth is just going to be casually gathering up towards a bomb site here. Saving up on the utilities actually this time around, so they're being a little bit more careful. Single smoke thrown out.
Yeah, and I love this change here. You can see there's a smoke right at ZY's position. This is what I was looking for. Something like this to keep that player from making that push towards mid impossible. And now they maybe have an opportunity. The response is going to be grenades and a smoke of their own to try to continue to gum up the works here. But a grenade through the door actually catches ZQ in the back. Nicely thrown here. A return grenade catches Penguin. All Gamers give it as good as they take. As now they are going to let loose with their utility barrage. Here's the flashes. It doesn't matter. ZQ still good for one. ZY good for another. And ZQ gets a double. Booker trying to do what he can, but even with a double kill to clean up the round. Goodness gracious, bench. All Gamers is absolutely insane.
All the rounds don't look too great for Team of 6-1. Are we going to see a series that ends 10-1, 10-1? That is the question now.
Maybe.
Maybe.
It feels possible.
There's a high.
I mean, maybe on the GR side, TeamMyth, I think, can probably grab it a couple rounds for sure. So, I mean, hopefully more than just a couple. But we'll get there eventually.
Yeah. So the aftermath of losing 5 rounds straight for TeamMyth is trying to smoke off ZY, as I've mentioned. Like that position is too critical to cross into A. And, maybe even try to take control of mid. They definitely have to push ZY backwards, and they did that, but at the end of the day, like, they just couldn't hold down Even or ZQ just popping out from the backside.
Yeah, it's It's such a difficult equation
Like
to solve.
you can stop a single player, but
yeah,
you stop ZQ, ZY goes in. You stop ZY,
ZQ goes in.
ZQ goes in. You stop. You can't stop even.
The math is hard for sure, my
Yeah.
friend. You are absolutely right.
There's too many possibilities and
Too many layers to
features.
this onion.
Yeah.
It's
It's
nuts.
It's a hard homework for TeamMyth to solve if they want to win a round here in Mexico. Setups are now being ready to be thrown here as they have 2 players up on the back quarter stairs here towards A, and 3 players with the C4 getting ready to toss out some smokes to block off ZY once again. I think the lineup from Booker is the lineup to hold down, whereas ZY is holding.
This is, I mean, it's tough because All Gamers has not had any pressure from sewers, so the B side has been really difficult for TeamMyth to really get into other than the very first round. Since then, they haven't been able to find any success, so you can lean towards the mid and the A sites for the side of AG and just continue to, like you were talking about, swap places, you know, just layer after layer, the defense. Flashes into the mid. They're going to cut through into A from 2 different angles. Horace gets 1. ZQ has 1. ZQ has 2. Penguin had 1 of his own in there. ZY is going to start backstabbing by 2 huge, make it 3 huge kills for ZY. The timings are so good here from AG.
Like we've mentioned just before, you stop ZQ? Nope, ZY says no. You stop ZY? Nope, ZQ says yes. But this time around, ZQ and ZY splits the 5 kills, 3 and 2 for themselves to completely shut out TeamMyth here.
It's a Mobius strip disease. As Alucard goes for the snipe, cannot come close, has to retreat after taking a whole bunch of damage, and then JWoww gets cut down in mid. So things start to fall apart early for TeamMyth here in this final round of the half.
You shouldn't be allowing ZY to make plays like that, and he even also finds a kill onto Alucard to make things even worse for TeamMyth. Penguin down to half HP. Horus is now cut by even. Penguin all alone by himself with a half HP and a dream. ZQ finds the wallbang, and that's going to be first half done. Down and dusted, 8-1.
I had hope, bench. I thought after the very first rounds, I really did have hope. I really thought TeamMyth came in here with a decent plan. It caught AG off guard enough, but AG is just too clean, dude. I mean, their shooting is so precise. Their cover, as we've talked about many times now, between their players is insane, especially Disease. You know, these guys are going to grow out a long beard and call themselves ZZ Top, dude. Like, they're just amazing.
Well, let's see.
That is an old school reference. I mean, I'd be
in-
amazed if anybody in chat got that.
I mean, in ZZXQ's name, they have ZQ.
We have ZZXQ. That's true.
I mean, Kyle could change his name to ZZYQ, then we can
Yeah,
have both
he's already
ZY
got
and
like a pretty
ZQ.
good beard going. He's
Yeah,
getting there.
exactly. But going back to the game, the sides have been switched. Myth now in Global Risk, so a little bit of a side edge here for them, but they're going to be playing. They're actually, this is quite interesting. Myth is going to be pushing out towards stairs and hold it down, as All Gamers are going to be playing quite safe here. I think they were anticipating maybe possible sewer push, or he finds a quick headshot onto Booker, so that just stops everything.
Yeah, JWoww there tried to find the timing just a bit off, and they lose a player in that duel. Smokes out, up and over
Setups are
towards
out.
B. Yeah, look at these smokes come out. They're trying to cover this approach towards A. I think JWoww is going to try to clean it out. He saw the gun up top. He catches him off guard. It doesn't matter. They're still able to react faster than he can get his spray under control. ZQ there takes half damage, but it didn't matter. I mean, there is the XM floating around here for Horace. Maybe he can find some value out of it like we saw earlier. Penguin tries to hide in the corner. ZY doesn't give a damn. Horace is able to put that shotgun into the grill of ZY.
Now Horace turning the corner, switches the gun in the wrong time, gets instantly punched by Dway. And now ZQ firing some pot shots at Alucard, just solo player left. And it's going to be even to take the kill, 9-1, and just, with just single round.
Yeah, I mean,
All Gamers just have to take a single round.
Yeah, and now you're seeing the unforced errors from TeamMyth, like that gun swap there in a a tough situation. I mean, he might have been out of bullets. I didn't quite catch it, but still, it is tough here for TeamMyth as was expected. Let's see if they can snag a few more rounds. Maybe give us a little bit of glimmer of hope for them. We would love to see it, of course. AG is just absolutely insane. I mean, they're just pushing. They're just W-keying.
Just going.
Yeah, Alucard is able to find one. His sniper has been relatively good. I mean, these sprays are just absolutely cracked. The way that he's able to control that AK is just disgusting.
While moving as well, and ZY just doesn't miss those shots even when he's just keeping his finger pressing down that W. And now Booker in contest with ZY. ZY just doesn't miss 3 headshots in a row. And that's going to be just a single player left. Alucard adds even to LJ. Wow, ZY with the 4 headshots will finish map number 2. And it's going to be all gamers shutting this out.
Yeah, 10-1 now for all gamers. Another beautiful performance from them. They absolutely handle TeamMyth without any problems to really speak of. The shooting is insane. ZY, by the way, into the double digits with his headshots on that round. He had it 13 or 14, something like that. Absolutely disgusting stuff from him and his team. Top to bottom, these guys are absolutely nuts, and you can see it with your eyes. They are not afraid, and once they get dug in, there is no getting them out.
I mean, Smilegate really puts their effort into supporting their players. So I do believe those players have the hand massager as well, and maybe that allowed ZY to, take that pain off the wrist.
Yeah, so we got some gifts, right? Yeah, and if people don't know,
Christmas.
Yeah, right. So it's like you put it on around your wrist. I think it's more of like a blood circulator. I think it's a better way to describe it. But it looks like the Mega Man gun, like the Buster Cannon or whatever it's called. It kind of looks like that when you put it on, and it does actually help. It feels good, but maybe, I don't know. I think they're just that good, dude. I don't think they need it.
But at the end of the day, it's all gamers to take map number 1, 10-1, map number 2, 10-1. So
yeah, I mean, this is kind of what we expected. Desk, let us know your thoughts.
Thanks, Desk. Here at Desk, what do we think? Well, shouting Desk at me from across the arena.
Things have gotten a bit silly after that series.
Oh, poor old TeamMyth. It broke my heart seeing them just then on screen. I can't lie. Just seeing them on the stage looking so dejected. I mean, they knew it was an uphill struggle. But going down 10-1, 10-1 is, I mean, that's tough for anyone to watch or suffer as you're playing.
Yeah, maybe that's, I think that's enough damage, actually, to fill up the unit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's finally time to activate.
I think 20-2,
Yeah.
into map. I think that's enough. But yeah, I mean, with this, we already kind of knew it, but all gamers, yet again, take one step towards being the, by far, team to beat. I think there comes a certain point when, I think halfway through Mexico for me, where it was just like, okay, it's already over. This is so far over. Maybe it was even earlier than that. You just know, like, these guys are on kind of another plane of existence at this moment in Crossfire at this tournament. So everybody watching this, of course, gets really scared and maybe starts to add some even extra preparation into their match against All Gamers. The next team will be Celebi, so I'm sure they were watching this very intently, but I don't know that they got a lot of info from this because, again, All Gamers didn't have to show much. There weren't that many rounds.
We'll see the highlights of those 2 maps now. Askelios, you were saying that the best thing maybe TeamMyth could have hoped for from this was to learn from it, to not just for this tournament, but for the future of their games and their matches and so on. What do you think they did learn?
Well, I think it might require a little bit of odd review to be fully certain to garner information from it. But I think one of the biggest things is just trying to learn how to slow down and temper this aggression. Be able to try to just really reduce the pace of your opponents, especially when you're playing on the CR side. Really slow down the BL attacks that are coming through, because it was just a relentless onslaught coming through time and time again from the side of All Gamers. And if you can't slow that pace, then you're going to struggle with teams like Celebi. You're going to struggle with all of these teams that can play aggressively. You need to be able to bring them down to your level, to your own pace. So I think looking back at Avad really studying positions of the map that they could have taken early on to garner more control, deny control away from the opponents, that could be huge. But now it's got to be put into practice from here.
let's see the replays of that game. I'm really hoping we get to see the Ninja Defuse from Ankara. Although Myth might be feeling like they feel bad that that's the one they got.
Still counts.
Yes.
A win is a win. But
So to slow that aggression down, then, as you were talking about, what should they do? What should a team have done when you're faced with a team coming at you, like you say, like All Games, or like one of our other Brazilian teams?
I mean, looking at the Ninja Diffuse right now, this was the only round they were able to pick up on this map. But I think for me, the map itself might have been the problem here. You know, Ankara map, they already lost to Celebi 10-3, and I was really surprised to see them not just outright ban it after that. It's just a mental preparation going into this one. I think they spent too much time kind of overthinking their map draft here, and I think that's part of what cost them, because they had such a rough start on this map, it was almost impossible for them to have a chance to recover going into their own pick.
Yeah, Ankara should never have been in this. The time that they banned Eagle Eye, which we were hoping was going to be their surprise strat. But you absolutely should not have let Ankara get anywhere near this.
I mean, to be fair, I think this was kind of damned if you do, damned if you don't, because given the way that they played this, it doesn't matter if it was Ankara, if it was Black Widow, Port, Compound, whatever. I think that we would have been looking at a fairly similar result. Maybe a curveball like Eagle Eye could have made a little bit of a difference, but
it would have been a little difference, wouldn't it? It would have been small.
But the way that all gamers played this is just superb. Damn near perfection. 10-1, 10-1. What more can you ask for?
Yeah, I was really impressed by their. I thought at some point when they were winning really hard that they were just going to start running it down. You know, just like, okay, we're just going to charge at them or we're just going to kill them. But even on Mexico, they're like, no, we'll just wait, you know. And at every single firefight that we could see, it was like they were one step faster, right? They got the shots in just one step faster, one step cleaner. They had a very solid strategy. Their GR was really impressive to me on Mexico specifically. So, yeah, that's just the next level, I think.
Yeah, there were times, and we can bring you the numbers up from the 10-1 that happened on Mexico. I think we can bring you the data on that. There were times when, you know, you're camping behind a door, players about to creep through it or run through it. You'd expect the player behind the door, I think, more often than not, to win that one, but not if you're running against all gamers.
Yeah, I mean, definitely not. If the player coming through is ZQ, oftentimes he's going to hit that shot anyways. And I think, you know, they just got outclassed in this situation. But for me, this match, in my mind, reaffirmed just how strong this team is. After seeing them initially against Extenzy, I thought, you know, maybe Extenzy just had an off day. But I think Celebi's going to have their work cut out for them after seeing this one.
Ah, yes, because we were all thinking that Celebi could give them a good run, couldn't we? And it's exciting. Tomorrow, day 4 of CFS 2022 Grand Finals is when we will get to see AG versus Celebi as we start wrapping up some of the group's journeys. Yes, please give us the summary of the scores on that. Let's. I suspect numbers will be not what Myth wants to take a look at right now.
7.
Yeah, ZQ 7.0. That's the new peak right now as far as the KDs are concerned. Granted, these are incredibly inflated statistics that we have right now, much more inflated than the economy is at the moment. But when you have this limited of a pool of rounds and it's so very dominant, it's always going to look this way.
Look at the damage as well from ZY. Like, it was only 11 rounds.
That's true.
So his damage per round is something like 95. I don't know if I'm doing that math
big
right.
number.
Yes.
Well, nearly 180.
Wait, no, yeah, my math is wrong. Yeah, it's really, really high. So, yeah, just really incredible stuff. As you said, Matt, just kind of an outclassing. It's kind of hard to look at the numbers on the side of TeamMyth because just wasn't fair. It wasn't a real matchup.
I mean, oh man, I'm like looking even deeper here into ZY's numbers because he did die a couple times, so even then the 3.6 KD for himself is still impressive. But look at that, 1.64 kills per round. That is an incredible feat. And I also think that is now, I think it's the highest KR that we have had. This entire
so we've not been clocking that, but yeah, that may well be it. There's only 2 of them.
Yeah.
Those ZQ and ZY, you've got a positive, above a 1 kills per round. On the other side of things, they're all low. But yes, I'm slightly surprised it's only ZQ and ZY, but I guess you can't all get high kills per rounds when your teammates are dropping them already.
Yeah, just incredible performance from both of those guys. And I think I was going to say it's maybe a little bit of a coin flip between the two of them, but it's going to be ZQ who gets the MVP at the end of it all.
So
and he even averaged out at 5.2 KD. Not too bad.
I mean, those are the best. Yeah, that's the best number we're going to see. We're going to see. I'm just going to end that sentence there.
I think that's fair.
I think this will be the most one-sided that all games are going to have now. Celebi will come at them. Celebi will. I'm not sure Celebi will have watched that game and thought, "Oh, they're good. We didn't know." You know, I don't think Celebi are gonna learn very much from this. So I think Celebi will be coming for them. Maybe they'll do a little bit more prep just ahead of it, but they'll come for them. 10-1 is a scoreline myth we'll want to forget about, of course. I think Celebi will come for them. I'm struggling to be sure that they can beat them.
I think I forget if it was earlier on, and I don't remember if we said this during one of the best segments or if it was off the cast. But Kyle, you had mentioned that Celebi has beaten them at least once in the past, so they have some familiarity, you know, hands-on experience, and have toppled them at least one time. Granted, now stakes higher than ever, but if they can repeat that magic, perhaps they'll be able to do it again.
Yeah, I mean, they did beat them in the Summer Championship. It's possible they could do it again here, but I think All Gamers is looking even better than where they were in that event, even though All Gamers still managed to beat Celebi in the final there of that event as well. But looking at the group stage here, All Gamers still with that round differential, they are going to be on top by 10 rounds in the lead. So Celebi, if they want that #1 seed, they've got to find a way through.
I mean, all they can do is beat them. It's going to be a scrap tomorrow between All Games and Celebi to round off day 4. The winner of that will clearly be the #1 seed coming out of this group. And then, of course, there's a fight at the other end of this table for who's going to be 3rd and who's going to be 4th. We will see when TeamMyth face off Extenzi on day 5. We've got one more match for you today, though, so don't go anywhere. Let's revisit Group B. We're going to see what SGJ from the Philippines can do. They had a rough first day playing on day 1 of our tournament when they got a little bit swept aside. It's Q9 Esports Club they need to overcome next.
Shot off, but now from Diana, not good enough.
分飞 relatable engine
这边宠儿
直接被打掉。
接下来，知道了房里面有无难，1楼直接被秒了。
突一个走中路自己突，一个往 A 区来突，这个 A
哦，有没有第4个？被小梦给补了。
没看了，难受，知道血不多，宝宝打得非常有耐心。对啊，刚才说了，就是这个位置。
过来了，哦呦，这枪，微博位这边。
Faye is here though. Oh. Gonna try for it.
Oh, but Silva's gonna solve it out.
That's insane! Oh, insane spray.
First, that's one. Headshot with the.
Oh my God!
That
Go
was
again.
just gross. What? This is not a favorable sniper angle. Doesn't matter. MG is.
So it's a
Not even a land up the backside. Loon. They are in.
wow. Left alone.
Spraying through, trying to get a pick. Gets one. There's the headshot. Picks up another. In they go, Awesome has the back angle, 9 to 5.
The spray with the triple!
Yeah.
Right? But Viva second from the back. Again, second. Might be a little bit forced. In a row. Headshots all over.
Which right now, nagpapakitang kilas! Oh my goodness!
Your stage here as Jejuan in Korea has SGJ Gaming on one side, Q9 Esports Club, the opposition waiting on the other side as well. I'm Matt Andrews here with ZZXQ, Achilles and Valdez, ready to go into our last match of day 3. And it's going to be another tough one, I think, this time for the team on the left. SGJ, very spirited team, very proud to be here from the Philippines region. We love having a team in from the Philippines region as well. Yeah. We know how much that region loves Crossfire. I've got very happy memories from 6 years ago there working on Crossfire in Manila. Brilliant region. SGJ here to play for them. SGJ here to have fun and be quick and be confident. It ended quick on day 1, and now they've got Q9 Esports Club, a former world champion, for today.
Yeah, not only that, it's a Q9 that's hungry for a win. They lost their first match, so I'm sure they're even more eager now to get in here and grab this win over SGJ, who had a pretty underwhelming first performance. So I honestly think these guys have their work cut out for them.
They absolutely do. And while it is a faster turnaround, obviously for Q9, like you said, they're going to be really, really hungry to get that first win under their belt. They don't want to be the only Chinese org without one, so they're going to look to bounce back. SGJ, they did have a full day's worth of rest, full day's worth of practice.
That's true.
Because they played on day 1. Now they come in on day 3. But I don't know. I don't think that what we saw was enough to inspire much confidence. It would have to be a night and day shift from me to really, believe that they are going to be able to take down Q9 here.
Let's take a look at your predictions. I have an inkling where this one is going.
Yeah. I think...
SGJ.
Did anyone go for SGJ is the question?
Yes.
Oh,
okay. Long Dino, our colleague over in Vietnam. Now, that's a bold pick.
It's a bold one.
I like that.
I think, especially after the last match, certainly a lot of doom and gloom for our underdogs around here. Understandably, you know, it was a bit of a stomp the last time around, and of course, SGJ are maybe even more of underdogs. You know, it's kind of hard to say, but I do have a couple of ideas as to, maybe how we can have some hope for SGJ. I think that Lazarus, especially as we saw in their match against Imperial, it was very close, and Imperial is an excellent, excellent team. So you have to consider SGJ had to go up against an extremely strong Lazarus with Manazin, who is filling in and gunning down, playing extremely well, right? So maybe they just went up against a super strong team, and they're going to look even better today. Also, Yobib, who we're going to take a look at some of his stats a little bit later on, but he was actually, as an individual player, a huge treat to watch. Like, he's a fantastic player, so maybe if they can build off a little bit from him, I'm still being realistic. You can still see the predictions here. Maybe they can get something going there.
Here's Yobib and the rest of the team from the Philippines. Captain Pronit in the middle there with Cram, Eevee, Yobib, and Batzera. And, coming off the back of a big loss on day one, they're still having fun, still here, big smiles waving at us as they're on their way to the stage just now. Ready to come. It can't be just the Yobib show. The rest of the guys are going to have to step up a little bit. But the numbers for him in particular were astonishing. He got 30 kills in their first match against Lazarus across the two maps. They only won 7 rounds across the two maps in total, but he got 30 kills. Nobody else on his team, only Cram got 16, and everyone else was less than that. So he got basically twice as much as everybody else on his team, and a big AP score for them as well.
Yeah, and that's just a nutty performance, but even with something like that, not being able to win under your belt is a bit disheartening. So we'll see if Yobib can continue to perform, and put up those same metrics and have the rest of the team rise alongside of it.
Their opposition, 2020's world champions, no less. It's Q9 Esports Club. Unan, Hades, Wolf, Yu, and Alex M. The only other Chinese teams who didn't get a win in their opening game. So yeah, they'll be a little bit sore from that one, and they'll definitely need, as you guys pointed out already, definitely need to come in here and get themselves back on winning ways.
Yeah, I mean, for them, this is a great filler match before they have to play Lazarus. I think for them, this is just a chance to build up their confidence again because, I mean, SGJ, I don't think they consider them a threat. I really don't. I'd love to see the bounce back, but when you have just Yobib, I think it's these young players that have to step up for the opposition here if they want a chance to win it, because with the lack of experience versus the very experienced roster of Q9, it's just a night and day difference between these two teams, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I fully agree with you. It's just, even just calling it a filler match feels bad for these guys because it basically is just that, but it's just, it feels rude when it really isn't.
Yeah, this does feel like a 2-0 in the making, but I would love to see SJG make it close, get a map, obviously get a win. Our Q9 here for the taking. I mean, this is the angle that maybe we want to consider. The Q9 that lost before, we didn't expect to lose. So, are we seeing the best of Q9 right now?
I don't think
when you look at these stats, it looks like Yobib can take it for him. Unfortunately, there are 5 players on that team.
Yeah, Yobib, as Valdez was covering quite thoroughly, he's incredibly good, and he is going to need to be the linchpin for this squad if they are going to win. I don't even remember what my original point was going to be that I was thinking of a couple seconds ago, but it's just going to be a brutal game, man.
Yeah, I don't think these stats even tell a story between these two players. You know, Yobib has some really nice stats, but of course it's on a pretty low sample size, and Wolf has been around for, I don't even know how many years, basically forever. And, you know, he's got simply just really consistent stats. He always does his job, and fantastic sniper. I'm really excited to see what he can do here in this match as well, because we've talked a lot about Yobib, but Wolf is also exceptional in his own right.
So let's talk a little bit about some of the other players on this matchup. If we talk about Q9's Hades, it did feel a little bit like he wasn't playing as strong as he did. He should have done. Looking at his stats, he had a KD of 0.56. WN99, Uyong, he had 0.78. You had 0.98, and then the other guys were 1.1 and a bit. So Hades behind on things. Was that his role? Or, you know, is he running in to be traded, or was he just not hitting these shots?
I think a lot of it was his GR performance. I saw a lot of times where he was the anchor on sites where he had to play alone, and he just wasn't getting any entries, and I think that's a big part of why they weren't able to win that first best-of-3 series for themselves. And, you know, this is a chance for him, I think, to rebuild that confidence for this lineup, since aside from him, I think the rest of Q9 had a pretty solid performance in their opening match.
Yeah. Oh, that's what I was going to say. This is one of those series that even though we're all predicting for Q9, if SGJ were able to come away with a win here, I don't think any of us would be disappointed. We actually would be probably elated, because it would be such a turnaround result, such an improvement from a team who looked very much absent 2 days ago. So I'm hoping that we can see at least a really close set. None of the 10 ones that we just got in that last series. Come in here, play competitively, make this a close bout, and I'll be very, very satisfied at the end of it all.
I mean, it's an impressive performance watching what all gamers just did just now, or any team putting in a big, you know, stomp, if we like, on another opposition. It's impressive. It's not always comfortable to watch when you're in a tournament, you know, working with all of these guys, bumping into these guys in the hotel and in the player lounges and so on as well. We want everybody to show us the best of what they've got, to perform at a level above that they even knew they could do themselves, because we're on the biggest stage. And, you know, if you give all of that and you come away with the L, okay, you're beaten on the day by the better team. I don't think we saw SGJ's best performance on day one. I want them to bring it right now. I really do. And if Q9 fall to them, commiserations to Q9, but I'll be delighted for the Philippines team. That region are so passionate. That team are, like, very delighted to be here. And you know what? There are other Chinese teams still around.
We've only got one Filipino.
There's a
not
few.
going anywhere. Yeah.
Will they miss one of them? So, yeah, I really hope that SGJ put in a real fight here. A win may be a little too much to hope for, but I'm gunning for them.
Yeah,
At least give us the best of it.
I'd give him the benefit of the doubt here, just considering, you know, for a lot of these guys on SGJ, that first match of this event was the first big stage event for those players, and maybe it was just a little bit of an intimidation thing for them, where they just weren't ready to rise to the occasion in that opening match, needed some time to, you know, maybe build some confidence. Maybe they can come back swinging here now that they're getting more comfortable on this type of environment.
So where should they go for maps? If we're going to set SGJ up with the chance of taking down Q9 Esports Club, I would say SGJ have to ban Compound. Q9 won that, albeit in overtime, but you know they did get a win on that. They also banned, SGJ banned Compound in their first match anyway, so I figure that's a map they're not feeling comfortable on even before they saw Q9 win on it. Where else? What else do we think?
I'd like to see like a sub base or a port, you know, one of these maps where you can go for like big rushes and kind of just really throw a wrench in the gears fast. Like, I didn't really, I wasn't a huge fan of TeamMyth kind of like slowing things down when they were like the underdogs. I actually think that you kind of need to fight fire with fire and get in their face a little bit. So even if that means you go in and you look a little bit silly, you get, you know, killed as you're going down the stairs or something like that, I think one of those maps could be a good option. I'm not sure about Eagle Eye or Mexico. Mexico seems to be not a great option for the teams that have picked it so far. So, and in my mind, Eagle Eye doesn't exist. So I think sub-base or port, that would be one of my choices, personally.
I mean, I think if you have the confidence, and Yobib in particular certainly should, the confidence that you can go toe-to-toe, if not outgun your opponents, then yeah, I think that the fire v fire style could definitely be a really good way to approach this one. So we'll see if they decide to go for that. I do also think that even though you think the Eagle Eye doesn't exist, it is real. The Eagle Eye truthers, we will prove that it's real. But I think that throwing that as a curveball, that potential is still there. So maybe we see that come to fruition in this series since we didn't get it last time.
SGJ lost 10-3 on Ankara to Lazarus. Q9 lost 10-7 to Imperial on Ankara. So if either of those teams pick that, then we're going to see that they think that was a bit of an off performance. I see Black Widow maybe turning up. If SGJ fancy, they can take Q9 out because Q9 lost on it. But again, it was an overtime game. It wasn't an easy thing. They didn't lose heavily.
Yeah, I mean, looking at map pool, I actually agree with Valdez. I think subbase is the play, just because on that GR side, Yobib is their key factor, and having him on a map where he can go from A side to B side very quickly, I think is going to be really vital for their success.
Yeah, what is going to be the map that you can unleash Yobib on and follow him with? We'll find out because the maps are ready, our casters are ready. Let's go get it. SGJ against Q9 Esports Club to complete day 3 of CFS 2022. Paper thin and bench. We hope you've got a bloodbath on your hands.
I mean, we can only hope that is the case. Yes, channel that energy, bench. We would love to see it. This is the last match of the day, our 4th best of 3, and it's from the Philippines' SGJ versus China's Q9. I mean, obviously Q9 has to be heavily favored. We've already seen China steamroll one team today. But I tell you what, Bench, we did have a chance to talk to the SGJ players a little bit before this, and I tell you what, there was some confidence there. They told me, we want to shock the world. So this is their opportunity, and I really hope they can do it.
I mean, the boys over there at the analyst desk don't know what's going to happen, but we do know what's going to happen.
We got leaked a little bit of information. We're going to save it, but we'll see if it was real or not. You know,
we'll see if it's real or not.
Pronet might have just been lying to us. I mean, we got some interesting, spicy info, so we'll see.
But for Achilles to hope for an Eagle Eye, I do definitely agree with him. This is our last game of the day, so any Eagle Eye, I really hope to see an Eagle Eye as well. But
I just want to cast it, bro. I just want to cast it,
and especially when I'm on it.
I've gotten Mexico out of my system. Yeah. I'm good. Like, we're good on that. Now we may see that too. Yeah.
Our craving on Mexico is now all fulfilled. Now we have a craving for Eagle Eye. But let's see the bans and picks from these two teams. I think Q9, first of anticipation, is going to ban out Mankara. Maybe ban out Mexico as well, since SGJ is known to play aggressive, and in a small map like Mexico, aggression is all the key needed for SGJ to win the round. So, you know, Q9 banning Mexico, that's all right, reserved for them.
Yeah, I think both you and the desk have it really, on the money with that idea that, they're going to need to come out with firepower. So there's going to be the Ankara ban from SGJ, actually, swinging early to remove a map with a little bit more space, a little bit more room to maneuver. So now you put the impetus here on Q9. You have to either probably take out Eagle Eye or Mexico. It kind of feels like that could be what happens, but I don't know. Sub-base. Okay.
We're getting there.
Okay,
We're getting there, boys.
This is not a drill. This is not a drill. we could get Eagle Eye.
It was not a drill. Sub-base Ankara ruled out. It leaves Eagle Eye open somehow. So let's see what SGJ opts out to. We might be able to see maybe a compound or a port come in for map number 1.
I think it's going to be something small. I could be wrong, but
even port is in the talk as well. So Mexico, SGJ's favorite. Let's see if their aggression is going to be able to come through to break down the defense of Q9 here. The side is going to be a key factor. It's going to be Global Risk picked out.
Yeah, for Q9. Yeah, so by the way, SGJ did win the coin flip, so they got to choose. So they chose to go for ban pick first, which means, of course, side is
Eagle Eye!
There it is! We got it!
Woo! It's an Eagle Eye! I love
it's real, Valdez!
It is real.
Just like Santa Claus and the Easter Bunny.
Oh, come on.
Totally real. All right, it is Eagle Eye, and we're all really excited to finally get a good look at that. So it is going to be SGJ who gets to pick side. They're going to go for Global Risk. And I will say this. From what we were talking to SGJ about, what they were kind of alluding to before the game here, this plays very well into their hands. This is, the stars have aligned. If they're going to win, if they're going to take a map off of Q9, those are the two maps I think that they maybe have the best opportunity to do so. So, Compound is our next ban here from SGJ, and then we have one more to go for Q9. Q9.
Might spin out a port here. It's a high possibility.
Leave open Black Widow.
Black Widow?
I mean, I'd like to see Black Widow again. I'm always down for that. I'm okay with Port 2. Also enjoy it. Yep,
Port
Black Widow. Yep, you were right. Port is going to be the ban. So we get Black Widow at the end. What are the picks going to look like?
I think Q9 might stop down to see which side they can go to. It's going to be Global Risk for Q9, and it's going to be Blacklist for SGJ.
Alrighty, dighty. We are ready. We have an exciting one. We get 2 maps at the very least. We get to see Eagle Eye for the first time, which is, of course, thrilling for us and you at home. This is what we wanted. I mean, Mexico, I'll take it since we're getting Eagle Eye. I was getting to the point where I was kind of like, I've seen this map a lot today.
Extra Mexico works out for me.
That's fine. Yeah. I mean,
but the most important part is we have an Eagle Eye.
Yes.
I guess my channeling of the power, the gathering of the energy, and, you know, the key all worked out perfectly.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, good job. I'm proud of you. Thank you for your hard work and channeling that energy.
I had to take some sweat up for that one.
Yes, I'm sure you did. Of course, so we're gonna start in Mexico. So let's get ready. Let's temper our expectations. Let's save a little bit of the hype for our second map for sure. But it is gonna be the GR side for Q9 to start because this was SGJ's pick. So this is, I think, pretty interesting. It's going to be SGJ needs to come out swinging onto this map. It is Mexico for the 3rd time today, but hey, we've got 2 new teams squaring off here. SGJ versus Q9. Thrilled to see what they're going to bring, and I think you guys keep your eyes out for SGJ. They want to bring some fireworks.
Definitely want to do, and you can see the cheering coming out from the teams. They're supporting each other up. Although SGJ had a little bit of downside coming in 4-10, 3-10, but hey, you should never underestimate this team. They have a firepower. They have the caliber to break through Q9.
Yes, exactly. And again, there was a lot of confidence. I will say that. I mean, we'll see. It's going to be tough no matter what, of course, against Q9. They're the heavy favorites on this match. SGJ, though, I don't know. I feel like they maybe got 1 map in them today. I think that we might go to 3.
So for Q9, I think the key factor for this matchup here is, can Q9 lasso up the aggression of SGJ? They're a super aggressive team, and if Q9 is able to hold them down, then this might turn out to be a different result than we expect.
And I think, again, you should kind of hold your breath a bit here for the first half of this, of course, on the BL side for SGJ. This is the much tougher side of the map, so no matter what, I think, like you've said before, like 3 wins on the BL side is pretty good. I think that's kind of like the break-even point where you feel like you have the ability to at least push it to overtime at worst.
True.
When you flop sides.
And both teams decide to not go with the AWM, so all 10 players in the lobby decide to just rifle it up. I mean, it would have been more exciting to see a couple XMs come into play just because I love that gun. I'm a newbie and I always use the XM, so it hits. It kicks like a truck. It kicks like a horse. So it's sad to see that no XMs are coming into play, but no arms. So that means both teams know the aggression is going to happen. No matter which side it is, they want to hold it off. Arms, if you miss the shot, you can't do anything about it.
Yeah, and this is, I think, all according to plan for SGJ. Some frags were out early. They did a little bit of damage to Q9. Outside of that, a lot of utility is being saved for SGJ for their execute. Smokes out towards the A door, but you've got a heavy stack here from the side of Q9. You have 1 player lurking through sewers, and Yobip is going to fall on one of those mysterious head scratchers. But we will move on with life as SGJ going to continue to make their way in towards the A site. The trap attempting to be sprung from the sewers. Flash over to set up opponent. They're going to get 2. It's answered right back, though. Hades wound on, LXM getting involved. It's a really good attempt here from SGJ.
Now it's down to Badzera to make this happen. Hades comes around the corner, takes the kill. It's going to be a round for Q9. And it's 1-0 in favor of Q9 Esports.
Yeah, I mean, I really like the setup there. There was an overflash for the side of SGJ, and it set up the player coming from sewers quite nicely, but it just wasn't quite enough there as they're able to get themselves an opportunity, but Q9 shut it down pretty quick.
I mean, now my theory is getting some support here because SGJ utilized some XM because they were cutting the corners and they were just getting shot out like flies. So if you had an XM and turning the corner, you might have landed a lucky headshot with that bullet pallet flying through and open up the gate towards the bomb site there.
Yeah, I mean, again, the theories and the setups were really good for SGJ. Just a good piece of shooting from Q9, as we come to expect from these teams from their region. We saw it with with all gamers earlier on this map. They're extremely clean. So definitely a tough task ahead for SGJ, but some signs of potential hope. We'll see as we just try to get things squared away, get ready for the next round.
For Q9, they did come out yesterday with a loss, but it was a pretty tight one for them as well. As a 13-9 win onto an overtime. 10-13 loss in Black Widow against Imperial with an overtime as well, and then they ended up losing Akara to Imperial. So they definitely want to take some rounds here, take their sets here to, you know, secure themselves a spot into the next round. Unam pushing out quite aggressively here with the nades thrown. Goes for the pot shot, doesn't happen. And it looks like SGJ, after tossing out a couple nades, decides to just fall back, make Q9 spend those utilities.
Yeah, and, you know, they kind of know the exact distance where those grenades are likely to land off the rip, and they're able to avoid any damage. So they can take their time. Again, consider how they want to do this setup. This time around, they're going to hold on to 3 frag grenades for the side of SGJ. We saw in the previous round that they let loose with them pretty early, and they did actually get some decent damage. So the ideas here, pretty not bad, I think. We do have Crom coming underneath towards the sewers again. Last time, again, there was an overflash to set him up, and it almost did. I think it did work, but again, the idea there, pretty good.
Yeah, the angle was just enough to blind him for a quick second, but he recovered pretty fast, so that at the end of the day, the pop flash worked. Letting your teammate out, yes, it worked, but it was quick to recover and quick to take the refrag there. But looks like SGJ decides to hold on to their aggression from now on. Looks like both rounds from the past round and this round, they decide to burn the timer down to the minute mark. And this basically allows Q9 to rotate out of B and stack towards A because, you know, there's not a lot of time for SGJ if they're in the minute mark to rotate towards B. They have to clear the angles when they come out from the sewer. So the setups are now coming out from SGJ. Cronet gonna go in with the shots fired, and you gonna find the spray down. Not gonna land any. Eevee as well is gonna be going for the pot shots, and that's gonna be open up against Spencer. Cronet takes the kill. Yobib as well gonna be traded out.
Wunan there, able to hold the line at least enough. LXM gets a kill. Yobib gets one. He has one more player to deal with. LXM on a sliver of health. And this run and gun, this full force assault from the side of SGJ has at least given them a decent opportunity here in this one. LXM working his way through the alley now. Yobib, he has a tough one, no doubt.
6 HP on a hope. LXM peeks the angle. Is going to go and spots out Yobib. Just a sliver of it. Is going to be taking some pot shots here and there, but too low of an HP. The wall bangs will do the job, and SGJ will finally take a round after losing that last one to begin with.
And again, these guys, they're fired up today. They want this, and they want it bad, and you can sense it in their gameplay. And who better to have in that final situation than Yobib, their star player, and he did a great job locking it down. So the patience here, but the explosiveness at the right time. And again, Q9 going to use those frags early to just gain some space in mid.
Yep, those frag grenades will push the players backwards a little bit, opening up some space, the breathing room for SGJ to, you know, possibly get into. But so far, so long, SGJ decides to play a little bit more passive here. And this is, I would say, a little bit surprising to see because SGJ back in the first day when they were playing against Lazarus, they were just running, gunning, beginning of the round, even before 2-minute mark hits, they were just running and shooting. And it's good. It's definitely good to see that they have switched up their gears. You know, playing more passive, playing with thoughts in a sense.
Yeah. Oh yeah. No, I mean I like this from SGJ because it's like they're taking this time to really kind of calculate how they want to do this, who needs to do what, where, when, and how. And that's kind of the important part of this map on the Blacklist side is the executions. As let's see, we get usually down to about that minute mark is when SGJ starts to really kind of push the tempo. Early smokes out, an over smoke as well into the back of sight.
They're going to rotate down towards sewer, though. That's something different to see. Although they do have LXM covering the angle here, although he's not looking right at sewers. All right, 4 players of SGJ posted up to sewers. crossing the angles. Now LXM is also on top in case the support has to be given. Wolf with the AWM is going to be flashing and nading it, but he's going to be tapped out by Prana to open things up. Benzera taking that by Unan. All mid is going to be taken, rushing into B-side, but LXM picked to take a kill. Second one to stop the offense as well.
All right, Crom and Eevee have some work to do still as they have gotten to the site, but they are outnumbered as we speak. C4 being planted. You can see Crom is still waiting here, lurking at this corner. Hades may be in for a surprise here relatively soon. LXM has already pushed towards the site. Oh, they're ready. He gets one before he's traded down. Eevee, a 1v2 on this post plant. Gonna hide in the back corner. Two players now going to come through the front doors, make their way in. Time is ticking down. They have to be quick about this if they're going to make sure that they can get the defuse. Eevee do any damage. No, he's going to get taken down through the wall bang, and Q9 is going to be able to take a round.
These players just know where the enemy players are going to be at and just pre-fires that, and apparently SGJ just couldn't find a better spot to hide because of Cram posting up towards the global risk spawn, and that only allows Eevee to hide in the back site. I mean, had there been another player alive on SGJ, then they could have maybe set up a different angle, off-angle setup, you know, check crossfire, checking each other. But that didn't happen as it was down. They were down a man.
No doubt. I mean, still, though, the ideas here are pretty interesting from SGJ. They're definitely giving Q9 a run for their money so far, making it challenging at the very least. And we can only hope that they're able to continue to push Q9 to their limit, to smoke out into the front door of Sewer. And just buying a little bit of attention here.
You know, what's going to be surprising is SGJ has been playing passive for the past 3 rounds, including this one. And maybe the next round or the next round, if they lose out 1 or 2 more, they might just go all in. They might just go full out, pressing on the gas pedal, rushing into A main, and Q9 won't be ready for that because they're expecting SGJ to play quite passive, and Q9 has been putting 2 players in B to begin the round with, and then rotate a player back to A because they're expecting a passive play. But you know, if SGJ decides to go all out, then Q9 might have to lose a round here.
Yeah, no, you expect a change of pace at some point if things start to go sideways. A good flash to buy a little bit of time here, keep SGJ pinned behind the mid area, and you did get a player sneaked up. So, Batzera, I almost called him Ratzera. Batzera able to get ahead of this. They're going to just duke it out in the middle. Hades gets the first kill on Pronet, and they aren't able to push any further off of that. Both teams here trying to buy a little bit of time. I just saw a grenade just kind of hit a teammate there from SGJ. So be it. You going to be working this corner angle.
Oh,
taking the short lead. Yeah, there's a double swing there. It's a good one. 2 kills for you. Has to fall back to reload. Crom falls into the waiting arms of Hades. And now Batzera, I almost did it again. Batzera gets taken down. So Q9 able to stand tall.
Yeah, I mean, SGJ has a little bit more work to put into. That angle that Q9 was holding was just too crucial, and it was the pain point for SGJ to not break through into the site. You was just, I mean, he was holding the corner. He was not giving his position away. He was not taking the wallbang, surprisingly, so that allowed him to take the kills early on to the round here. But now, moving into round number 5, SGJ going for the similar setups here, just posting up outside of A main, you know, tossing a couple nades and smokes and flashbangs above the wall. And Q9 as well, going for the similar setup here. 4 players towards A main, leaving a single player to hold down B side and mid, just in case anyone comes out Sewer. I think Q9 is feeling very comfortable playing a global risk here coming into Mexico.
Oh, certainly. Yeah, they look very good so far. Again, the early kind of fighting and aggression from the side of SGJ looked like it was almost breaking Q9. They were bending but not breaking. And we'll see if SGJ can continue to put pressure down onto them. Once again, Batzera over towards the alley as he has snuck past the initial defenses of Q9, but they need to get further in if they're going to make that position useful for the side of SGJ.
So last time around, it was the 4 players of the main team pushing in first, and then Batzera trying to, you know, maybe catch a player looking towards the main push there. But maybe this time around, we might have to see Batzera popping it off first. Setups now being thrown. Mid is now taken, surprisingly, because Q9 just backed out of it. And will SGJ go towards B side or just compound towards A because they have full control of mid right now. Betzera still posted up though at the stairs, and maybe he might be able to put out some distraction here.
I think they had an opportunity maybe to try for B. Instead, they're going to just balls in here. Yobip gets one, but Hades and Wunan combined for 3. And Crom not really able to get involved. And once again, Betzera's position is stopped. Crom just going to kind of look around, and he was completely surrounded. Another round here for Q9. There was a real opportunity here for SGJ to, I think, go to B, leave Betzera in that alley for a really long time.
Keep him
Crom
as
can
an
watch
anchor.
the back angle, exactly. And then I think you've got a chance to maybe get B, at least get the plant there.
I mean, SGJ should have a better idea of how many players are going to be in A. I mean, obviously, they're not going to know the exact numbers, 3, 4, 2, but at that point in time, SGJ, after seeing how many flashes are being thrown out, how many smokes are being thrown out, they can, kind of count dead and use that to their advantage, rotate them towards B. They should have had a better idea of, okay, there are a lesser amount of players in B. Maybe we should just leave Betzera as an anchor, as you mentioned, and just use that and push him towards B. But didn't happen, and it's going to be 4-1. I'm a little bit concerned about SGJ because they're one of the more aggressive teams, and if they're going to be going into global risk with, let's say, rounds of like 5-4, it still puts them in a very uncomfortable area, or an uncomfortable seat, so to speak.
Yeah, exactly. All right, the 4-man push. They explode out, utility out. They got to get around this corner. They're able to get a 1-for-1, make it a 2-for-2 trade here. 3-for-3, in fact, and now all of a sudden it's a 1v2 for Crom. Fast and furious, these rounds. They get over in a heartbeat, but the C4 was there on site. And Wunan certainly aware, as he is going to be watching for it. Crom going to wrap back through towards A again into the double doors.
So for Crom, this round is a little bit better for him to clutch better than the last round because he knows that both players are going to be lingering somewhere around the site, as opposed to the last round being, he doesn't know where. He has no expectations of where the enemy players are going to be at. So Crom goes in, finds a kill onto Wolf. So that opens up to a 1 versus 1. Although the HP advantage is on to Q9, I think Crom has a good idea of where Wunan is going to be at. So he cracks the angles slowly, minute by minute, centimeters by centimeters. And 30 seconds, I think this is definitely enough time for Crom to make magic happen.
Yeah, absolutely. He's got just enough time here, but he's got to start to make his way in towards the A site where Wunan continues to wait, and he is checking every angle possible. But now he's in the crunch time. It has to happen, and it has to happen now. Gonna hop up onto the boxes. Wunan there on his left, and Wunan catches him off guard. A really good attempt again from SUJ, but Q9 really good in these clutch situations. It takes their 5th round. It's going to be 5-1 in their favor.
So they were playing. So SGJ was playing passive for past couple rounds. In this round, finally they decided to go kind of full out all in, full out rush into the site. But at the same time, it was a little bit delayed in a sense. Maybe this round they might just go full out once more, and because that last round was looking a little bit better compared to the past 3 rounds.
Well, they're definitely trying different stuff every time. It's always different looks that they're giving Q9. It's just Q9 is just slightly better on their shooting. Frankly, it's just a little bit more accurate and a few positional advantages that they had.
I mean, give or take.
Yeah.
SGJ has to. SGJ is the one to go into the site, so they're going to be traded out faster than Q9 is going to be trading out. So I don't know. Out shooting, I can't say at this point. The map's not closed out yet, so we can't say Q9 is shooting better, but we can definitely say Q9 has a good setup, I would say.
I think they're shooting better. I think they're just shooting better. I mean, of course you have good setups. It's harder to break the defense, right? Like, it definitely is a harder proposition, no doubt about it. That is just purely the advantage that you have, which, adds into their shooting better. It makes it a little easier. So, sure, okay, I'll give you that. Okay, we're going to try the B hit here. The response is really good. And Alex just puts Yobip down. And that's the star player for SGJ. Crom, though, good for a headshot there. Now puts some shots into the door. Yu, though, waiting around the corner, gets 2 as SGJ tries to make their move, and it is just being thwarted at every turn by Q9.
Hades takes the kill onto Cram to even things out to a 4 versus 1 for Betzera. 51 seconds into the clock here. C4 is down in mid, so Bedzera has nothing much to do but pray that nobody's looking towards him. He's going to be crossing down towards middle, gets caught up by Yu, takes a beat down for a little bit, and he wallbangs could damage him a little more. Hades comes swinging out, takes the kill. He wants to finish the round fast, and that's going to be yet another round for Q9.
Yep, now it's 6 rounds. Really would like to see if SGJ can find 2 more here, make it a 6-3. Absolutely would definitely keep this, I think, reasonable and keep this winnable for SGJ if their GR side can be as good as we've seen from Q9, as we saw from AG earlier.
They need to have at least 3 rounds going into the next half because Q9 definitely has the power to break through for some rounds. But it's going to be a sewer push coming in from SGJ. The nade, though, is going to tickle down EV and Bedzera there.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting. We'll see. It is, you know, again, kind of somewhat being tried to be sold as a fake here. Up top by Crom. He's still sitting up and lurking towards mid. But right now, there isn't much space given. They're going to flash it on out. Wolf's just going to maneuver into a crossfire. LXM waiting. LXM gets 2-2. Make it 4 for LXM. A quad kill there from the angle. Yobib did his best. Crom is going to try, and it ain't going to happen. Q9 there. Just so good in those crossfires. So powerful, so accurate.
LXM does not care. He will just single-handedly spray down to take the 4 kills into his backpack, as his stats look also quite amazing. He had 4,000 average, 4,000 damages coming into the last set here, 45 kills as well. So let's see how that plays. But now moving into round number 9, 7-1. The rounds don't look too great for SGJ here, as they tried sewers last time. So this time around, they might do like a 3-2 split here, posting out Pronet and Cram, and the rest of the players hanging towards a bomb site with the C4 as well. So maybe what they're thinking about is cross out towards the spawn there and maybe use that as an anchor point to open up the gate for A, as the players will have to rotate out from A towards the spawn there.
Yeah, I mean, you're just trying to draw some attention away from this A site to get, you know, an opening from the left-hand side of the map. Or maybe they can swing in through B. Maybe they can, you know, kind of break through that angle fast enough, smoke up the double doors on the right-hand side of A.
In the meantime, Bedzera was able to find some lucky shots onto Yu, taking him down to super low HP. And more nades being thrown, smokes being put out to take control of mid, but it looks like they're just not going to be posting up just yet. They're going to be they're going to be playing with the clocks here, and nades being thrown as well. Unan quick to flash down. The aggression is on, but Unan quick to take a kill Wolf as well, but he's going to be taken out by Pronet. LXM is just too good. LXM goes in for 2 kills. Hades to finish it off, and it's going to be Q9 finishing off the first half here with a whooping 8-1.
8-1.
8-1, boys.
8-1. Again, some really good ideas from SGJ, but Q9 just too clean on their defense, too good in their reactions there. They caught a player completely off guard at SGJ when they came out of that sewer. You know, Q9 was not ready for that push out of sewer at all. They did pick up a kill, but then they were immediately backstabbed by, I believe, it was
see some average damages as
LXM.
well.
Yeah.
He's above 100.
Who is?
LXM.
Yeah, he's been pretty good.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, well, we all saw that, but he's playing out of his mind.
Yeah, 4 kills in 1 round. That's like, yeah, 4 rounds worth. 4 rounds worth of damage right there. So
that's having 3 more players on your team.
Yeah, it's insane. He's really playing great. Some phenomenal shooting, some phenomenal reactions from him. You know, you're seeing decent ideas again from SGJ, but so far not able to put any more than just 1 on the board. Let's see, switching over to the GR side, and with this tactical pause, maybe they can string together some big rounds.
I mean, there's not a lot of room for SGJ to maneuver around going into Global Risk side here. They can't do anything, let's say, too aggressive because, you know, if you push out as a Global Risk, there's a higher chance of you getting caught out and losing a player early on, making them men differential for Q9. It's they're going to be going to match point too fast, 9-1. So I'm definitely anticipating them to play a lot of defaults early on. I mean, if they're able to build up some rounds, maybe let's say 8-3, 8-4, then maybe you might be able to see something crazy come in for SGJ. But until then, we're going to have to see some defaults come out.
Yeah, they don't have a lot of rounds that they can really toy with. They've got to make sure that everything is almost perfect here in this second half. You can see spirits are still high, some laughs coming out from them. They were still being loud, they're still being vocal. They absolutely haven't given up. SGJ, they look to shock the world, but so far it's sort of as expected with Q9.
They look to shock the world in the other round, maybe.
I don't think this shocked.
But anyways,
yeah, this was more along what
we're going to be delivering you guys to more matches of Crossfire. It's going to be round number 10, switching sides here, as it's going to be Q9 on the offense, as SGJ is going to be defending the aggression. And it looks like it's going to be a 3-2 split, and I don't know, the sewer, Q9 went in. So I saw some previous matches on Mexico for Q9 on other streaming platforms, and Q9 doesn't like sewers at all. And this time around, they actually post up 3 players to just kind of test the water there, so that's surprising to see.
I think they were worried that SGJ was going to push into the sewers.
Yeah, the aggression.
With how much SGJ was, you know, putting attention to the sewers. Not many teams like this. It is rather challenging. Yobip not taking any damage from those grenades. Only a smidgen on to Badzera so far. As you can see there, Q9 has gotten really deep. I mean, this is really backed up defense from the side of SGJ. I'm a bit worried about this. I mean, mid control fully underneath Q9. Pronit not able to hit with his first grenade, gets flashed up, able to respond with a flash of his own to at least buy himself a little bit of time and space. Crom in the back alley has to be so good as all this space is taken here. U is too good for Crom. Takes him down. It's not looking good, bench.
It's not looking good, but Pronit returns the fire onto you, so that opens up Badzera as well. Pronit almost landing that arm shot to even things up, but it looks like Wolf just tapping away casually, but EV returns the favor to even things out to 2-on-2 as Una finds that very cheaty angle there right between the boxes here, and the bomb is now planted going into the post plant.
That's thin, but they're able to get it down and set up a successful post plant. Some flashes, but still EV there, gonna get one. Wunan has one himself. He gets a double kill to confirm the round. 9 now for the side of Q9, and it is map point.
Yeah, there's definitely not a lot of room for SGJ to do at this point. Just hoping to. So I don't understand why they gave up mid control there, because Q9 basically was allowed to go full in towards spawn and divide the map into half and basically pick and choose whichever side they want to go to. And now SGJ stuck here with just a single round remaining. That's only a paper thin of a room there.
It is very thin. You are correct.
Even pencil thin.
Pencil thin. Yeah, well, yeah, that's Matt.
Thank you, Matt.
Yeah, Matt. Matt just completely whiffing on my name. Oh man, imagine. All right. Imagine. All right. Well, this time around, it is a completely different setup for SGJ. They do take mid control. They do opt to be aggressive off the rip, and that's going to send Q9 into the sewers. So, like you were saying, this isn't something Q9 does often, so may catch SGJ off guard. You do have Pronit waiting with his AWM, holding that very, very thin angle, and if he can find a couple kills here, that would be big. He just misses again. He's just been ever so slightly off, and they're just going to spray down those doors, put some pressure at it. They get flashed. It's going to buy a little bit of time, but be pretty wide open if they go through the back alley. And indeed, they're starting to make their way through. Flashes around the corner to buy some time for them. Yes, Badzera has a kill, but the site should be taken by Q9.
And now SGJ trying to go for the retake here. Oh no, the bomb is not planted yet, but it's going to be planted soon. Smokes are being put out to cover the bomb plant here. And it's going to be on distance. It's almost in the open as well. Now, SGJ all crammed up towards middle here with just a single player on far. And it has to be a retake of a hard one, as this is the last round.
No doubt, this one has to be really good for SGJ. A numbers advantage at the very least, so they can go for the trades. If they can get those, they can get this done. Time halfway through, so they have to kick it off. Crom's already got one himself, pushing on in. Wunan has gotten a double. LXM has gotten one. EV in there as well. Hades finds a kill of his own. It's all into Pronit here to save the map, but he's getting swarmed, he's getting surrounded, and it is going to be Q9 Esports that takes Mexico. SGJ tried to throw a bit of a curveball here at their opponents, and it just did not quite work.
I mean, Mexico, give or take, it's an SGJ's pick, and losing out on this, it's very sad to see, but at the end of the day, we saw some change of gears coming in from SGJ. We were all expecting them to, kind of just go full out, pump that engine, just don't look back, just rush into the site. But hey, it didn't happen. Rather, they were, making some more careful movements, thinking about what they're doing, and that is something good to see at the least.
Yeah, there's some good ideas. I really will credit SGJ that they came in here with a game plan, and there were times where I thought they might be able to, snag a few more rounds away from Q9. They were close, just couldn't quite convert on a couple really crucial clutches. So be it. Not a bad performance in some ways, but at the other end of the thing, it is a 10-1. So definitely not what you're looking for as SGJ. As we go to, hey, look, put that behind us. We get Eagle Eye next. That's all that matters right now. Everybody gets to have fun no matter what here. We finally get to see this map here in CFS 2022.
Everyone was rooting for Eagle Eye, all the casters, all the analysts, all our boys over there as well, and even you viewers as well. We're probably rooting for Eagle Eye because we haven't yet to see a map of Eagle Eye coming through for CFS 2022 Grand Finals. We're in the third day, not a single Eagle Eye, but we finally get to see one coming through. We did it, boys. We all rooted for it.
And I'm really excited to see it. And I think, again, that this does at least play into SGJ's strategy for today, which, as you can see, is run and gun, kind of try to just, out firepower Q9, and that was their goal. That's kind of what Pronet was talking about to us before this. Now, he also might have said that. Yeah, he also might have said something about whether or not he was going to use the AWM. And he did use it. So
at the end of the day,
I knew that was bait. I knew
he baited us.
He baited us on that one, and I knew it. That's why I didn't reveal what he said. So I think Pronet may stick with the AWM as this one goes on, but we'll see.
But we're going to be moving into map number 2, as we've all been long waiting for that Eagle Eye to come through. But coming to Eagle Eye, I do believe SGJ has that room to maneuver around. They can definitely go aggressive as the map is quite big here. The sides, though, is going to be quite important as SGJ is going to be starting Global Risk, if I'm not wrong here. But coming into the second map, Clinton, what's your anticipation? Maybe, do you think SGJ is going to be playing aggressive to start Global Risk, or do you think they're going to be going for the default setups here? Maybe like 2-1-2 or 3-2?
I think they're going to play aggressive. I think they should play aggressive.
Oh, they need to.
I think they need to catch a Q9 off guard. Yeah, I think they absolutely should. I would really prefer to see that from them. It is a bigger map than Mexico, I suppose. But Mexico is probably the smallest map we have.
The problem we have is Q9 knows how to play Eagle Eye, so I believe they may have planned and they may have done their homework to hold onto their aggression, hold onto SGJ's aggression coming to Eagle Eye. They have about close to an 80% win rate here. So they know how to play the map. They know the angles. They know the off angles. They know how to set up. They know how to throw the smokes, and they know how to do the setups. Obviously, they're in the competitive crossfire scene as well. Yeah, I mean, SGJ, they're gonna have to work a magic here to go into map number 3.
Yeah, I mean, the good news for SGJ going into this is the converse of what you're saying, whereas Q9 is very experienced on it. SGJ doesn't have maybe any tape on this as far as I'm aware. I can't find any. I don't see any in our stats of them having played it, at least this year. So you have kind of the ability to hide things. Yes, indeed. Look at those stat lines, and Wunan was absolutely just filthy. I mean, only 1,000 damage, but a 7.5 KD. He was just clutch so many times.
I think that's the highest so far. I think the last map was 7, so 700
it might
flat,
be.
Right? So 7.5 is even higher. The thing is, can we see an 8 pop out?
I mean, we would love it, but I mean, it could happen.
It could happen.
It could happen right here. You never know. Because this is Eagle Eye. We get to see it now for the very first time here in the Grand Finals of CFS 2022. It's going to be, again, SGJ versus Q9 Esports Club. SGJ Gaming seeing if they can get this upset underway, seeing if they can sneak a map away and keep their tournament hopes alive, and really just, again, shock the world has been the statement here from this team.
I mean, it's a long hike, it's a steep climb, but, you know, as a pro team, you have to take it under your belt and just do it. Just do it. So we're going to be moving into set number 2. Match number 4 for Group B. It's going to be Eagle Eye. And let's see. We're going to be seeing SGJ starting off in the Global Risk, already having nades on their hands. They are looking to smoke off the angles that Q9 could be possibly coming into. Pronet is willing that AWM was as opposed to what he was saying prior, so that's a big bait, I believe.
Total bait. I knew it. I suspected he was just pulling our chain a little bit there. As he told us that one of the surprises was that he was not going to use the AWM today. That was
we can reveal it.
That was not true. Yeah, now that we know it's not true. Ooh, Batzera got the opening kill. That's 2 here for SGJ. A double kill for EV. And they're shutting him down. 3 kills for EV. You, the only one left for Q9 now. And a great start for SGJ. Yes, they're going to lose 1. Are they going to lose 2? Oh, my God, you. Fine.
Can
not
you
like
do
this,
it?
you.
Can you do it?
He's got 2 more to go for the 1v5. He gets another. Oh, my God. He's just barely shut down. He almost pulled off the 1v5. Goodness gracious, you. Oh my God.
Shaking there a little bit as you spotted on the camera as Eevee pulled off an amazing triple kill there, but you just returning the favor with 1 added on top. But at the end of the day, SGJ was able to secure the round. Thankfully, Crum was there to do it. But SGJ should definitely be worried if you allow these players to just clutch on you.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, it was a great play here by SGJ and a really nice setup. Now, you've got a heavy lean towards the hotel and highway side of the map as Q9 making their way underneath. You do have a player snuck up above here. It is going to be Yobib who's up there, but Crom gets shut right down by you. You is really feeling it right now. He has been absolutely nuts. 5 kills already. LXM, yep, getting involved here. Yobib going down. B site being pressured. The B stairs still have to be climbed to get in here, and that's going to send Batzera over to try to plug up this hole.
So down 3 versus 5, Batzera is holding on to the bomb side. We still have a decent amount of utilities left. Batzera going for the pot shots here against LXM. Trades 1 bullet each, so it's going to be tickling them down. Eevee is going to pop out, but gets popped instantly by Wolf, so that's going to put SGJ under so much pressure. Batzera as well has to hold the side all alone. He gets shot out by you and Hades to close the map out, or not the map out, the round. I'm sorry, but that's going to be a 1-on-1.
You're giving the Q9 a lot of love there.
No.
They won that round 5-0.
My mistake there, right there.
No, I know. I'm just being funny. It was a 5-0 round, regardless, so it's all good. And here we go, up and over now for the side of Q9 as they are pushing down the highway once again towards B. A frag out there catches Woonan in the side, doing a pretty decent amount of damage to him as they're going to hold up for just a second. LXM, he's ready. He was waiting for that lurk, and he was fully prepared for Pronit to come on through. So this one looking pretty good, again, for Q9 if they can bust through towards that B site.
That was a problem. Pronit and Eevee pushed out together. LXM swung out and took the kill onto Pronit, then Eevee has to be there to trade him out, but Hades takes 2 quick headshots, 3 kills, and SGJ shattered. Eevee's last one alive. He's rotating in to possibly get a couple kills here and there, but you right behind Eevee, and he's going to be pushing out, and now it's going to be Hades to maybe take the 4th kill here, and he does put the player, but Eevee does take the find, finally finds the shot.
Okay, he could go for it.
Kobe!
Wolf was perfect there. A great grenade and a great attempt from EV at the end, but obviously an impossible challenge in some ways. So a really good start for the side of Q9. Once again, they're up 2-1, and a lot of big multi-kills coming through onto both sides. Players really fired up, really want to do this push through mid. Now around the tower goes SGJ, and they are going to get the opening kill onto Yobib. You going to respond onto Crom. When mid control gained here for the side of SGJ, but B control is going to be what they seed, as you can see, into the cable car. Yeah, it was a good effort. They got to use the flashes here to get the plant down, and this could be Q9 actually winning another one. Some grenades out. Eevee now trying to pick up where he left off, and he shut right down by you and Hades trying to hold the line, and they're doing a great job. Woonan and their Pronit trying to get involved, but he's stopped by Woonan. Q9 here, clean on their defense.
Yeah, so I guess SGJ opted out for like a mid push coming in from Q9, so they did invest a lot of players, 3 players into middle, but at the end of the day, player in B got spotted out. Q9 just decides to drive away from middle and just push straight into B with such a driving force.
I mean, they're just doing a great job of kind of reading the flow of the map, knowing that if SGJ is getting aggressive in mid, that means that one of the sites is open, so just get on in there. They're trying to hide behind the desk in the hotel, ready to greet their patrons is EV.
like
Let's see
that.
if Q9 is going to check in, or if they're just going to avoid this one for now. Looks like they're going to back off and rethink this. Yobib tried to go for the lurk, and yeah, it was completely read by Woonan.
I mean, had Yobib not been caught out, we might have we had a chance to see the superstar of SGJ possibly getting like 3 kills, 4 kills, maybe even an ace here, but looks like that didn't happen. And now, knowing Yobib pushed out of A, Q9 is going to be toning things towards A, knowing there's probably nobody, or at least once, just a single player in there.
He had a chance. Yeah,
he choked.
Yeah, just couldn't get the spray in time. Batzera did find a kill, though, so that is LXM down. And now, once again, a post-plant defense for the side of Q9, with this time with numbers advantage. Okay, Batzera feeling pretty good. A great spray there. EV trying to do something, but no, Yu has more. Batzera already has a couple big kills. Can he find some more? Pronit trying to help him. Pronit took a ton of damage. Oh, Batzera just not able to control that spray, and now he has identified his position. No longer safe, no longer a cover fire from Pronit available. And yeah, Hades gonna take that kill, and it is starting to run away once again from the side of SGJ as Q9 Esports has won 4 in a row.
I mean, SGJ started off this this map here by winning a round, so we thought there was something happening, maybe like a shake, uprising above, rise above, you know. But Q9 Esports says no and takes 4 rounds straight. SGJ has to tone things down a bit, so they have been pushing out middle, pushing out B, pushing out A. They need to stop that and play default, and maybe the first round was they won by default.
Yeah, no,
won by playing default.
Yeah,
I mean,
no, you're totally right. Absolutely, they're just waiting for them to kind of be a bit more patient. But I don't know if it matters too much right now, as there are 3 kills that have already gone the way of Q9, making 4, looking for the 5th, and it's going to come into the hands of LXM. Q9 now on a tear as they have won 5 in a row, go up 5-1 in this map, and we get to see Eagle Eye, and we hope it isn't too brief. Hopefully, SGJ can pull some magic together.
If SGJ loses another round here, he will have to opt out for attack pause, possibly. Well, at least SGJ has settled out for a setup. They're going to be playing 3v2A. At least Yobib's not going to be pushing out anymore. Although they do have a player kept on mid. That's going to be a 3-1-1. And for Q9, they did toss out a couple nades to shake down towards B side, and they're going to be falling back right towards middle. Pronit's waiting. He spots out LXM, but LXM just is too quick to respond. Pronit shouldn't have whiffed that.
Well, we've seen a few times where SGJ is able to get the jump on a Q9 player, but they lose the duel anyway. Now, some overnades coming through here. A little bit of damage done. Not much at all. LXM just brute forcing his way through with the help of Yu. Crom trying to hold firm. And
no!
A couple kills go the way of SGJ before Yu and LXM get the job done. And that is 6 in a row. This train does not have any brakes. That cable car on B site probably doesn't have brakes either with the way this is going. Q9 is just absolutely on a tear.
Q9 burning through their fossil fuel, just continuously adding the fuel into the train, just pushing forward, pushing forward, pushing forward. Yobib actually taken down to a low HP, and Wolf is there to just finish it. Didn't matter the HP. And now Wolf spotted another player. You actually finds a headshot onto Crown to open up A, and Wolf with another great, clean, crisp off shot. That's going to be better. Going down. EV does return the favor, though, but it's going to be a 4 versus 2.
I mean, I like what SGJ is doing. They're keeping their, themselves fired up. They're trying to get into this. They're trying to be fast and furious, and that's EV going to profit from that. LXM goes down.
Positive
C4,
EV.
Yeah, he's playing good. I mean, honestly, there's a few bright spots here for the side of SGJ. EV definitely one of them. Him and Pronit, again, trying to win a 2v3 on the retake. He is going to let loose with his grenades. A few more in the hands of Pronit as well, so he has an opportunity. EV, I'm not sure if he saw anybody in the house. Now they're pushing on in, and underneath, yeah, a really nice shot catching the feet of Hades, but now Yu springs in from behind. EV here going for the ninja defuse, but the feet can be seen by Yu, and he is going to take him down. 7-1 now for Q9.
For the first half, 7-1, just one more round to go. SGJ needs to take this last round if they want to have any hope going into the second half of the Eagle Eye here. And SGJ might tone things up a little bit because their defense hasn't been working, their rushing hasn't been working. So Yu, though, is going to just completely seal the nail onto the coffin by taking the kill onto Pronit. 4v5 here, SGJ struggling to take a round here.
Yeah, everything they're trying is getting shut down. This is a decent little push here from Batzera. Wolf, though, okay, Batzera gets 2. He cleans Wolf out. It's a 3v3 now. Crom's got to win that, cannot do it. Yu gets 1. Yobin, only good for 1 himself as well. Gets traded out by Hades. Now it's on to Batzera. He's had a couple decent moments here. If he could get these 2 kills, he'd even up his kill to death line. Batzera not able to see the feet with that smoke there. Really well placed by Q9 to give themselves the safe plant. Batzera gonna wrap around the side, opening this exchange, but it's 2 guns to 1. And Q9 again, it's gonna be Woonan finding yet another win, and it is yet another 8-1-half. By the way, that's 4 8-1-halves in a row bench for us.
Yeah, I mean, the previous series, All Gamers vs. TeamMyth was 8-1, so it went to 10-1, 10-1 once again. Coming into Group B's match number 4 as well was 10-1 in the first map of Mexico. And first half closing out as 8-1 might open up the gate for us to see another yet another 10-1, but sides have been switched. And SGJ, their aggression might work out here. And now they're on the attacking side, and as I've just mentioned, Eevee goes in hot, takes a kill, but soon to be traded out by Wolf. Wolf with a quick off-shot, pick scope, finds Batzera. You to take another kill, just hold down the aggression.
Wolf still up and running, still firing here. He might catch the backside of Pronit. He does with the pistol. 3 kills in the round for him. Crom is gone. And that is 9 rounds in total for the side of Q9. They are on map and match and everything point. It is almost over now as Q9 has just steamrolled. I mean, look, SCJ is really trying. They're really throwing the heat at him. They're giving him the fastballs, but Q9 is just knocking it out of the park every time. You here just going to push into mid. It's just going to be a scrum in there. It is going to be Woonan finds the opener. A lot of damage being done here. Eevee at least able to take LXM out of the equation. Wolf gone out of it as well quickly. Q9 players falling apart. It is a 3v2 advantage now for SGJ.
Woonan taken down to a low HP, did find a kill at the end to kind of even things out, but it's going to be 3 versus 2. Man advantage onto SGJ. This might finally be the round for them to make this into a 9-2, possibly. Still very far away from an overtime, but we'll have to see what happens. Q9 is posted up towards A bomb site, whereas SGJ is now going to be rotating all in towards B bomb site, so bombs should be planted. So Pronet's going to be anchoring around the backside here just in case. Oh, and Woonan boosted up, finds a cheeky action onto Eevee to even things out. So Q9 knows their map. Q9 knows their map inside out, knows the angles, finds a quick headshot to even things out. Bomb timer ticking though, so SGJ has to hold this down.
Yeah, I mean, you can see that just precisely like you said, they know this map and would have liked to have seen maybe some smokes out here, but now the backstab should be coming. Pronet's ready, able to get the shot, able to get a kill. Woonan here has to go huge, cannot. Pronet finds his second kill, and okay, we're 8-2. We've got another round in the books for SGJ. Other than, I'd say, that one kind of lack of understanding of the angles on the map, that was a really solid round.
But for SGJ, although they have nowhere to go, they did take the round, and that's because they were aggressive enough. And this 9-2 score shouldn't be holding them back. They need to continuously go aggressive.
Let's see if they can do it. They're going to take this one. They didn't take any contact into mid, so they're kind of slowing up their pace. Just kind of curious, like, what's going on here from Q9? Q9 had been really aggressive towards this tower. Wolf in particular was pretty keen to get into this space, but this time around, not going to happen. Yu's going to come, make it 2, make it 3. It's 3 big kills for Yu. A triple kill is going to put this one in danger of ending this map. There's Crom coming, doing what he can. Crom doing a lot here, 2 kills, but he doesn't know LXM on his side, but LXM not able to pull the trigger fast enough. Crom still has an opportunity, still has hope of a 1v3. He's not gonna get it. It is gonna be Yu with his 4th kill of the round, and it is gonna be Eagle Eye going to Q9 Esports, and that means the match also goes to them, a 2-0 victory for Q9.
It wasn't him, it wasn't her, or it wasn't me. It was all about Yu, and Yu just clutching out every single round, taking the kills. 3 kills, 4 kills here and there, everywhere. So it looks like MVP might go towards you.
So good.
I tried.
That was again. I got to tip my hat. You've had some bangers.
Oh, nice. Thank you. Thank you.
Well
Appreciate
done.
it.
Yeah, of course.
Coming
Speaking
from
of
the brother
bangers,
here.
yeah. Speaking of bangers, the Chinese teams had some today too. They were absolutely
10-1, 10-2.
just blowing teams out of the water today. There's no other way to call it, folks. It was just absolutely wonderful to watch them play. SGJ, bless their hearts, they really did try. They really gave it an effort, but still too much for them to handle here, as it is going to be a 10-2 at least this time. No more 10-1s in our last match. Are we really done?
Are we
Is
really
that
done?
it? Are we sure?
Are we sure?
Let me double check.
But at least at
Yes,
the
all
end
of my
the day-
papers filled out.
Oh, nice. You have done your homework.
I did.
The teacher approved.
Yeah, I was not a good student. All right, well, that is going to do it for us for today. Hope you guys enjoyed the cast. Hope you enjoyed the games. For Bench, I am Paper Thin. Let's send it back to Matt and the analyst desk.
Matt Slanderson.
Thanks to the Imperial desk from us over here, where we know a little bit of what's going on. Thank you very much for them. We're having some good fun across all of us. Do you know what? It's good to see, isn't it? SGJ with smiles on their faces, you know, resigned to like, okay, there we go then. Because that was, I mean, we wished them all the best. We thought we'd get more out of it. We expected it might be a little bit one-sided, but we really, really hoped it wouldn't be.
There's an old saying where if you don't set expectations, you can't be disappointed. And I think that that's basically what happened here from SGJ. They said, you know what, we have a really tough opponent. We're going to go in, we're going to do our damnedest, but at the end of it all, if we can't get the win, we can't get the win.
Yeah.
So that's why you see them still feeling decently high-spirited. Q9 just looked absolutely incredible. There was not really anything that they could do. They were trying different side execs, but time and time again, they were getting outgunned and just shut down.
Oh, you say that, but I mean, on the first map of Mexico, like it felt like they were just doing a scrim where they were practicing the same entrance, didn't it? They went through the same side, they waited on the same windowsills, they sat there for a long time.
Yeah.
It was a lot slower than any of us expected. We thought this was going to be far more of a kind of run and gun team.
Yeah, I mean, strategically on Mexico, it just felt really weak. There wasn't a whole lot to really go off of for these guys. I felt like they just weren't as prepared as their opponents, and it's kind of the same way we felt in the Lazarus match. There was just a lot of predictability, and Q9 just sat there and abused that most of the match.
Mexico and Eagle Eye will bring you the highlights on that. Only one round, of course, for either of the teams. We just saw Q9 pick up 10 straight on Eagle Eye, and we really wanted to see Eagle Eye, so that Velders would know that it's real.
Yeah,
And
I
so
learned
now that
today.
you've seen it, and I
It's
think you're
real.
already a little familiar with it.
I had no idea.
I wasn't expecting Q9 to bring it. I really thought, you know, this is going to be the pocket pick. This is going to be the pocket strat. Some team's going to work something out on Eagle Eye. They're going to pull it out. And that's how they're going to score a load of rounds against another team. But you know what? Q9, they're experienced enough to know their way around everything we do in Crossfire, aren't they?
If I'm the coach or the IGL of this team, I'm like, let's play Eagle Eye so we don't have to show another map of Compound or whatever else. Any other map that's going to be played a lot more than Eagle Eye. And yeah, I mean, they didn't really have to show too much on this either. There was that one last round towards the end that somehow SGJ was able to pick up, which was pretty nice. But other than that, another pretty one-sided affair.
So keeping your strats hidden on the other maps by playing
Yes.
the one that you don't expect other teams to rally. And I guess we're not really expecting many of the other teams pick that against Q9 now.
Probably not.
Probably not.
No, I don't think so.
There was a lot of quick rounds, but I think we have highlights of some of them. I hope we have highlights of some of them that we can show you now across Mexico and Eagle Eye. We didn't get to Black Widow, but we did have quite a lot of a bloodbath, as I expected at the beginning.
Yeah, I mean, you handed it over to Paper Thin and Bench and said, like, sure, we're going to have a bloodbath on our hands. That was definitely the case. SGJ, you know, even though they weren't able to pick up rounds, they were able to find quite a few many kills throughout these rounds, every twist and turn. But Q9 just found way more of them, as it turns out, with everybody kind of getting these highlight reel plays, 4Ks, 3Ks. I mean, you finishing the map, finishing this series with a 4K in his own right after getting a 3K just at the very beginning of the map. So it was just a very good plays for highlight packages is, I guess, the best way to put it.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, though, it's almost what Q9 needed to have the confidence going in their final group stage match as well. I think they were hungry for the win, and it showed in how they were playing. They didn't underestimate their opponents. They came in and played, pretty calculated for what I would expect. They weren't just sitting there pushing SGJ all day. They respected their play style, but they came out and they know they wanted to win this one, and, rightfully so. Now they have a chance to move forward and feel very confident going into their matchup against Lazarus.
Yeah, we got more exciting action from this group, of course. We're not all the way through this one. SGJ will be, struggling to go anywhere from here. Q9, though, back in the fight now for perhaps getting out of the top of this one.
And I think that if they can have this kind of performance, and obviously there's many times been a lot of different teams, but if they can have this kind of performance, run that forward into their next series, their final one of the group, then yeah, they absolutely have a chance of making into those top 2 spots with a good amount of comfort space around them. So we'll have to just wait and see how they perform. But this is that kind of series, as you're talking about, Kyle, where you come in here, you just absolutely slaughter your opponents, and that is enough to kind of get you reinvigorated, get you remotivated and back on the horse for those future series.
Let's take a look at the numbers. They're not all pretty. From Eagle Eye, a map that we haven't had to see yet in the tournament until now, but when Q9 played SGJ on it, they got 2 on the Filipino side. And Yobib, lower stats than everybody else, which is a surprise when clearly he's their star player normally.
He got kind of picked apart on this one. My eyes go straight to you, however.
Thank you. That's very kind of you. I feel the same.
Thank you very much. But might not be the 7 KDA that we saw previously.
Too easy, but there you go.
3.83 is still absolutely incredible. He almost got to 2 kills per round, but the damage has just hit a new milestone. 2,300, over 2,300 in just 12 rounds played.
Yeah.
That's just absolutely incredible. He was almost averaging 200 damage per round.
Oh, this guy. Oh, you meant this guy.
Yeah.
Yes.
You are the MVP.
Thank you. Gonna clip that, keep that. 2.14 averaged over both of the maps. I mean, it was a demolition job, and you was a big part of it. So who else do we have in this group, of course? So we're going to end up seeing SGJ play against Imperial. Who beat Q9 on the first day, but Q9 have got their win back now. And Q9 will be left to face off against
Lazarus.
I
think that's going to be the key matchup in this group.
Yeah.
They both barely lost to Imperial. Very close games from both of them, so that's really the decider here, I think, for that second place spot in the group.
The top of this group is going to go in all kinds of directions, isn't it? I think we can show you the standings of Group B after we've confirmed some numbers that I think those teams won't be forgetting for a while. 10-1, 10-2.
Uh-oh. Well, it was one round better than the last match.
It's a 100% increase.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, kind of. Yeah. Definitely a bit of a stomp, but SGJ, we kind of alluded to it earlier, but it's basically you get the huge upset win or you learn a lot, and this is super invaluable experience for them to go up against Q9 and to get smacked down. That's fine. They learn a lot, they develop as a team, and like Kyle was kind of saying as well, maybe a little bit better preparation in their next match as well.
So the permutations here are quite exciting. Q9 are going to play Lazarus, we said, didn't we? Q9 are going to play Lazarus. If Imperial can... Yeah, it looks like Imperial will keep this top of this group then. Because I'm sorry to say SGJ don't look like they're going to take a map off of Imperial. So that's looking like 3-2-0... 3 wins out of 3 for Imperial. So Q9 Esports Club, Lazarus. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure I want to pick one. I'm not sure I want to predict one. I'm not sure which way second and third is going there.
Yeah, I think the only real advantage is that, in the Imperial Q9 matchup, they did at least manage a map in that one, so they do have a slight edge going into it, where Lazarus, they need to at least get a map here in that series to feel any sort of confidence.
It's all going to come to you soon. Let's go very quick break here on Jeju Island, and I'll tell you what we've got to look forward to tomorrow. So a lot of fun here on day 3, another big day, 4 matches back-to-back for you here from Jeju Island. And some close contests, some one-sided contests, but plenty more to look forward to. We're into the second half of the group stage now. Day 4 with us tomorrow. And then another group day after that. Then we go to our wild card day, where the third place of each of our groups gets to fight it out for their last chance to make it through to the quarterfinals. And then it's knockout stages from there on. For tomorrow, we are going to get a little bit further into Group C. We'll see Baisha Gaming, who played on the first day of the tournament. They're going to be playing off against Anubis. Very interested to see what happens between Baisha and Anubis. That could be a surprising battle. SGJ are going to lick their wounds from today and go up against Imperial. That's a steep climb for them. Baisha Gaming will return in the third match to play off against Ranking Gaming, and then Baisha will have played all 3 of their matches. As will Ranking, and all gamers against Celebi at the end of tomorrow is going to be so exciting. We flagged it up earlier on today as possibly an early look at the final.
This is going to be just the icing on the cake for tomorrow. I think tomorrow is going to be, compared to today, significantly longer. We're probably going to go back and forth as far as like short day, long day, but that will all be worth it no matter how long the series in front of it take, no matter how close, how good they are. I don't think anything is going to necessarily outdo all gamers versus Celebi. That matchup has been brewing. We've been seeing both of these teams perform, even just today, crushing their opponents respectively. Now we get to see them finally face off, and I think it's going to be a cataclysmic clash.
Valdez, Baisha Gaming, looking forward to seeing them come back.
Yeah, Baisha's going to be fun. I think they're also incredibly strong, obviously, as we have already seen. But that first match, you know, we talked a little bit about All Gamers versus Celebi, but also Baisha versus Anubis. That could really... Yeah. Anubis is a really strong team, so I don't want anybody to count them out. I don't think it's going to look like, you know, All Gamers versus TeamMyth today. I think it'll be much closer. Will we go to a map 3 is really the question. If it does, then I think it's anybody's match, but... you know, Baisha, on paper, still the stronger team, but Anubis may be looking for our first big upset tomorrow.
You've been looking forward to seeing Anubis play that one as well, haven't you?
Yeah, definitely. Looking at Anubis' performance, I mean, they 2-0'd Ranking, who had a really strong performance and took down Black Dragons. So I think that's something we definitely have to consider. And they've shown a really strong performance leading up to this event as well. So I think all in all, the guys on Anubis have a really good shot against Baisha. I would definitely expect it, even if they don't win, to go to at least a third map.
Tiny little earthquake just here on the desk, but don't worry, everybody's okay. We will return stably to day 4 tomorrow. Make sure you join us. First game will be the same time as it was today. Baisha Gaming and Anubis is going to be a really interesting one. You're going to see some interesting strats in that. It's been a fantastic day again. Thanks to all of you for joining us. Thanks to Valdez, Achilles, ZZXQ. The hesitation is only because I really want to call him ZZ. And also there was a paper thin bench thing.
Yeah.
No, they did a great job as well. Thank you, everybody, and to all the production team for giving us so much fun as well. We'll be back tomorrow with day 4.